来，
遇到一个。哎，我这有个人，
看这儿来，
不有个
二楼打了
网
2分钟，
没了没了。
游泳馆的2楼是不是？
说学校楼顶。
撞着了。
那他们观战有 bug。
回来你看看。
学校我看到2个了。
掉了。
这2楼有个在家里吗？
楼顶。
Watch out! Awesome.
哎，楼顶有一个。
Marked a location.
楼顶倒了，还有一个楼顶。
我拿它钓下鱼。然后这2楼一个楼顶。
Watch out!
啊，倒了。你在楼顶打3枪，楼顶。
又上去。
不是，我靠，楼上。
几个？
好像就一个。
Гой жоохон гэртэлтэй маягтай жоохон тоглох. Тийм шүү дээ.
Манайхаа ядраад шүү хөөе. Одоо харин тийм аз 500. Ядраад шүү манайхаа саба дараарай. Гэртээ өглөө би бүр.
Гэртсэн. Дэлгэт жоохон гिचтэй.
Надад гоё ажилласан модуудыг би гомдоохгүй шүү.
Спасибо. Тэвэр ажиллаа идэм үү? Тэний стримээр зогсоод ажиллаа идэм үү? Хүн тийм шүү дээ.
Үгүй юм би. Би энэ пампер болохгүй маа гөлөг юун дээр идэм бол анхаа.
Watch out!
Энэ пампер сэнсиг гөлөг. Энэ хэний кар вэ? Надад кар вэ?
Okay.
Зүүн.
Дэмэж. Ятэг нэр гоё юм. Тэг гэрсэж байна.
Гифтээр
манай
байсан биш. Паргл гифтээс байсан.
сандрал бишээ, чичрэлт штэ. Улаар л энийг нөхс юм уу дуусгах юм?
Дуусгач. Харин тойрот yes бро. Дахиад хүн байгаа да.
Ano?
I am tired man guys. My guys гэдэг шүү дээ.
Оо. Шал буруу давдаг ш. Би тийм бэ. Хийлэн чичрэх. Яг тийм. Би бүр өсрөөд орсон шүү дээ. Шат руу нь бүр хүчээ юм шиг. Гарбуу ч гэсэн боо гэдгийг эндээс харж байна гэж.
Гар буу гэж байгаа сте.
Оо, тийм байна. Боо гэдэг байгаа биш.
Боо штэ. Би бол нэр амьд явж байгаа юм гэж бодож байгаа өөрийгөө. Өмнөх сизон зөндөө тоглосон. Exodus дэшлэг одоо бас. Би ухаарсан. 25.
Тэгээ уг нь байдал минигээ болио гэж бодсон чи. Тэгээд одоо барыг буцаад сэргийг бодлоо. Сэргэх юм болоо дөө тэгээд одоо ч воодааг мангар одсон.
I got supplies.
4x.
I got
Supplies
supplies.
сонирхон гэдгээ багтаа дуулга да.
Дуулаа. Дуулаагүй.
Яа бандаа хөц. Хүүхэд ойлаад байна.
Gang rush game please. Оо за нэ. Би чамайг бот гэж бодоод очиод алцчих уу нэ за.
Хааны бэ? Энэ тэ.
Чамайг зовоод.
Аа.
Ухад ачлаа.
Чирвэн сүлгэж.
Ав яа та. Батаранда хийцвэр нээдлцээ явж байна нэг.
Нөгөөш доошоогоосаа моолооч үсрээ бууччихсан тийм нэг.
Багийн ирээд байна. Йоо энэ хүүрч. Ийс онта менежер 6-ыг саанд юу хийж вэ?
Юу байна?
Чи
Оо энэ угаасаа юм юм шиг. Энийг авч. Ийсээс авалгаа.
энэ фурын хам.
Аваа. Чи тэгээд оронтой юм өрөө анта манд 4 байж. 4 аваа. Юу болоод энэ дөг хэч болоод.
Нэр хэч.
Наач дэвтэй байх гэсэн.
Урт ирэглээ багийн арга зогссон дүүргэцээ нэг дөрөв тэр биш. Жорж руу гамтлаас
Үргэлжлээд бас чикен гэсэн явжсэн баг та. Супер чат болохгүй байгаа. Удахгүй боллоо. Болчих واخа. Төв мэддэг хүмүүсээс асуусан байдаг юм байна.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम
Watch out.
Энэ болж
क्या हाल है
тэр юм.
कैसे हो हेलो
हेलो
शोर आ
जी
रहा है बेटी
ये रशो नाम के वाह शो हाँ तो नहीं आना चाहिए शोर मेरा पंखा आगे खराब है बहुत स्लो चल रहा है
कहाँ बैठे हो
чигнат цааш. Women мэдгүй.
हाँ
Яага иргэн.
अब आ रहा है शोर
हाँ आ रहा है
दोबारा आता हूँ बाद में
Дээш чинь.
Байкла.
Цохохгүй л.
Watch out.
Хаашаа нэг.
अभी आ रहा है
Энэ өндөр чинь багчсан юм шүү дээ.
अब नहीं आ रहा सही है ये आवाज
Асурцсан гүйж байна.
Бооч. Амсаа.
Ялч мэлмсний тасах болоо ч мөрөөдөө штэ.
Айл.
Оо
Оо.
анта ийгүү арай юу.
Зүгээр.
Анта энэ чиний мөр.
Mark the location.
Subscribers देखो ध्यान
Юу ийшээ зайх. Парт чи. Парт чарж парт анда. Чи хаашаа яваа. Энд дээр риск зүй
Mark the
гэж.
location.
Тэгвэл аим шүү. Тийш байлаа да. Shit.
ध्यान hello subscribers check करो
जियो यार ये 2.04 400 होते हैं ना
Taurus нийтлээ.
Юу вэ?
ये 2.04 400 होते हैं ना
स्ट्रीम पे देख ले स्ट्रीम पे तो एग्जैक्ट नजर आ रहे हैं नंबर्स हाँ 400 नहीं होते 40 होते हैं 2.04 जो है वो 40 होते हैं 2.4 जो है वो 400 होते हैं
Nee таа тэр нь би нохрно гэдэг юм чинь.
Йоо.
अच्छा मैं आपकी स्ट्रीम खोल दी है आवाज बंद करके लगाई है इस पे लगाओ आप वो BTR फेडरलिस्ट देखो ऊपर सर्च करो
PTR फेडरलिस्ट
Federalist।
लिखा हुआ है सर्च हुआ है ये मोटा है फेडरलिस्ट
हाँ ना
सही बता
आप डिले क्यों मैं स्ट्रीम में यार
कहाँ से डिले है भाई
पीछे जाओ जरा
बेड टाइम का रंजन सामान
अल्टीमेट गाना लगाना है इसका
Beacon का मगरब. Watch out.
मिलता है
तो कौन सा वाला लगाऊं नीचे
इसका चैनल खोलो ना इसका चैनल खोलो
चलो बाप इसका चैनल फेडरल अबे भाई अब प्रॉपर चैनल कौन बताएगा मुझे कि ये इसका है कोई
ओ भाई इसका
अबे
चैनल
भाई
खोलना है
फैंस के इतने चैनल होते हैं भाई साहब इसका असली चैनल कहाँ से मिलेगा
स्क्रॉल करो ना BTR फेडरलिस्ट लिखा होगा ये फेडरल लिखा हुआ है इस पे जाओ और ये फेडरल ऊपर लिखा है उस पे जाओ हेलो
ये कोई और है भाई
ये फेडरल ओ भाई फेडरल पे जाओ
अबे भाई
ये
गया हुआ
फेडरल।
हूँ तू थोड़ा सा डिले में है। यही है फेडरल
हाँ इस पे आओ जरा फेडरल ये रहा मुझे नहीं पता यही है कि नहीं है वो सब बढ़िया मैं खुद ही सर्च
नौमी कह रहे हैं हाँ जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम रोंडी जी वालेकुम अस्सलाम बेटी
रुने जी नहीं बोल रहा मुनुडा जी बोल रहा है छी नमा जी
हाँ जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम रेहान बेटी बकवास
छी यार नोमा जी रात
पता है
गेम
इंग्लिश में
खेलने की
पता
बकवास
है
लैंड
सुनना इंग्लिश में पता है क्या लिखा आ रहा है हाँ जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम रेहान डॉटर बकवास बेटी की जगह डॉटर आ रहा है भैंस की टांग यार अजीब है ये कोई बता भाई साहब नहीं तो डॉग की लगी रहे
Жохоо гихтэлтэй маягтай жохоо тоглох. Тийм шүү.
Манаха ядраад шүү. Одоо харин тийм алтаавгүй. Ядраад шүү манаха сапа тараарэ. कितने दुख दो अभी बस
Гихтсэн.
नौकी का ब्लॉग ना देखें
मूवी का मैंने देख लिया है अब क्या करना
ये वाला
Assalamualaikum guys, welcome to another vlog. Good morning, good night, good evening.
और ब्लॉग देख लिया
सबर मुझे देख
होता है सारा कुछ guys. कैसे हो? खैरियत, अमन अमान. Today, Alhamdulillah, is our match day.
मैच डे
Please remember us in your prayers.
Guys, नाश्ता हो रहा है. This is some mango jam, orange jam, and some honey. Trying by
ये वाला जो फेडरल है आई है नैप वाला फेडरल
Great
कप
as usual.
What as usual, bro?
खाली प्लेट खा रहा
तो
है.
मैं से
इसीलिए-
शोर आता
इसीलिए.
है यार
Bro, I just ate.
यार एक तो ऊपर से सुपारी देता है इसलिए बंदा
ओ
बेइज्जती भी
भाई
नहीं
ये
कर सकता.
ब्लेड कहाँ बैठा हुआ है ओ ये ब्लेड ही है ना
Actually, no one knows.
क्या चीज है?
ए रेहान देख, आर्टिस्ट लोगों के साथ बहुत बुरा हुआ है। आर्टिस्ट लोगों के साथ? वो कौन है?
पता है यार,
कौन है वो?
206 जीबी बना हुआ है।
वो आपको नहीं पता।
बता तो सही ना, कौन है? टीम है कोई?
टिकटॉकर है यार।
यार क्या तो
क्या
मौसम
क्या
है
बुरा
यार।
हुआ है?
जितने दिन बाहर निकला हूं ना मैं, हर दिन
ये बड़ी लंबी कहानी है।
क्या तो मौसम है यार।
बता दे, वैसे ही हम फारिग बैठे हैं।
आपसे या मेरे से?
ओ यार मुझे खुद इतनी उसकी
आपसे आ रही है क्योंकि मैं तो
5-6
पीछे
मिनट
जा
की
रहा
वीडियो बनाई है, मैंने खुद बोल दिया है इतनी लंबी वीडियो।
क्या
तो भी
बात
तू
है।
कमेंट में बता
लगाया है
चल
पावरफुली। क्या स्मेल आ रही है
भाई
यार।
वो बता रहा था
स्मेल के क्या सेंट आ रही है यार।
पाकिस्तान पबजी कम्युनिटी बता रहा था, एक्सपोज कर रहा था।
अच्छा, बगैर किसी वजह के पीएमएनसी से
जा चुका है।
डिस कर दिया है उनको।
प्रिंटर भी दिए हुए कि मैं
डिसमिस कर दिया ना?
तो खुद ही कर लो। वी आर नॉट योर सर्वेंट।
पीएमएनसी वाह, तो मुझे लग रहा था भी उसने एक्सपोज किया है।
मसला हो गया। लड़का लोग पहुंच चुके हैं और उनको चाहिए ट्रेनिंग डिवाइसेस। शाइन भाई होटल छोड़ दिए थे।
वेन्यू आया जा चुका है गाइस। लड़का लोग प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, फोन सेटअप कर रहे हैं, टेप शेप लगाई जा रही है। ये हैंड मूवमेंट है ना?
हाँ
ये खुला हुआ या बंद है?
बंद है।
अच्छा, ये देखो गाइस, ये हैंड वार्मर है। इसको अंदर खोलते हो ना, इसके अंदर थोड़ा सा एक छोटा सा पैकेट है, बल्कि खोल देता हूँ।
क्या बात है।
ये छोटा सा पैकेट है। शाहीन भाई बेहतरीन गाइस। ये वैसे अपर आ गए हमारे, वकास भाई लेके आ गए अपने साथ। हमने जब बनाई थी ना तो वो सारा खराब थे। वकास भाई देखो गाइस, ये छोटा सा पैकेट होता है, इसको हिलाते हो ना,
कारे हो चला गया वो 40 से
गर्म हो जाता है। एक हाथ के लिए इसका मेरे
स्टेज 4 पे जाके
ठीक है।
इतनी हिम्मत के उन्होंने उनको,
उसके बाद
उनका ख्वाब था पीएमएनसी फाइनल का।
सॉरी मैं थोड़ा सा सेटअप समझा देता हूँ गाइस।
इतनी मेहनत के उनका ख्वाब उन्होंने,
फोन के लिए ठीक हो गया।
उनके ख्वाब था पीएमएनसी फाइनल। क्या बात है।
आपस की कम्युनिकेशन
चल
ठीक है,
स्टोरी देखेंगे फिर।
ईयरफोन कनेक्ट होता है
भाईजान जब एक बार किसी प्लेयर पे टैग लग जाए ना, कि हैकरों के साथ खेलता है,
ईयरफोन कनेक्ट होता है इसमें, ठीक है।
सारी कम्युनिटी में तुम्हारी इज्जत नहीं रहती।
ये कंट्रोल है, ये
बस
गेम की
टैग
साउंड
लग गया
ईयरफोन में जाती है और प्लेयर्स की साउंड जो है ना इसमें आती है।
क्या मुझे बता, मुझे जरा नॉकी की आवाज कम करने दे। हाँ बोल।
कंट्रोल कर सकते हो, मतलब इन हेडफोन में ना अपनी
मैं बोल रहा हूं, जब एक बार टैग लग जाए ना, हैकरों के साथ बंदा खेलता है,
तो इसके आर्टिस्ट में जो प्लेयर्स के साथ है वो सारे हैकर्स हैं या कोई हैकर निकला है उनमें से?
यार बहुत पहले यार ये है, इसकी टीम में कोई हैकर वगैरह था ना,
अच्छा
अनफेयर खेल रहा था, तो इसने टीम लीव कर दी सब कुछ। मतलब मैं टीम लीव करी है, मैं न्यू टीम बना रहा हूँ।
अच्छा,
ये पिछले पीएमएनसी से पहले फिर इसने टीम वगैरह जो है चेंज करके दूसरी टीम में गया है। उस टीम ने भी हफ्ते बाद को टुडा करा दिया कि हमें कोई नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम्स वाले क्या टूर्नामेंट वाले भी आपकी वजह से नहीं रख रहे, आर्टिस्ट होता है या के साथ खेलता है, हमारी टीम को भी कोई स्लॉट दे रहा है। उस टीम ने भी निकाल दिया। फिर कोई एक और टीम है, कोई कोई मशहूर सी टीम है, उसमें गया तो उन्होंने भी 4-5 दिन बाद टुडा करा दिया कि कोई हमें कोई स्लॉट ही देता है नॉर्मल स्क्रीम्स वगैरह टूर्नामेंट्स में। ये आर्टिस्ट ऑफ किया है तो इस वजह से ये सारा सीन था।
मतलब कि उसे हर तरफ से डिसअपॉइंटमेंट मिल रही है। हाँ
लड़की को देख मैप बना रहे हैं,
प्लेयर अच्छा है,
अपना मैप खुद ही बना रहे हैं।
उन्होंने पबजी स्पोर्ट अब छोड़ दिया। अच्छा
उसको जो है ना स्टिकर को पेस्ट
छोड़नी से और क्या करना।
अबे भाई यार, किस हर तरफ से डिसअपॉइंटमेंट मिल रही हो तो ऐसा ही होता है। और क्या वो बैठ के चूमे उन्हें
क्या हुआ?
इसीलिए पाकिस्तानी स्पोर्ट्स प्रो नहीं
ड्रॉप क्लैश क्या लेके आऊं, क्या लेके जाऊं
ब्रो, ही नहीं
लेके
सकता
जाऊं?
पाकिस्तानी स्पोर्ट्स।
पिक्चर में बाद दे दूंगा।
10 सालों तक की ग्रो।
टिकटॉक कह रहा भी पोस्ट करनी है तस्वीर। अच्छा मुझे बता, ये ब्लेड इधर ही है ना? ब्लेड ही है ये बंदा?
ओ भाई ये होता ही पेरिस में है, ये उनके साथ ही है,
ठीक है।
मेंबर है समझो।
अरीना में खाना है ना, खाना इतना खास नहीं है, तो अभी मैं और ब्लेड भाई जा रहे हैं।
हाँ ब्लेड ही है ये।
प्लेयर लाउंज से खाना पैक
इसको बाल्टी कहते हैं।
खाना रेड बुल के लिए उनके लिए जाएंगे, थोड़ा रिफ्रेश हो जाए वो लोग।
मैंने कल खेला थोड़ा सा ये रैंक अरीना।
जल्दी से सामान पैक करके निकलते
हैं। यार लाइट ही नहीं थी ना यार, बकवास
भाई पबजी वाले डिसमिस करने के बाद भी प्रूव नहीं कर सके ब्रदर छोड़ दी है उसने, टीममेट्स ने भी और उसने भी। वाह, मतलब टीममेट्स भी
भागदौड़ी में हो रहा है कब
यानी कि इकट्ठे ही उन्हें कहीं रख नहीं रहे होंगे।
स्वीट कौन
यार मेरी बात क्या है, जब एक बार टैग लग जाए ना हैकरों के साथ खेलता है तो बस फिर पूरी कम्युनिटी में एक बार बंदा जलील हो जाए, ऊपर से बंदा फेमस टिकटॉकर भी हो, फिर रोला है।
हाँ,
उस साइड है मेन्यू।
मतलब बहुत एहतियात करनी पड़ती है भाई साहब, पूरा करियर बर्बाद हो जाता है।
तो भाई जाहिर सी बात है, इतने पीएमएनसी टॉप 64 आना शुगल थोड़ी होता है। वो टॉप 1 के ऊपर थे, 64 में टॉप 1 बैठा हुआ था वो, 55 56 पॉइंट। लॉयल्टी फर्स्ट के 23 पॉइंट थे, 22 पॉइंट थे टॉप 9 वाली टीम के। लॉयल्टी फर्स्ट का आधा पॉइंट का पता है, लॉयल्टी फर्स्ट बाहर हो कितनी बड़ी टीम है लॉयल्टी फर्स्ट, ये उस वाली लॉबी में टॉप 1 बैठा हुआ।
ओ भाई साहब,
शक तो होना है।
और वकास भाई वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं, मैं इनकी कॉल भी सुन रहा हूं अंदर जो है ना लोग मैचेस खेल रहे। अभी फिलहाल जो है ना 3 मैच हो चुके हैं, चौथा मैच है पॉइंट पे
पक्के को पता नहीं क्या हो गया यार, बकवास खराब तो नहीं हो।
सेकंड के 30।
अच्छा, इधर हर स्क्रीन अलग अलग रहती है, मतलब कि एक स्क्रीन में पूरा मैप खुला हुआ है, एक स्क्रीन जो है वो कोई और स्पेक्टेट कर रही है, कोई और स्पेक्टेट कर रही है।
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह 6 मैचेस के बाद 6 मैचेस
अब क्या पता किसी और नेम से ऊपर आए शायद, पता नहीं, कह सकते हैं। अगर वो भाई साहब
अब नहीं
गिव अप ना करे तो
अब हो गया गिव अप, अब नहीं आता। अल्टीमेट द क्लासिक की चेल्सी।
अंदर की बात बताता हूं आपको, ये बातें जो है ना आपको पता नहीं थी, बल्कि मैंने पिछले वर्ल्ड कप के ब्लॉग में बोला था।
सीन कुछ ऐसा होता है ना कि
आप टॉप करते हो ना,
इसलिए तो कोई स्पोर्ट्स टीम पाकिस्तान की दूसरी ऊपर नहीं आती
टॉप
पोर्टी
1 को या फिर टॉप 2 को ना ये लोग बुला
फोर्टी फिर कैसे बच गई है
में एक लॉ है कि आप जो है ना आपकी टेस्ट
भाई 40 में ये सारे सिस्टम नहीं थे, लॉयल्टी थी सब बंदों में, एक बंदे में। अब भाई नोकी 5th है, नोकी रोने लग जाए मुझे भी खिलाओ ये भी खिलाओ, नोकी सबसे ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करता है टीम को।
ठीक है, ड्रग्स ना लो, फिर हम ड्रग्स के
नोकी ज़्यादा बैकिंग ही नहीं कोई देता इन चारों
ये पहले दिन ही हो जाता है,
इस वजह से टीम
चेकिंग होती है। अभी जो है ना हमारे लड़कों का जो प्लेइंग 4 है उनका टेस्ट हो रहा है
इस दफा पता है क्या हुआ है?
हाँ, बाकी टीमों में ऐसा हो जाए कुछ भी रोला कोला टीम छोड़ है जी, ए हो गया जी, ओ हो रहा है जी, रोला ही नहीं मुझे।
पिछली दफा दो बंदों को हुआ था, इस बार सारे चारों को हो रहा है।
अगले 10 साल तक कोई दूसरी टीम नहीं आ
वकास भाई बड़े
सकती।
खुश लग रहे हैं।
नंबर
1
इसके पीछे क्या लिखा हुआ?
वकास
छोटे लिखा नंबर।
नहीं
ये वेंडर की छुट्टी बहुत अच्छा बंदा है। वेंडर अगर तू देख रहा है तेरी छुट्टी है, नहीं छोड़ेंगे आपको।
वेंडर भाई आप
एक आपने जैकेट एक देखो मेरा पेट टाइट किया।
नहीं बड़े स्मार्ट लग रहे हैं वकास भाई, स्मार्ट लग रहे हैं, स्मार्ट लग रहे हैं।
जैकेट ही शर्ट नहीं बनाई इसने,
ये ब्लेड की है ही नहीं।
भूल गए यार, ऐसी फॉर्मेट
नहीं वेंडर ने बनाया था, हमारे लड़के भूल गए। दिखा ब्लेड 360 ओ यार ब्लेड यार क्या स्मार्ट है, हैंडसम तो है। गाइस आफ्टर मैचेस टेकन सीन्स विद लड़का लोग, आईक्यू लाइव है।
कंटेंट है ना, कंटेंट इस बार बहुत मिल रहा है ना, रेड भी लाइव होता है, आईक्यू भी लाइव होता है, कोई ना कोई लाइव
इस
होता है।
वर्ल्ड कप पता नहीं क्यों वो वाइब भी नहीं आ रही है।
क्या हो?
अब तो वो तो सीरियस टाइम था ना,
वही भी नहीं।
अब जरा रिलैक्सिंग हो रही है। वकास भाई जीते, वकास भाई जीते। नीना गाइस ये छोटी मोटी लड़कियां आ रही है टेकन के लिए, इनको पता नहीं है केल किसके साथ रहे।
मार पड़ रही है,
मार पड़ रही है,
मार पड़ रही है लड़की को।
अच्छा लड़की को
कब स्टार्ट हो
उसको
सी
इम्प्रेस करवाना चाह रहे हो?
मैं तो नौकी का शुगल देख रहा हूँ।
गाइस ये छोटी मोटी लड़कियां आ रही है, इनको बताएं वकास भी ये केल किसके साथ रहे हैं लोग?
प्राइस है $5 लाख।
5 लाख डॉलर।
काफी फेमस है।
अच्छा,
फेमस, हाँ, सऊदीया की जो है ना काफी फेमस है और बहुत अच्छी है।
उसको पता है आप कौन हो?
उसको तो पता है मेरे बारे, लेकिन गेम के बारे में नहीं पता।
अच्छा,
बहुत शायद ये मुझे बीट करेगी।
ये तो बड़ा खतरनाक किस्म का, ये अपनी सेटिंग वगैरह कर रही है।
इसे पता है। देखो, हाँ देखो भाई,
ओ
वो अपनी सेटिंग वगैरह कर रही है, बड़ी खतरनाक लग रही है। तो
उसका आसान है और मेरा टफ है।
वो तो लड़की को जितवा रहा है, इम्प्रेस करने के लिए कर रहे हैं। करना पड़ता है।
7WG40 के साथ बैठ के खाना खा रहा होता है।
हाँ,
लड़की का चक्कर बाबू भैया, लड़की का चक्कर।
खाना शान लेके हाँ, आ जा अभी है टाइम। अभी जरा आतिफ भट्ट और फरजीन गया हुआ है, वकास भाई से 1v1 हो रहा है। गाइस
चिल कर
वकास
रहे
भाई
हैं यार
वर्सेस
लड़के।
फरजीन भाई।
ऐसे यार
versus
पूरा
four
अकेला हुआ भाई साहब, बाहर जाना, टीम का बाहर जाना और भाई साहब वहाँ जाके खेलना, भाई साहब लेवल हो जाता है।
शुगर तो नहीं है भाई।
एंजॉयमेंट है यार, ऐसी एंजॉयमेंट हो जाती है
भाई प्रेशर थोड़ा होता है। टॉप 1 का
फरजीन भाई, आपका होटल कौन सा है?
मेरा ये मैर्क्यूर, पता नहीं क्या नाम।
मेरियट
नहीं, मैर्क्यूर है, इधर ही है, सामने ही।
नजदीक है।
हाँ, हाँ।
बस टीटू पिता लग गया है। लग गया है।
आ जाओ फिर, मेरी तरफ से नोगी खिलाएगा अगर आप।
खिला दूंगा, डन। उधर वकास भाई पानी पी रहे हैं रिफ्लेक्सेस तेज करने के लिए।
चलो भाई, आ जाओ मैदान। मुश्किल लग रहा है
ये तो you know these guys, these two are champions from Pakistan, taken champions. This guy Farzeen and Atif Bhatt. Vista.
ओए ਇੱਥੇ ਰੋਟੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਤੈਨੂੰ ਖਾਣ ਦੀ ਪਈ ਹੈ। ਇੱਥੇ ਰੋਟੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਹੈ। काम मुश्किल है।
Bro, Titu. वकास भाई, वो एक बात याद आई थी। एक बात याद आई थी।
#1 हुज़ैफा 46 किल 14 3300 डैमेज 17 नॉकआउट।
#2
फलक नहीं है। क्या मतलब फलक? अरे फलक को थोड़ी देना। फलक को थोड़ी है।
Guys, after a very long day, it's currently 9 PM.
Yep, 9 PM.
9 PM अभी जो है ना जरा
It's about to be dawn कहते 10 कहते 10 dawn।
हाँ? अच्छा, उसका
सूरज के गुरूब का मगरिब। आपकी इंग्लिश तो मेरे से ज़्यादा कमज़ोर है।
English not coming?
English not coming.
English not coming to you or you not coming to me?
Directly proportional. This phenomenon is directly proportional.
ये वो सामने
हेलीकॉप्टर मैचेस ख़त्म हो चुके हैं, लड़का लोग अपने होटल जा चुके हैं, मैं और लेट रह गया। शाहीन भाई की तबीयत थोड़ी नासाज थी। शाहीन भाई ने बोला मैं जा रहा हूँ सोने। ठीक है, अब जो है ना मैं और प्लेट अंदर तो खाना नहीं खा रहे, बोर हो गए तो थोड़ा सा तो ज़रा पिज़्ज़ा पेलते हैं।
अंदर का जंक फूड नहीं खा रहे, बाहर का खाने वाला है।
बाहर का जंक फूड खाते हैं, पिज़्ज़ा पेलते हैं, उसके बाद रात को 10 बजे निकलते हैं। आजा Bro, what the fuck, bro?
जे वॉकिंग करना है मैंने, जे वॉकिंग।
यहाँ से गुजर तो जाएंगे लेकिन थोड़ी देख, जब से आए ना हम ऐसे कर रहे, थोड़ा सा ना अब रिस्पेक्टफुल में जाते हैं।
एटिकेट्स।
हाँ, थोड़ा सा मैनर्स। अभी सारे देख रहे हैं।
अच्छा।
क्या समझेंगे ये उठ के आया और सीधा सड़कों में चल रहा है, मतलब औरत तो है वैसे
तो लोग कहेंगे लोगों का काम है कहना। आज आप इधर भी रुकेगा क्या?
भाई आपके माइक से की आवाजें आती रहती हैं।
हेलो ब्रदर,
अभी भी आई यार।
एक सेकंड रुक फिर।
वालेकुम सलाम ब्रदर। 1 पेपरोनी पिज्जा स्पेशल या
पर एक चिकन भी लेता है, मजे का था चिकन
पिज्जा। 2 बंदे 2 पिज्जा खाएंगे?
मैं अकेला खा लूँ?
2 बंदे 2 पिज्जा खाएंगे। 1 चिकन पिज्जा या वेरी
मैं नहीं खा सकता।
तूने अगर खा लिया ना,
अगर मैंने इजी है, मैं तो उसके साथ सैंडविच भी खा सकता हूँ, बता रहा हूँ।
100 यूरो लग गए। तूने सैंडविच पूरा खाना है, 1 चिकन पिज्जा पूरा खाना है।
अगर सैंडविच और पिज्जा मैंने दोनों खत्म करना है।
तूने सैंडविच खाना है ये वाला।
कौन सा?
ये वाला।
अबे तो कुछ मजे का बना है ये, कि तू किस चीज़ का बना रहा है?
तो वो तो चिकन ही है ना।
चिकन ये रहा।
चल वही बना ले।
चल ठीक है, डन कर, लेट्स गो।
चलो
लेट्स गो
ब्रदर। 1 दिस
चिकन सैंडविच,
1 chicken sandwich also.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, full meal. Full meal है ना brother? Full meal.
फ्राइज भी कर साथ में।
Full meal. Yes,
फ्राइज और पिज्जा।
Full meal. Full spicy brother.
A little bit. I'm doing a challenge, no?
Come brother, come.
अभी भी इतनी ज्यादा आवाजें आई जा रही हैं।
हल्के में ले लिया।
नहीं, वो अब तेरे माइक से सिर्फ आ रही है। मैं जो है स्ट्रीम पे स्लो
100 पाउंड आपकी जेब से निकलेंगे। Let's go.
तैयार रहे।
अच्छा, हमारी आवाज स्ट्रीम में थोड़ी लाउड करो। जो स्ट्रीम की आवाज होती है ना दूसरी, वो थोड़ी कम रखा करो। वो आप बहुत ज्यादा रखते हो।
अगर तूने
भाई कम होती है।
100 यूरो का
वो वाली ज्यादा होती है स्ट्रीम वाली आवाज।
सोच लिया।
चल कम रखा करूंगा।
अगर इसने रिकॉर्डिंग तेरी रिकॉर्डिंग पे वो नहीं है,
और अगर नहीं खाया गया गाइस, खाना पहला जा रहा है। अभी ब्लेड भाई का यही चैलेंज है। ब्लेड भाई आपने पूरा खत्म करना है।
अबे भाई जंक फूड सामने रखा हुआ है, मुझे भी भूख लग रही है यार।
गरम
नहीं एक साथ खाऊंगा ना दोनों।
बातें सुनो इसकी।
तो हाँ ना गाइस, चैलेंज लगा हुआ है, ठीक है। इसने मुझे बोला है कि 1 पिज़्ज़ा पूरा और ये सैंडविच साथ में, दोनों अगर मैंने फिनिश कर लिया ना तो आज़ाद। कुछ बोला?
व्लॉग बनाना भूल रहे थे। अस्सलाम वालेकुम गाइस। डे 2 क्या बोल रहा हूँ, डे 2 ऑफ द इवेंट। शाहीन भाई आपका चल रहा है क्या ये? शाहीन भाई आपका भी वही सीन है। आ जाओ गाइस। चलो टाइम हुआ जाता है निकलने का। आज ज़रा सा हम लेट हो गए तो ज़रा नाश्ता नहीं किया। नाश्ते में तो खा भी क्या रहा था। नाश्ते में वैसे हम कुछ खा रहे थे, बस ऐसे टाइम पास हो रहा था नाश्ते में। चलते ज़रा डायरेक्ट लंच करेंगे। लंच पे मिलते हैं लड़का लोग के साथ भी। लड़का लोग भी अभी तक आ चुके होंगे। वहाँ पे 10 बजे रिहर्सल है ना, 10 बजे 11 बजे 10:30 देखते हैं। इसी के राउंड अबाउट है 10।
अरे भाई आवाजें आज जा रही हैं। वाह की यार,
डायरेक्ट मैचेस में इन हो गए।
अच्छा भाई मैं बंद करूं कूलर।
आज सीरियस होंगे मैचेस। डे 1 में गाइस असल में ये होता है ना कि डे 1 में सारे टीम बस खेल रही होती है, ठीक है, जिसका जो चीज़ वर्क कर रहा है। जिसका जो चीज़ वर्क कर रहा है बस वो अपनी गेम स्टाइल करता है, ठीक है। वर्क कर गया तो कर गया, नहीं तो डे बुरा जाएगा। डे 2 में, डे 3 में, डे 3 अगर हुआ तो
His teams, I know Lay's back in the studio just feeling cool, calm, and collected. They want to talk about some other teams.
Yes, thank you so much, Seven, and welcome to the Cozy Corner, where we're about to spill the tea for you, joined by Kalaris and Jackie. Now, Kalaris, You had a nice little conversation with Yangon Galacticos. Spill the tea for us.
I'm concerned for them, Lace, honestly, because coming into today here, last day of survival stage, they are the defending champions. However, when talking to Smile about how things maybe may go from last year compared to this one, they want to try and mix in some kind of aggression in order to be able to keep up with this lobby. I don't think it's kind of mixed in just yet at all, and I think they're going to have a very hard time mixing it in when they won the previous year off some passive play. So it's going to be difficult here for a return championship performance.
I mean, I have to agree, and you know, a lot of the teams that we sort of put in that passive play style have been kind of gifted zones, and I haven't seen really YG get that kind of zone gifted opportunity. So I must agree with you there. Oh, the tea has been spilled. Now, Jackie, we have E-Arena. They were heavy hitters in our group stages. They've
kind of have these incredible high highs. Again, full high board in terms of all of PUBG Mobile history. True. To then have the kind of wishy-washy performances that they've had so far. It's funny because when I spoke to them right after this, they said, lucky. And I was like, no, not lucky at all, not lucky at all. But now that I'm looking at it, I think to myself after all the other games, I'm like, okay, maybe there is some truth to that. And I don't want that to be the case because E-Arena has been able to show this incredible kind of performance.
I agree. And after like an interview that they had yesterday, and they were saying like, you know, we're not really getting that kind of that gateway to be able to take it. And I kind of compared it to Furia. Furia were aggressive and they're making those sorts of plays and they're getting those points. If we can just see E-Arena return to the aggressiveness, because the only other team really doing that,
स्ट्रीम वैसे उतने खास अभी आगे नहीं गई लेकिन स्टार्ट है.
I think if E-Arena can adapt to that, they'll be the second kind of team doing that aggressiveness.
The main concern is that they, yes, right now they're currently in that top 5, right? However, the mid-pack is so close and all the way down to 15th place, basically, Jackie, that anybody from those positions could quite easily jump up with just one game alone and knock them out of that top 5 instantly.
And I think that is why it's so tumultuous right now, because obviously we've seen it's not that consistent from them, right? So how do you fix that in the space of one day? 6 games left to go. Fear starts to kick in when other teams are rising their skill level as well. It feels like everyone's getting a bit better the longer the competition's gone on, especially in survival stage, with our top squads out of the running. Yeah, it's just a bit hard out there, Lace. You can cut the tension with a knife.
And we can cut the tension with our teas. Guys, great job. That's been the tea from the Cozy Corner. We're going to throw it over to Glitter with the CC update.
As we head into the last day for survival stage, it's time for another CC storyline check-in, because we're focusing on 2 teams today. We've got GK Esports, who are in the top 6 right now, and if we were to do some quick math, hypothetically, if they could win the entire event, they would jump from 17th to 6th place on our CC leaderboard. But the even bigger storyline is, of course, AGAL, the team at the top of the CC leaderboard right now, finds themselves in survival and in 9th place. So not only are they not safe, they haven't guaranteed their place into finals. It's very close, though. We have them at 32 points right now. They're only 7 points behind 6th place at 39 points. And GK Esports, like I just mentioned, they are at 41. Suffice to say, it's a very close lobby right now, which means 6 matches they played today are very important. We're going to be checking in all day long to see how they're doing, keep you up to date with all these storylines. And at the end of it all, we'll see how it plays out.
Thank you, Glitter, for that CC update. Yeah, the CC update is going to keep on getting even spicier, especially as we get closer and closer to the weekend. But something else that we actually need to start talking about, because you mentioned it earlier as well, Max, is just player performances. With what we have seen now multiple 1v2s, 1v4s. Dukes, Milu, great cast, by the way, yesterday. It's been all over Instagram using that hashtag EWC.
It was insane. I mean, that 1v4 was so wild to see, and it just really invigorated that whole squad. So these players are really going to have to start popping off here. Like I said, Milu, 18 eliminations, QZZ with 15. They have the top 2 performers so far. Going on down, you have Leparkin from RRQ with 12 eliminations. And surprisingly, right below him, Necessary from the Wolves, all right? So it's good to see the Wolves, you know, on the top of the leaderboards or something. Hopefully we can see them here at the end in the top 6, but they're going to have to do a little bit more work. But one team in particular that I got to look at is Alpha 7, okay? Looking at their player stats, you have Guizhou in 6th with 11, who's actually the top performer for A7 here, right? Where's Carrillo? Where is Rebel? They're down in 11th and 19th, so these are 2 squads that definitely need to start popping off quick here, Neptura.
No, they really do. I've been looking at A7, right, because This team, we expect so much from them. We know so much about them, and yet they're doing nothing of what we expected them to do, to be honest. They're so hot and cold, and yes, the stats do match up to a fairly decent day, right? I mean, we did see some great stuff here from Revo, Guizal here with a lot of damage, a lot of elims coming through, but it is just so sad that we're seeing a hot and cold situation coming on through here because, yeah, you've got those splits and the defense is really good. You've got, you know, good opportunity taking, good rotations, but when they try and take these fights, they just go in one by one, and it's odd decision making from such a top tier team.
Yeah, you can see actually Guizal is going to be the top performer for the team, which is very cool to see the new blood of that squad do so well. But actually, I asked Revo yesterday, just before my segment with Kalaris on the stage, and Nuth was said to play because he's like the Rondo guy. And I believe because of that, they're going to put Nuth back to play onto Rondo. And who knows, maybe some of the fewer angles because he's such a new player here in the scene. So Nuth, I think, has a lot of potential, but it does kind of take away some of your team synergy when you add a player literally last second.
The thing is, not only that, especially when you put him at this kind of stage, we tend to have very big tournaments, and this is one of the biggest tournaments for PUBG Mobile esports throughout the year, and usually the pressure ends up getting to them. Quick, who's going to be getting the first win? Predictions time.
Oh, let's
Quickly.
give it to E-Arena.
E-Arena?
I think it's gonna be Furia.
Furia?
KRX, come back.
KRX, all right. I'm going to go with none other than Alpha 7. But it's time we see who's actually going to be getting that first win. Put in your predictions in the chat. Use the hashtag EWC or EWC26 if you end up using social media. But it's time. We start the final day of Survival Stage, PMWC at EWC26. Here we go, baby.
Okay.
Mesdames et messieurs, welcome to the last day of our survival stage. Today, there is no chance for like a second chance, basically. Today, it is do or die.
We began this journey with 32 teams, and after today, just 16 will remain in the fight for $3 million and the stunning PMWC trophy.
Yeah, but Bonnie, remember, 10 teams will see their key destroyed, their hopes and dreams falling straight into our crusher.
The tension in the air is palpable. The spice levels have been dialed from medium to hot, and the energy in the Gadia city grid, it's electric. And so it's time to meet our survivors one final time to the main stage, starting with Kiwoom DRX.
Seven, 2, 1, GS Esports.
Al-Ula Club Esports.
Your defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos.
Dopeness.
Go team.
Ulf Esports.
AGL.
Team RRQ.
Wolves Esports.
Nongshim Red Force.
E-Arena.
भाई साहब आज तबाही होने वाली very like
DK Esports.
Shakir
Alpha 7.
अच्छा बड़े लाइक्स छिके भाई साहब मैं क्या करूं
And finally,
Tiamba.
Every decision, every clutch can change your team's fate. You've got just 6 games left to prove you deserve a spot among the best in the world.
The finals are on the horizon, but who has what it takes to claim the 6 places that remain? It's time to lock in and find out.
चलो भाई साहब A7 की फैन पॉपुलेशन तो है यार
यार A7 ना बोला करो ना यार अल्फा 7
आहा आ रहा है भाई साहब
अल्फा 7 भाई बोलो 50 भी आती है
A7
भाई अल्फा 7
तुझे तंग करने में भी A7 में मजा आता है Poopsman मजे का नाम है यार Poopsman
Poopsman यार Poopsman
Poopsman Poopsman
Poopsman यार hit ना
Revo QZ अरे QZ के मैंने देखा है बड़ा बेहतरीन प्लेयर है ये भी QZZ
They've got his back in a 1 versus 3. Can he make it work? Mormon
now
bleeding out to the zone. E-Arena will fall in the face of Tiamba.
भाई आज के थंबनेल में भी QZZ लगा हुआ है
This is brilliant. There's really not much more for them to do here. Hoxie wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet, and they're not about to start now. Carrillo able to find the final shot, and there's a burn down on the last player for the South Korean side. I think that's by far the cleanest take we've seen of a compound from Alpha 7 today.
Kevin moving up with that almost blown up vehicle here. They know that they are bleeding. Obscure up, trying to make a play. All the way himself. The Revo goes down, and now they're gone. DK said,
it's done.
Yeah, see you later, Alpha 7. This is our game to win.
But again, like Alpha 7 takes so long to even do anything in that situation. They could have helped along that fight with the arena a lot sooner.
Wow.
We know it's Tiamba. We want to slow them down. And RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close to personal. Mew! With the nade! Turning the tables! And he's doing this all by himself! Whoa. It's a squad wipe! 1v4 from Milu!
A desperate last-moment dash coming in now for our teams.
With 6 more matches to play, we are going to be heading straight into Rondo to kick things off. It is all to play for. More 1v4s?
I hope so. I hope so too, man. I mean, the 1v4s yesterday were pretty mad. Milu made that one look incredibly easy. Overall, just very, very excited to jump into the final day of survival before we head over towards those finals. Let's find out who our top 6 will be, which 10 teams will be sending home, because this is the most brutal stage thus far. Tiamba right now on an average damage count of 1,758 damage per game, but it's the average survival time, which is just disgusting, at a whopping 27 minutes and 38 seconds. When roughly most games end at the 30-minute mark, we are making it pretty much right to the end every single time. Slightly different story here for E-Arena, John, making it fairly far in, but we're lacking on those elims. It has been less aggression coming through from E-Arena.
Yeah, and I mean, those 2 minutes are pretty important as well. Yeah. Towards the end of the match, always those 2 minutes equate to maybe like 5 placement points, essentially, when you're getting down to the wire. Every single team will know the importance of just going those few minutes further, deeper into the game. Alpha 7 They definitely want to try and get up towards the top 6, break into it solidly. Well, they are there currently, but you know, keep that momentum going to be able to sow the seeds of victory.
Yeah, they were able to penetrate into the top 6 yesterday, which is fantastic for them, but it came at a cost, right? There was a lot less aggression coming through from them. They were relying on lucky games, and I think for them, I'm hoping that yesterday was a bit of a wake-up call. I hope they got back and they weren't happy with that top 6. That's what I'm hoping for right now for Alpha 7. I'm hoping they go back to their old antics, a little bit more aggression, a little bit more speed, velocity in these matches. That's what makes them them. And I truly believe if they continue playing like this and they do make it through to the finals, it is going to be a bit of a wash for them. This team has a lot more to give, but this year it's just not been it. Anyway, let's drop in with some of our other teams. Wolves right now, it's just not working. It really is not working for them at the moment at all. Again, that cohesion, talked about yesterday, not quite there. Feels like some of the rotates towards the end game feel a little sloppy. But honestly, I do think that they have some strong players on side. I mean, Elementrix really impressed me yesterday overall. I still think that this guy is one of the strongest players from that team and is a really strong contender here at PMWC, at EWC. But the individualistic nature of teams just does not work anymore. Everyone needs to step up. That's the thing of the past.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's something we've been saying for the last probably few years now at this point, right? You do need to have all cylinders firing to make sure your engine's pushing as hard as it can. And it's potentially something for a couple of other teams to be considering. We talk about star players quite a lot, and I feel like Ulf and Nongshim both have their star player on side, and Eren and Hyunbin respectively. They do need to have the rest of the team with them. We have seen that for both those two rosters, though. I like the brains on Nongshim, and I feel like Ulf can step forward.
नहीं ये RR थी हाँ भाई साहब RR को ROG का स्पॉन्सर है ना करो भाई ROG का Republics of Gamers.
Rondo is where you can gain the points. It's where you can get those eliminations. It's where you can set yourself up with a 39-point game and still fail to qualify for the
लो
finals.
भाई साहब plane आ
The
गया
difference between you and top 6 and staying there. For some teams like Nongshim Red Force, they could grab themselves a massive game from the top 6. They're currently in 6th place, could rocket themselves up towards the top of the leaderboard. Tiamba, however, I think their momentum is legendary coming in.
अच्छा हमारी कौन-कौन सी टीम थी या आज कोई चेंज करनी है है ना हेलो रेहान आज क्या कहते हो टॉप 3 को कहाँ पे एंड होगा और टॉप 6 का मतलब के कट ऑफ पॉइंट्स क्या बनेंगे बता तो सही ना तूने कल की लॉबी देख ली है मुझे खुद नींद आ गई लेकिन बता सही इसी तरह इंटरेस्ट बना रहेगा ना भाई वरना तियांबा तो कर रही है भाई अगर आज वो थोड़ा सा भी अच्छा खेल लेते हैं भाई सब कर जाएगी क्यों टॉप 3 में पक्का है ये क्यों रेहान क्या कहता है
यार मुझे नहीं पता यार
वर्ड
अल्फा 7 ठीक है
A7
यार नहीं ना भाई अल्फा 7 ना बोला करो A7 नहीं ना भाई
अल्फा 7 ना बोला करो A7 नहीं ना भाई
A7 ओपन जोन
क्या टाइम चल रहा है तेरे पास मेरा भी आ रहा है सबर है
भाई इनकी स्ट्रीम में शोर नहीं इंग्लिश पे लेके बहुत क्या म्यूजिक लगा हुआ है
वो ऐसा कर देते होते हैं लेकिन भाई साहब
अभी तक किया ही नहीं है
down to 1. We've already had 3 teams basically fully lose on this hot drop. It's looking like we might get another one.
There are 8 seconds पीछे
going low, going down, and AL want to get stuck into
a
powerhouse on side. Already stepping up.
2 मिनट 10 सेकंड 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 13
मेरा 25 26
ओ भाई साहब
relatively dense towards outside.
outside. Being Yangon Galacticos defending champions here, now looking to get a little bit more done. But it's AGAL who came off the back of a big win yesterday. Final Mirror
40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. भाई साहब तो आ गया मुझे लगता है मुझे स्ट्रीम चेंज करनी पड़ेगी
It's going to be a really big boom for them going forward. Hopefully trying to levy that one, get that one on side. Scarface stepping out for Ulf, gets across, uncontested right there. Sportsman at the back line.
Second, yeah.
They didn't see him cross over and he was caught unawares. Lovely layer down on the DP there. And pushes him back, leaves them a little bit worse for wear. E-Arena just took down their outpost, honestly, for Ulf. So Solus actually out over towards that northern side. That leaves Ulf in a kind of an awkward situation now. It's do or die for them. They are all inside of Yulin. There is no one on the outside edge. Ulf could go down right now. They're starting to play a little bit more passive now. This is a good approach for them. They're going to play over towards the pagoda and figure out an exit. They can move out towards the east here, though, John. That's a possibility. It's in the direction of the circle, but you're going to have to give up eliminations for that. Are they willing? And they also don't have vehicles here, Blank, right? They got stuck straight to the hot drop. They were expected to be able to regroup later on as Maple goes down. Thierry able to hop in through the window and get that flush. But yeah, for Ulf, it is pretty dire. Aaron has managed to find a vehicle there and does get on the road heading south. Might crash in towards Kike as they move up to potentially pinch this one through. So danger for Ulf on all fronts. I mean, you're absolutely right. That arena flex out works really very well, and that's going to slow things in Yulin down. But that feels like a bit of a mystery coming through from Ulf. Honestly, for E-Arena, it was clear before the tournament ever started. They tend to go for this big old trash loot drop over towards stadium side. They don't just stay in stadium. They like to have outside outposts. And for Ulf there, that's a little bit of a poor read in my opinion. And Solus pays the price for it. And for a hot drop there, which could have been absolutely monumental for them because Scarface was certainly feeling it, suddenly you're having to leave some of these eliminations on the table. Quizao finds Aking from Tiamba. And E-Arena looks to send out over towards the northwest side. RRQ moving down towards the southeast, looking to poke their nose in over towards Yulin, but we're on board with Furia, another team that was doing fantastically well yesterday. Right now, Ayala, one of the top players, currently down. We're in ball with the coach corner. Honestly, the coaches, they look happy at the moment for Furia. We'll see for how long. They're going to be holding on the inside. E-Arena, I was pointing at it for you there, but out they were jumping onto the Alpha 7 solo, who they've just taken down as well. So Alpha 7 now in Neox, in this Yulin hot drop in a crucial route out. The engine is roaring. Once again, Igor's a great approach here from him. Keep things going, like you say. Quizao on the exit. Geeke, Ragnarok is in front. Lepar takes a lot of damage. Ragnarok just gets fully melted, just crushed underneath the bonnet. We'll just get the resale and go for the revive, but all right, I mean, that's how you dangerous game right now for our nation. This is good for Alpha 7. This is what we want to see. I don't want to see you guys. Absolute offside. Down to one recall tower, they took a solo out. They've sent it to another recall tower, another solo gone. That has changed the dynamic in Yulin so dramatically. It looks like they might have been trying to catch out a player from Alpha 7 again on that egress, but Quizao does manage to slip on through that net, and E-Arena now sending a duo in towards Yulin itself. Playing spot. Approach is good outside of Yulin. All off the back of the out on day 2. Interesting strategy as well for E-Arena because they clear out suddenly a lot of space and then they can wrap into Yulin, start taking down teams, and they might just be getting rid of full squad. Trying to find the dregs, the remnants. Interesting that Quizao heads up to their original backup recall tower on this spot. instead of going
पीछे
a little
रोला
bit
और
further
ये
west or
ऑडियंस
maybe
में
even
डाला
breaking
हुआ
further south, but Alpha 7 will be
है
able to get
खोल
back
की
to
आवाजें
full
आ रही हैं
form. And already 8
बकवास है भाई
eliminations on the cards for them. Blank of nice early bolstering. Revo very much. They get themselves spinning, and you could spin at home yourself with the lucky spin here at 2026 for the PMWC. You can draw off the exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set, which you'll be seeing all in game. Fantastic set overall, very very cool stuff.
रेहान क्या टाइम चल रहा है तेरे पास
So make sure you do get those spins in whilst they last.
मैं स्टार anonymous से देख रहा हूँ
क्या टाइम चल
Most of
रहा
them whilst they're here. Here's a little replay. Okay,
है
necessary.
8 भी नहीं हुए अभी
Okay, just steps out for the spray down. Wolves have been piecing themselves back together here. They
क्यों रो रहा है ये
currently 4th place, and a lovely 2-piece coming through from Necessary on side. It's been pretty good for the squad. Next circle comes on through though, Blank, and it shifts up towards Danching.
For Dopeness, they've pretty much been here the entire time. This feels like a very, very classic thing coming through from Dopeness. In the meantime, Ulf, like we said, they had to leave some of those points behind there. They were a little bit worried, not as courageous as, let's say, Alpha 7. So they moved down towards
720 मैंने ऑटो पे कर लिया यार वो ऑटो पे क्या कहते हैं चलता रहेगा और #16 to #3
likely not going to be a huge amount of teams in
हाँ
that anyway.
6 मैचेस में कम से कम इतनी लीड पार करना तो जरा सा आसान ही है अगर बात की जाए 26 या 30 पॉइंट्स की तो 42 पे हैं और परफॉर्म सारी टीम्स कर रही हैं भाई सब सारी टीम्स खेल रही हैं सबके तकरीबन 30 पॉइंट्स अराउंड इस तरह के हैं KRX बड़ी गंदी खेल रही है बाकी मेरी जो प्रेडिक्शंस थी उसमें कितनी टीम्स आ रही हैं एक मेरी थी गोट दूसरी थी मेरी A7
सब रेवो 5 किल कर गया भाई
ना कर और कौन सी टीम थी भाई
It's not looking super easy to try and navigate RRQ wanting to navigate this.
Oh, crypto भी कर रहा है वॉच पार्टी
ये रीना
Make sure they don't make that one happen.
मेरी प्रेडिक्शन की भी 2 टीम्स तो हैं तुम्हारी प्रेडिक्ट की हुई कितनी टीम्स हैं एक कोरिया वुल्फ्स भी कर रही है भाई साहब हालांकि वुल्फ्स को इतना खास वो नहीं मिला
क्या टाइमर चल रहा है
10 32 33 34 35 36 37 38
46 47
भाई साहब 7-8 सेकंड तो आगे हैं
अभी कर लो ना
भाई नहीं हो रही मैंने कोशिश की है तो 5 सेकंड बस एक बार पीछे को दबा दे मैंने कोशिश की है बहुत कोशिश की है नहीं हो रही
over the course of this match, not wanting to get stuck in. Well, actually, they were forced to be a little bit more reserved because they did go down in the hot drop earlier on. So they are now playing not necessarily on
मेरी A7 और E Arena दोनों हैं हाँ 3 टीम्स का वैसे कहा था आपकी 2 टीम्स इसमें हैं ओ भाई ये 7 9 किल कर चुकी है चियो 4 बंदे भी हैं चियो
ये रहा A7 बोला मैं कॉल कर
अल्फा 7 नहीं A7 अच्छा यार अबे भाई मैं आदत हो गया भाई साहब ना APG को अल्फा गेमिंग बोलते हुए कभी मैंने वो किया है ना उन्हें कभी अल्फा गेमिंग का है ना इधर कभी है अल्फा 7 कह रहा हूँ
उनको सारे APG बोलते हैं और इनको अल्फा 7 था A7 जिन एक बंदे ने नहीं बोला उनको APG बोलते हैं और इनको अल्फा 7 बोलते हैं क्योंकि दोनों
भाई मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ
दोनों का नाम
अबे वो देख शर्ट उतार के खड़ा हुआ है
उनको APG बोलते हैं
वो देख शर्ट उतार के खड़ा हुआ है NS तेरी NS टीम जो है काफी करीब है
I think that they've battled for this, and I don't think that I'm too unhappy that they get a little bit of luck here towards the middle of the game. Don't think they're going to be able to get to that recall
अच्छा वो जो मैंने स्लॉट लेके दी थी तुम लोगों को 4P वाली कितने पॉइंट निकले थे उसमें टोटल या हैशटैग क्या आया था
और उसमें तो हमने खेला ही कोई नहीं था भाई कोई कभी 2 मैन कह रहे थे कभी 3 मैन कह रहे थे तो कोई खेल नहीं रहा पूरी
एक उल्फ कही थी और पता नहीं एक और कौन सी थी पता नहीं ब्रदर आपने एक अल्फा 7 एक ये एरिना और एक उसका नहीं पता एक और कौन सी थी आपने कही थी KRX I think
where there is the woods that you can play around. There's some ridge sides in
DRX
kind of LOS off the back of, but oh my god, a lot of teams just hoping this ends up over towards Danjing because they have committed.
It is very, very packed in there. At least 5 teams in Danjing right now. The Wolves making Kike's game really, really difficult. I feel like he can be punished at every single turn of this match. I
Obscure.
think that if we got a count of who's been eliminated the most, it would be fairly populated by Kike players in this game. They have come back time and time again. Pretty sturdy stuff.
ये अल्फा 7 के जो पहला प्लेयर है इसका क्या नाम है गॉज
Alpha 7 in the meantime still just
हैं वो जी से जिसका नाम शुरू हो रहा है KRX नोमी ने कहा था मैंने शायद AGL हाँ AGL कहा था क्या नाम है इसका
Guzao. Sink their teeth into it, see what they can get done here versus the Wolves because, you know, all things considered, honestly, Wolves have 8 elements so far. Depends how quickly they go out in the near future, though. They send a little bit further towards that north side. They try and isolate the western portion of the circle by LOSing off the back of this small mound. Teams are happy, though. Teams are very happy, in fact, that we are heading back down towards Danjing. Goodness me.
Centric circle.
To try and find a position there for it to only go north. You would be
ओ भाई रोहन को पास से करो
यार रोई जा रहा
get inside, position to play and work off the back of this. They've got AGAL though in the vicinity.
आज लाइट हुई तो आओगे पर हो सकता है शायद मैं ना हूँ आज HP वाले को कहता हूँ अगर टाइम है तो मुझे दे स्ट्रीम अलग अगर मेरे पास बिजली भी हो
भाई 8 बजे वाली कर लो यार मैं भी स्लॉट
अबे भाई 8 बजे वाली कैसे करूँ 8:30 बजे तो यहाँ मैच आखिरी खत्म होता है
पूरा कराओ इसको बंद कर
इसको बंद करना कर दो
क्या
पता चल रहा जो आखिरी मैच के बाद बुक कराना है
नोमी कह रहा है ओ भाई जिसका POV चल रहा होता है वो अगर कोई परफॉर्मेंस दिखाता है तो उसका दिखाता तो उसका नाम पाओ फर्स्ट कास्टर लेता है तो उसको सुन लिया करो पहले कास्टर लेता है तो उससे सुन लिया भाई मैं अब क्या कहूँ भाई ये इंग्लिश के हैं इनको दफा करो इनको वैसे ही कोई नहीं सुन रहा हम में से मैं तो बस टाइम जो है वो क्योंकि OG जो है ज़्यादा ही आगे चल रहा होता है तो फिर मुझे टाइम आगे करना पड़ता है इसलिए मैं फिर इंग्लिश वाली देख रहा हूँ पर इसे थोड़ा बहुत फायदा तो है किक पे थोड़ी सी वो भी आ जाती है वाचिंग भी आ जाती है
They just went straight in and they've managed to land on their feet and GOAT team similarly have pushed it towards Ulf and it's not going well kind of for either team but Ulf right now on their last player alive on the fight on the south side and they are bleeding out something awful. Those recall towers are shut down now blank as well which means that you are not getting players back to their feet if you go down. And with Ulf just on Solus, GOAT team getting those reses on that angle, it looks like they may be able to stay alive as 4 are
big challenges that you felt like there was going to be there when you were making those moves through Los Leones.
那我们先说一下昨天打的最后一张图，因为当时是那个沙漠图，而且那个圈都是在那个城区嘛，然后城区的这种圈通常都是最困难的，因为四面埋伏，就是到处都有危险。但是你们却是非常干净利落的一栋楼这样清过去，然后最终成功的直击了。那能不能跟我们说当时那一张图当中哪一些时刻特别的危险，以及你们当时做出了哪一些就是比较亮眼、比较优秀的一些决策呢？
当时的话应该是扎进去的时候风险挺大的吧，然后当时是被两边一直扫，还好没有掉人。然后后面的话就是我们一起抱团吧，然后一步一步清一个边出来，然后慢慢的往前推，往前打。
Well, yeah, when the circle first formed and we saw that it was in Los Leones, it was very dangerous in our initial incursion into the circle because we were getting kind of like flanked by two different teams. But we managed to, form as a group. We pushed as a team, and then once we cleared out our own side, our own niche, I think it became a lot easier, and we were just clearing building by building together as one singular unit, and I think that was what clinched us victory.
All right, thank you very much, Farage, for the interview. Thank you for the translations. That's been us here with AGAL.
A day where a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. So how about you start improving on stuff that we've been pointing out here? And that's exactly what GOAT Gaming was able to do in this game, Max.
The boys, the GOAT team finally showing up. And you know what? It's very interesting because there's no hovercraft on Rondo, and yet they still get themselves a win. Moxie definitely making me proud in that game. But a great merge of aggression in this game from GOAT team and also strong macro rotates that I do have this that I'm going to break down and play a little bit later on. So check that out later in this desk segment. But no, GOAT team generally the first time in this tournament. I have hope that this team can actually maybe make a big jump at the top 6. And just to highlight what you said earlier, Seven, on the pre-show, the point gap is so minimal towards the middle pack teams, which is where GOAT are. This game, I think, puts them up in top 6.
It was 14-point difference between third place all the way down to 15th place now.
Wow, that's fantastic. I mean, it really just goes to show that anybody with one decent game can jump all the way up. We will see that on the overall leaderboards. There we go. But yeah, GOAT team able to just grab this hilltop. I'm so excited that we actually got a zone here because there's some really dynamic terrain to actually work with, and GOAT handled it so beautifully. RRQ as well, you're seeing there with Yangon. I was really happy with Yangon. Yes, it's more of a passive second place. Yes, the zone was given to them a little bit, but they defended pretty well against RRQ, and we could see them take some shots towards other teams in the zone. So actually, I'm very happy with their performance. They were able to get some killer shots, man. There's some awesome shots coming on through there, and yeah, getting the win is finally going over to GOAT. But Yangon, GG.
Yeah, to be fair, it is really hard for Yangon Galacticos. You just had a fight with RRQ, and then you have to instantly finish the fight with RRQ and go for an exit on to GOAT. I understand that getting that win was not possible, but you know what? A strong second place, Yangon. Again, the point gap is so small that could put them really high on those rankings.
It is strong second place. And look at GOAT team, 25 points, RQ as well. A lot of this squads that actually needed the points. But Lace, I'm looking especially at one squad. And that squad, it's currently in 4. Damn right. Alpha 7 showing up. And not only that, we got a chance to see Revel showing what we know he's capable of.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was kind of like such a beautiful start for them. They're just dropping slightly northwest of Yulin and not getting into that hot drop scenario. But what actually happened was E-Arena forced them out of their initial drop into the hot drop zone as a duo. But you think that would be the downfall of them? No, Reaver the Beast has been unleashed and has come back to play today. He was able to drop 5 eliminations, holding off so many teams that there's actually, I wish I grabbed the clip for you, scaring away RRQ. I mean, he is pushing so much presence onto this team that their team was able to revive themselves, adapt. They cleared a very clear route for them to be able to sit on that northern side. And although, they ended up as a duo at that final against YG, did you see just how much aggression they were showing even as a duo in between a split hold of YG? Like, this is all we were asking for yesterday, and they've turned up today.
Yeah, throw away that car once again. Just make sure we stop hitting Max, because everybody's been doing it over and over again.
Max, I got you.
But just talking about, talking about that gap of points, the GOAT team ends up pushing up all the way up to second place, and this is perfectly, this couldn't be the most perfect example for all the teams that are currently outside of the top 6. If you have a good performance here, you will end up jumping up to that top 6 because of how much everything that Tiamba was able to sponge up yesterday.
It's so true, but this is where we've got to be really careful now, because it all comes down to the next couple of games. Because look at second place, look at 6th, only 10 points difference. Then 7th with Geeke 46, Irina 46, Yangon Galacticos with 44. The list goes on. It's so close. So Goat may have gotten a big jump into that second place position, but it's not over yet. We still have 5 more matches to actually. It could go either way here. These other teams, they're not going to be happy where they are. The points are so close. It's really anybody's game now.
That leaderboard is going to be shifting, okay? It's going to be shifting not only during the match, after the match, and everything in between. We don't know which top 6 teams are going to be going towards the finals, but I do know that Go Team has been putting in the word. Maybe they've been listening to us, because I know Killer Joe definitely speaks English, and they've been adjusting those rotations and trying to make sure they stay alive towards the end of the games.
As I said earlier, this is one of the best rotations we've seen so far this tournament from Go Team, so I'm going to hold you to hold my microphone.
I got some analysis to make right now.
Can you bring it over? Thank you very much. Yeah, I was having a little bit of a bad time. So I want you to look at these positions in particular. You see Goat Team on the southern side. They've been there for like a decent amount of time here, just chilling on the outskirts. Northern Circle, meaning they have 2 options. Or they avoid the fight inside the city of Danqing, or they head to the eastern or western side. And there's a great opportunity that happens later on down the line here. As you can see, there's a big skirmish breaking out between Nongshim Red Force and E-Arena. And this is just ringing the bell. This is your opportunity right here, right now, Go Team, to send it. And the moment they see the fight starting up, they instantly go for this wide western rotation, which not only allows them to clear some teams onto the western side, and they occupy that as their main playing spot for pretty much the rest of the game, but also avoiding all of the skirmish happening in the city itself. It's literally a two birds, one stone kind of situation. And Goat Team, this gives me hope. They can be a strong team in the finals. I just wish they would make it just more consistently, because this was 10 out of 10 stuff.
And that's why Go Team, out of all of us, with the improvement that you've been able to do on that one, you get a chicken for that one. Hopefully you'll be able to keep on getting more, because right now we're going to be heading on to none other than game at number 2, baby.
Oh, absolutely. We're getting ready, and our teams, I feel like they're feeling a bit like that plastic chicken right now, a little bit squeaky, because it is getting a little bit later in the day. With every single match, one opportunity is stricken off your card. Match number 8, we're going back over towards Erangel this time, Blank.
For Go Team, obviously, it's very easy to put all those points. And Valve 7 on our screen. Obviously, I've been critical.
Yeah.
But I was, at the start of that last game, I was very pleased with their performance. I really was. There's just a tentativeness towards that last 10 minutes or last 5 minutes when they get to those stages of the game, where even then I could see Guiz out, setting himself up for that fight, that engagement versus Go Team, which might have been the winner. Creo gets picked up on the backside there because it's just not a full cohesive push. It's tough. It is tough. And I understand the last game was all but they did show, as Kalaris said, a lot of resilience in the early game, and we can't forget that. I think they had a fantastic start. Like, I think they had the best start to that last game than anyone else, and I've said it before, it's very promising right now. So we'll see what more they can get done. The Furia, on the other hand, another team that I did want to talk about. I think they went down fairly early that last match. They got stuck in towards Danqing, tough position to play, slowly bled out players. I have no doubt in my mind, though, the Fury is not going to pop off later today at some point. I think the Furies should be in that top 6. I think they belong in that top 6. From PMMI to now, they are looking for a big win at a major stage in the year. We're heading into game 2 now with Erangel flying over from the top side of the map down towards Nova Evnoya.
A nice, even playing path here, Blank. Nothing too dramatic. Our circles have been pretty cruel, though. I think it's safe to say we were maybe a little bit of we were given a little bit of rest from it in that last rondo. Not super favorable for the teams on the south, but it felt reasonable. We have had some much worse.
Zone देखते हैं कहाँ बनता है.
E-Arena out
पूरा
fairly
diagonal
early,
plane path.
near Alpha 7 there. E-Arena employing interesting strategy at the start of that last rondo, right? Really going on the hunt, like targeting those recall towers and finding those solos in a way that I don't think we've seen so much. It's definitely something that teams have thought about doing. It's some things that we have seen happen, but it felt very much like a very specific game plan for E-Arena to be able to go for those hunt downs. And it was, I believe, it was Ulf and Alpha 7 who lost their solos.
It's been happening actually a lot more recently. There's been more and more times where we'll try and catch out one or two teams who are just carelessly throwing over towards the same spot every single time. That team will just wander in, get themselves free elimination and practically ruin the hopes of another team, or at least make their rotations out very difficult, like it was for the case on Ulf. So yeah, I do think that that is happening more. It's just the first time we've really seen a team go after multiple squads at the same time. QZZ currently at 4,470 damage done. Milu close behind 3,900. But the drop off between QZZ and Killer Joe in third place, kind of wild, because 3,500 damage is pretty good, honestly. But QZZ has just been on another world entirely over the course of these 2 days. Circle very kind right now over towards Boatyard Ruins. GK getting a nice start over towards Pachinki at the moment. Wolves scattered across Gatka Fields. And you could be scattering Jutsu all over the place with the new Naruto skin set, as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Make sure to draw that in-game, because goodness me, that's a gorgeous skin. One of the best ones, actually, I've seen in quite a while. And you can also have a little tiny Kurama if you want it, right? You know, you get that Ninetales Fox. He's got loads of emotes. It's fun. It's good stuff.
It is very cute as well. It was one of the things I was very envious of. Have to try and pursue that one. Get your spins in, get on to the game. See if you can pick those up. RRQ on the south side near that quarry area. No early engagements. We're not seeing a hot drop in Pachinki anymore. It's just GK on the inside there. Now that was settled. That was drawn to a close.
And that's what they're all playing for right there. We just saw on our screens the beautiful trophy here at the PMWC at EWC. Also get a nice little flyby of our wonderful stage. Banked on both sides by fans from around the world, which is great to see. Honestly, it's really, really cool to have everyone here supporting the teams. The atmosphere has been fairly electric. And I might add, quite loud.
Oh yeah.
But I am happy. You know, there is some rambunctious support for the squads.
Absolutely. The drums of war beating heavy on the ears of our players. Well, hopefully not, actually. They have ear protection on, so they should be fine. And they will show their support efficaciously. Goat team, moving over towards what? Yeah, it's true. It's very effective.
Who likes searching the dictionary for that one?
Efficaciously.
Yeah.
It was good. It was good. I think I came up with
saw
the
you
right...
pull out the dictionary and start flicking through there.
Hey, you know, sometimes I just got to riffle through it.
Rifle.
And what I find would be eleemosynary.
Oh, okay, wonderful. No clue what that means.
Neither. I'm pretty sure it means like something.
You've just... All right, fair enough. You skipped a single page and just gone for it.
Just because you read the dictionary doesn't mean you know the definition.
I would hope you did. You're like the picture book of dictionaries. You just look at the words.
Yeah.
Don't want to look at the definitions.
Absolutely. Yeah. A is for Alpha 7.
That's true. B is for Brazil.
B is for Brazil. C is for Carrillo.
Don't need the command.
I don't have it. I'm out. I'll tap it out of that one. Furia. Ooh, stop, drop and roll. Down the hill. But they do get back to their tyres and will be on the road again. To come in from that eastern side. Jump up from the northeast from Yasnaya, making their way into teams looking to leave Pachinki, or well, crowd in around the edges of Pachinki in this spot. But still, far afield from one another. These teams are still a little bit in that looting phase.
Yeah, it's a calm game. It's always weird coming from Rondo because it's from minute one you're bombarded by elimination after elimination. Plenty of ridiculous infighting towards some of these POIs on the map. But for Erangel, this is a pretty reasonable circle. Honestly, I don't think there's nothing too crazy about this whatsoever.
I feel like the first fight that might pop off is actually Alula on their crossing from the north side. Depending on where they go.
Alpha 7's arch nemesis.
Yeah, Alpha 7 are kind of in the way. But Alula could just go further east and try and push in on that side of things. And Alpha 7 are a little bit split right now, so it is kind of dangerous if Alula go for a full crash on towards one of the positions on the north with Obscure, with Revo, both kind of isolated from one another.
Well, for Alpha 7 right now, I can see what they're trying to do, right? You're trying to maintain control of box, also have some control over the compounds that sit underneath Everest, and you're basically guaranteeing as much in towards the next circle as possible. All those locations are good, and there is support that you can make from across the river. And Guizhou went for a slight push-up over towards that north side as soon as Obscure was sending back that information that potentially there was a team roaming on the northern edge, but he's going to back down towards the south side of Everest. Everyone's quite well situated though. School currently taken by Tiamba. They shifted over from that eastern side. Alula crosses over the water to the banks of Rozok. But pretty much this one comes down to zone 2. There's plenty of space for absolutely everyone here. So we can probably talk about some of our teams. Currently in this one, Yangon Galacticos getting a very free and easy rotate from that south side, but AGAL wasn't a horrendous game last time around, but they did fall over at some point. I think I'd like to see a step up from this squad, probably towards the first portion of the day, right? First 3 matches, I'd like to see something good out of this squad, and that would indicate they could potentially be in that top 6.
I think so. I mean, certainly coming into the survival stage, if you had to pick AGAL or Tiamba to be in the first place position of this lobby, this is not the reality that you would have selected, given the performances that we saw back in those group stages. For AGAL, they have fallen off, but not far enough to be outside of that opportunity zone. With GOAT Team in second place on 57 points, that's 17 points ahead of AGAL in 12th, which means that they have a massive opportunity to be able to push on through to change the story here. As for almost all of our teams, in fact, as the circle crunches in, again, fairly chilled out circle, keeps that northern side a little bit in, but again, you're just going to have to look to move forwards. And Alula split themselves 2 and 2 to try and find the best way across. I imagine that they've spotted Alpha 7 on that location. With Alpha 7 looking to regroup, Alula will be able to get through. It's interesting. It would be interesting to see if they try and go 2 and 2 and actually cross into different locations, because at that point, they're committing to being completely split until they can regroup in maybe zone 7.
It's really hard, okay? It's really hard to play across Boatyard, wrap through the rolling hills on the south side of Boatyard, and back to one another, which is why you're actually seeing them re-rotate to regroup over towards the western edge, alongside the rest of the team that's south of box. AGAL getting blasted right now as they push over towards Ruins. This was a very desperate rotate. They're mildly successful, honestly, off the back of it. They get into position, they play the bunkers, they play the sandbags.
Okay.
Not horrendous. Actually not horrendous. Flower H's vehicle is on its last legs, though.
They do have a blowtorch, so they can actually repair that one up. I think that's what you can hear in the background there. You've got your headphones in, making sure that they are nice and healthy. Yeah, I feel like mild, maybe even up to medium successful on this push.
Medium success.
Maybe.
Nice.
Bit of piri-piri on that one.
Piri, yeah, exactly. It's spicy rotation. Could have been bad. I think a lot of people and teams were trying to figure out where they wanted to go. But AJL had a very clear decision in mind. A lot of teams don't push towards Ruins too early either, because they don't want to be on that slope. You would rather have the information and the vision down towards that south side. So I think
Hey, तलवार तेरे
plays
पास
into
कहाँ से
that
है
quite
ये?
quickly and is like, okay, maybe we can get sandbags off the back of this one. I don't imagine anyone's pushed in there too early. Boatyard team potentially might have gone for that one, but Dopeness is on a weird 2-2 split over on the western side of Boatyard and then down towards the south by the roads. So they are likely not going to be able to regroup anytime soon.
I think it's a 3-1 coming on through. To me, that stinks of not moving quickly enough and responding to the circle because you know what the other teams around you
Kenji is done
are going to be going for, right? He's on foot getting down there. Or is he? Maybe he's in a buggy. Not entirely sure. No, he is, yeah, just on his belly. Trying to survive, trying to not make any sound. As soon as Alula read that he's here, he's gone. He's out.
Yeah, they did didn't hear him. He leapt off at just the right time. Sneaky beaky down towards the bottom here. I think maybe that was his vehicle.
Maybe.
You saw it there. It is hidden. It is hidden away. And we are heading over towards ruins. In fact, a lot of teams will have to figure this one out. AJL, medium success to massive success, honestly.
Yeah.
Really, really well done.
With that circle, they have got themselves a really nice slice of it. Alpha 7's compound as well is pretty huge, overlooking so much the fields to the south. They've got a lot of pressure to the east. E-Arena may look to try and crash down upon them, but I don't think there's an impetus to do that within the next maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes potentially. Goat team in with a scrap on the south side as they're trying to leave past Gatka, open across those fields, but the Wolves are dragging them down into a fight.
Wolves actually in the top 6 right now. Kind of interesting. They've been able to get some points on board, but Elementrix will fall now. Baton moved over towards that northern edge. They were split on the team quite fully along with one another. Slonic just about able to get off into the distance, but before he does get knocked down, I think for Wolves right now, there's a bit of a awkward push out, and they weren't really thinking that, oh my God, there's going to be a lot of teams coming from that south side. And we're quickly shut down because of it. Ulf tries to go center. Ulf is not a team we expected to be in 13th here. I think this is a very big surprise for everyone. Currently only on 2 players. And we're probably thinking that for the guys on Ulf, this is a hard achievement to make happen in the last 4 matches, because I don't think they're getting many points off the back of this game. They would have to shoot up the rankings if they want to make it to the top 6, and Ulf getting sent home today would be a massive deal.
Definitely. I mean, it is a team that has had some ups and downs, I think it's safe to say, over the course of these group stages. Not quite able to make it all the way into the top 5. They were definitely in with a chance here. The lobby is close enough in terms of these overall scores right now, Blank, that they can still make it. It does require them to be pushing pretty hard and fast, though. For Ulf, it's likely they're going to need to see at least 5 points off this match to keep themselves in the running, moving into the latter half of the day. And to be fair, from their position on the north edge, that may well be doable as a duo. If Al-Ula don't commit to pushing out onto that angle, there's really not too many other teams that are going to threaten them. So it's a survival strategy for Ulf, and it may go quite well. They did send all the way from the southeast straight through the middle to get to this spot. That's why they've managed to shed all the players that they had. But yeah, it's a tough game for them. They do need to make the most of it.
Yeah, which is why it is a massive success for AJL on that rotate, because they stopped early enough. They didn't lose too many players. They brought things to repair the rotational devices with, aka cars, which is great. Great news for them. And they should have some success into the future too. We do move over towards that western side. Alpha 7 thrown a bone here, but I would argue that they set themselves up nicely in that early game. I'm hoping this trend continues. Honestly, I think Alpha 7 looks good today. They do look good today.
Yeah, with that pressure on the northern shore to divert Al-Ula away, remove a lot of that. That's what you were talking about, right? Yeah. With their ability to hold that 2-2 split. I liked they did regroup on the northern side, so they weren't solos.
Very quick to reassess the scenario as well and get back down towards this location. I think, I believe that, although, yeah, sure, the rest of the team's very, very good. Guizhou has been this driving factor for the team today. He's been making a lot of calls, a lot of decisions on the fly. And I think it's been helpful. I think it has been helpful. It's just strange that one of the newer players of the squad is the one to sort of drag the team along with him. Furia making a similarly wild rotate in. Yangon Galacticos looking to punish, and Chief is down. And oh yeah,
That is nasty stuff coming through. One player now left for Furia. Coach not looking too happy. Gonna have words with them after this one, I'm sure. Trying to figure out the best path forwards. GK, they were put through the ringer in that last match, but it looks like they're going to survive on their compound as well, as RRQ go down to them. Too much damage for them to bear, and Ragnarok back to his feet. The res comes on in. Tianba in the meantime getting torn apart by AGAL. There is an answer a little bit, but the nades over the top just slowed things down. And they only have Milu left standing, and he needs another. Let's go for another 1v4.
अबे यार खिड़की पे लग रही थी
Maple, honestly, very well done here. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to post these nades over inside of sandbags because there's a lot of terrain that stops you from fully committing those nades inwards. Maybe getting a little bit over aggressive here, forgetting the castle is in play. Nade over the top, tries to finish out QZZ, does go far enough, well done. Really good hold here from AGAL, leaving, like you say, Milu, the 1v4 master, alive at the end here.
For Tianba, another fairly low scoring game, potentially on the cards here, with only the single elim found. We said before, it's probably still fairly safe for them right now, but they do need to pick up a couple points here and there, Blank. Yeah, it is unfortunate in this spot. Losing 3 of their players like that is not how you want to start. Dopeness on the south side against Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force playing with only 2 players in action, and Dopeness similarly losing 1 of their players as well, as they left Kenji in the shadow of Alula. We saw him dropping down earlier on.
GK holding. Next circle is closing now. We have a lot of Everest over towards that western side. The arena is trying to bank as much information as possible at the moment. Store that away in filing cabinets, pull out the secret files for later, where these teams will be playing, how they want to approach an endgame. They have been very quiet so far, very spy-like.
Wolf now being descended upon. The duo that moved out there earlier, able to do a little bit there, but Scarface does get flushed. Aaron's not too long to follow. A victim of the MG3 on the northern side, and Ulf will go down, so not what they were looking for here to keep themselves in the running. They'll need something bigger in the next few, and very, very quickly. As we turn our attention towards the teams now left in the circle. GK, they've been holding their nerve. They're up to 5 elims on this match now, Blank. They're doing well on the south side. They've rebuffed pushes there. They have the buildings to play around. Goat team on 6 elims as well, looking to come off the back of a strong rondo in towards Erangel with some force.
Well, they have force with them, so don't worry. He is on the team. We're good to go. But they're going to have to move it towards that northeast side. I think it's a slightly interesting push they'll have to make, and if they want to wrap down towards the south here and play in slow, definitely doable. Alpha 7, they pulled off from that northern portion of the compound and fully situated themselves down towards the south here, understanding the teams are likely wrapped through fields, were in the compound down towards the southwest, which they are right, and that is Goat team. So they're fully focusing a lot of their attention over towards Everest and their southwest. This is a good approach to the game from them. GK doing something very similar, looking to hold out the teams that are on the southern edge. You just got Milu remaining down there.
Ooh. Alpha 7's position gets so much stronger when E-Arena leave the top of Everest. For Goat team, that is good news for the time being, but as soon as E-Arena move, their rooftops become so dangerous against Goat team. They have to a real think about how they want to go for this one. And I feel like E-Arena is starting to peel off those angles.
Yes, that look towards Alula again. They have had that information for quite some time now. Nongshim Red Force, Hyunbin opens up over towards Killer Joe. That's a backstab coming through here, and will slow the guys from Go down. Revo actually looking to swing by in the vehicle, get some information, but Nongshim Red Force definitely the main force that is distracting away from Goat. And Goat turns their eye towards them. You could see them just about start to shimmy back down towards that southeast side, realizing they
They got to get rid of
अल्लाह
this
करे
team.
बस दुआ करो लाइट ना जाए तो बाकी सारे मैच जो हैं इंशाल्लाह आज के होंगे ऐसे उम्मीद है कि कल लाइट नहीं गई तो आज भी लाइट नहीं जाएगी तो देखते हैं क्या होता है
So finding these little openings is exactly what they needed. Diminishing the power of GOAT team across the way. You love to see it. You love to see it. Hyunbin with another nade over the top. They're not quite connecting either way. Fuchsman starts to get closer with that buggy. Gets the scouting done. Hyunbin putting damage down range, but does have to duck back as he gets clocked himself. He's very, very low there. And in the meantime, TZ is fending off against Geeko, who won a third party. Hyunbin falls.
Yeah, Hyunbin going down here. Good nades coming through from GOAT team, but in comes the shots from the sidelines here, and it is Revo finding Moxie. This is good. Very, very well done. You have to capitalize on that, and this was the plan from the very start, John, for Alpha 7. Looking better and better as the day goes on here. Kiwoom DRX technically have center circle on this one, but they have been so lackluster throughout the tournament. It's hard to call them doing much going forward. They'll have to change our minds essentially as the day goes on. E-Arena did now finally pull fully off of Everest here. They still have Mormon on the low ground. Milu 1v4 time, question mark.
Is he going to do it again? There's two players down. Oh, that one felt like it might have connected as well. Milu with a chance here to go big again. The two players from Geeko not getting back on up, and he has got them on the run. They're trying to step into position to go for this res, but steps out, looks for it, darts into the building now. The res did not get stuck, and he's got another. He's just got 8 rounds left, though. The DBS out of ammo, and there is no more left in the tank.
It ruins the day of Geeko, though. That's nuts. That is nuts. I mean, Milu is just disgusting. Oh my goodness me. GOAT team up to 8 eliminations on this game, despite everything still putting up those points. Alpha 7 wrapped underneath. Tried to catch him off guard there. Fuchsman did send over towards that southeast side, looking to hold out Tizzy from Nongshim Red Force. Kiwoom DRX also taking shots over. And Force will be knocked, leaving just Fuchsman remaining. We'll see if Alpha 7 is able to pick up that point, and they do.
Oh, he steps out into it. TZ holds his nerve, gets across, and now looks to heal. There's a lot of crates on this location, remember, because Milu was doing some dastardly deeds out in the open, so potential to find a lot of loot here, but I don't know if TZ is going to stop.
Wait कर मैं washroom से होके आ रहा हूँ.
Good shot. 721 GS looking to take the fight. AGAL with their maximum successful rotate earlier on. Looking to try and convert now into transition into this circle. Alpha 7. Oh, they've just lost a player on that northern side. Revel went out too close to E-Arena and does get clipped.
I mean, it has to be the scout, though. I think that's fair. The fact they're trying to gather information, now the rest of the team knows that there's players on this north side. So annoying for AGAL, by the way, because Alula not for a second tried to check Kenji. So no one's known he's here for so long. He backstabs over towards AGAL, starts to move out, and he is completely scuppered their game plan.
Changing the tempo on the lobby as the Arena look to try and isolate this northern side as well.
Everyone.
He's just going for it. Okay, Kenji, a demon on the descent there, leaving one player back. We thought it might have been a misplay, but blank. I think I still believe that. But he goes down, but a really solid performance from that angle. But Dopeness, 4 elims into a 6th place. I think that's more than they could have hoped for in that spot.
Another late entry for AJL, though, today. Getting further and further into these games. It's nice to see their name popping up towards these endpoints. Alula forced to move down, and AJL looking to bolster this position. They flow up. Carrillo looking over towards KRX. XZZ opens up over towards Claws, but it's Yasa over towards Flower H to get him down. This is going back and forth, but Maple comes through with the shotgun and will finish them off in fantastic fashion. They've got to get quickly with those players back up on their feet. But E-Arena from the western side, they've got the license to a limb right now. The spies coming through from on top of Everest. Telescopes and binoculars put away, and they're looking to get the big elims on.
Kiwoom DRX as well into the fight. XCZ with a chance to shut it all down, though. Their chance to jump up the tables to get themselves off of the back foot here, but they are now on one player alive. He's burning. And now the DBS is going to try and shut him down from up on high. Tags one, but can't get the second done. Where did he go down from? Was that Arena? Schweppes moves on out, as do the rest of them. What a flex across.
Alpha 7 now up against E-Arena. Good flex coming through from them, like you say. Goodness me, felt bad for him on that last DBS shot. Took him so incredibly low. Would have been a great clutch up for AJL, but still a strong game for them at 15 points total. Two final teams. E-Arena, who came blasting out in their group with a huge game, versus Alpha 7, who are slowly but surely regaining confidence in these matches.
Losing Revo earlier may be a difference maker here, though, Blank. For Alpha 7, they need all the sightlines they can get, and E-Arena have been able to change the pace. Play slow and immediately turn it on when it mattered. Rolling around on the hillsides, they're trying to get that information, but Mormon with that MG3, a major threat on the angle. Obscure and Guizao pulling up and maybe looking to go trade for trade with the nades. Obscure dodges that one, launches one in response, and Mormon steps out of the way. MG3 to rattle Obscure straight on down on the hillside. Schweppes steps in, and Joker is the trade. Now two players have the broadside on Tony K, but he manages to turn around the headland and stay alive. A 2v3 now.
Tony K backing off, comes back around the angle. Moment over the top side, he's flying through the air, might get out of the vehicle, but his eye on fire. Guido goes down to a rundown as he gets out the car, leaving just Carrillo in a 1v3. A hard game from them. A chicken dinner would be great, but this feels like an impossible task. Moves off the angle, 5 grenades. They have to be absolutely exemplary. Cannot get the shots underneath the vehicle over towards Tony K. Likely going to be going for a first aid kit. Swings one far, looking for the bounce. Might hit good, doesn't quite grab him though, constantly repositioning.
Another Molotov on the vehicle forces him away from it. Has to step into the firing line. And E-Arena, from atop the Everest position, able to descend, control the northern side, and squeeze the life out of the lobby.
I mean, they pulled up those files. None of them were classified. They had locked-in info on every single team. And they took the silencer out and certainly silenced a lot of these squads in the lobby. The boys in Alpha 7, though, another good game. A repeat of success is really good to see from them. And again, what I really liked is I understood the game plan from them. It felt like it wasn't haphazard from the squad. And even when Revo went down, I didn't really mind that all that much either. I was like, he's doing his job. He's scouting out for the team. Yes, he gets a little bit far and potentially wasn't expecting the sight lines from E-Arena on the top side. But even if you do go down like that, at least you're passing back information. There's a northern squad there. So for Alpha 7, another strong game. I think it is a top 6 today.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I have to agree. I feel like that was a lot better. They addressed some of the issues from that first round, though. They were a little bit more dynamic when they needed to be. Losing Revo may be something they can patch up, but it is improvement consistently, which is exactly what you need for a survival stage. So great news for them. And E-Arena able to do a lot of work to try and push themselves back into that conversation as well. Yeah, there have been questions about the consistency
the final push, KRX, but you know what? You guys have been absolutely awful so far, so I'm happy to see some great stuff from you guys.
Yeah, it is nice to see a little bit of life coming in from them, but E-Arena just cleaning things up. Flips, oh my goodness me. E-Arena, very, very impressed with how they played this, waiting for A7 to make a move first, to come to them, to let them know where their position is, and then just going all the way around. I mean, MG3 does help Max. We know how powerful that weapon can be, especially in the hands of a professional team like this. But A7 had a lot of options, and E-Arena just made sure that those options dwindled very, very quickly. So very happy with EA for this last game.
Quick positive for all the teams at the end there, in particular looking at Alpha 7 and E-Arena. Not doing these weird drive-bys and just losing all of your momentum. Like, they actually stop the car, get out of the car, start shooting, and then they get back in the car, start driving forward. So I do appreciate that. I'm sure Blank is going to heavily enjoy that finishing moment. What was that?
So can you do that again for us?
Damn, boy, you made the whole camera shake and everything. But one team that has been performing really well has been Go Team. Go Team, they ended up with the win early on. We know that they can definitely put up the numbers. I want to see Go Team between yesterday and today, because this squad is different. Keep in mind, this is total stats, and so far, Go Team, we know those eliminations are going to be coming in, but Lace, one thing I'm looking at is those placement points already double in some the placement points of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they're really thinking this through. Even if we, come out of that match and their rotation from military base, and like I do want to kind of add in RRQ just into this mix, because they had every opportunity.
Gold भी perform कर रही है भाई.
They didn't decided to rotate.
यार
But,
मैंने
their power
overall
in holding
placement
a
point देख
position
नहीं
is
सका
unfortunately
उससे.
not the best, but that's what
Gee.
Goat Team realized. They moved through that sort of western side. They were able to position themselves well. Nice split hold, which we see from them so often. They have that dominance power. So this is exactly why we're seeing them collectively get these good positions and these eliminations. So, I mean, it's incredible work from them, and I do believe that they're going to maintain that top 6. I believe it because of the way that they've been playing throughout yesterday and today. It's amazing.
No, it really is. I'm really enjoying how they're
the greatest of all time.
It is. It really is. But I
अच्छा पीछे देखो ये 7 वाले सारे
trying to keep going forward game after game. It's a nice bit of consistency that we're seeing. EA as well, not to go back to them, but they had a really nice push down off the mountain. They were able to sweep behind really, really well after Alula. Yes, hello, A7 as well. You know, second place, okay, that's good, that's good. But stop. No, but for me, Alula was a really, really nice. The way that they split around to surround Ulf when they pushed out the spread across that zone. They did actually try to push up to EA as well, which I did notice, but I think just that terrain was just not going to be really happening there. But for me, Alula, except for the final crash where they just disintegrated in 0.5 seconds, apart from that, really good game. I like it. I like it.
Nice, Alula. One team that I know you were keeping an eye on as well, Max, is none other than Tiamba, because Tiamba, what was it that you were looking at? Tell me a little bit more.
Not a great push, unfortunately, on their Chinese brethrens of all gamers. And actually, I believe we do have a replay that might be coming up in just a few seconds here. Actually, it's going to be this one. But the thing is about Tiamba, I think the idea of pushing onto all gamers is great. You can see all the players get knocked here. And the thing is, if you want to push in this area, you have to commit. You need to send it and eliminate the opposition, which is going to be all gamers in this case, because everyone got wrecked literally upon entry in this area. It's just a nade funnel at that point. And then eventually, all gamers, Maple in particular, is like, wait, we got a massive advantage here. We're just going to wrap it up, end up getting all of those flushes, then only Milu is left alive, which, no, Milu can do 1v4s, we've seen it before. But Tiamba, sure, they're in first position, but I'm looking ahead of the finals. In the finals, I would say this is a massive fumble, maybe that could cost them the tournament. So Tiamba, position like this, you can't play too passive, you need to commit if you want to come out on top.
Especially when you have a team like AGAL wanting to be even more aggressive, wanting to make that push, because they also need the points. This is a team that hasn't really been performing well, but let's take a look at how the standings are currently looking.
Tiamba 82 भाई साहब.
7 making that push now to second place. Go Team
nice.
due to those amazing eliminations
that
in that last game.
Brother की AGL, E-Arena और बस 2 ही हैं. मेरी कितनी Alpha 7 Goat और E-Arena, मेरी तो तीनों ही भाई साहब एक साथ एक लाइन
Anything from Silence and Ayala, which is quite unfortunate. We know those guys are very good, literally on the local stage or on the international stage. It's been kind of the Higor show right now for the side of Furia. So I would love to see a little bit of a team-wide effort though on the second page. Boy, Ulf, what's going on? They're losing players on like phase 2 or 3 Niptura. This is not the Ulf that I know.
it isn't the one that I know either. It's not the one that anybody knows, quite frankly. It's not the one we saw in the group stage. Yes, they kind of slowed down in some of the group stage games, but it's not the same. It's not the same at all. I don't know what's happening. We've gone from, you know, players of, you know, the old Fireflux, right? We had players of old Fireflux being, you know, with Ketch as the IGL, and they're making such a massive comeback, and then all of a sudden they get here, and it's just, they just fizzle out, and I'm so confused because this is a team that has incredible firepower, right? They are so good at that aggressive play, and we're just not seeing anything. Well, exactly. I mean, how do you go from old Fireflux, a lot of those players being on old Fireflux with that reputation, coming over here, continuing that reputation, and then doing nothing now?
Just final point on that one. Usually they're slow starting team. This is taking way too long to like build up that momentum. It's very, very slow.
That's right, Alpha 7 fans. Get a little bit high because the team is finally performing. We're seeing something different from this squad. So let's go, Alpha 7. Let's send it over to none other than the man with high energy, High Dukes, and Kalaris.
Yes, all right. We've got a few teams to talk about before we actually kind of get things into the next game. I got Hot Jukes here with me for everything. And we got a few teams, such as E-Arena, getting themselves a win when they hit those big highs. They hit it really hard. Here from Everest was a great position to stage this from. Good information from there, not only a great staging point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you said biggest highs, right? They've had like the biggest in a past for Rondo, right? But still couldn't make it into the final stand. But they're here now. They get the chicken dinner. 17 points was critical, right? So it's good to finally see them make something happen. Even though it is on the last day, we still got 4 matches left to go. It's a great start.
What's particularly impressive is holding Alpha 7 in that compound to then swing around the north side, hit the east, be able to clean that up, eliminating threats. They're a very opportunistic team, and I think that was really exemplified in that game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they had all the sight lines on everything, holding that edge at first, and then they saw that fight happening down there with KRX. They go down, take it, get those eliminations, and still hop on back, like you mentioned, to be able to take out Alpha 7 and clutch it up. Very nice.
One of the teams, of course, they did kind of clean up on that east side. AGAL, who, of course, is in the running for a club championship points, in the running to try and get themselves a strong, solidified position in that top 6 as well. What did you think of them?
AGAL needs top 6. They need to see this team make it to the finals. It was so brutal watching it at the last second. XZZ with the DBS. I thought he had it. He hit the headshot, but wasn't able to get the finish. But still, 11 eliminations. So they ended up getting 15 points based on that. A solid performance. But at the end of the day, this is still a close one.
I like their pandas. Do you think they've got the blessing of the panda?
The pandas are looking out to the audience right now. They're looking into the distance. They can see the future. And you know what? The future is bright for AGAL.
All right, well, the pandas are going to be staring down the casters here to get things rolling. So let's get another game going here for PMWC.
All right, looking like a little magician with the flourish there. Emphasis on the little. He's a short man. Thank you very much down on the stage. You have to get your small man with a big voice. Yeah, I'm quite tall. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, leave me alone. Oh dear, that was my imitation of a couple of our other teams. Certainly.
पिछला मैच देखा है मैंने वैसे पूरा नहीं देखा लास्ट फाइट तक ही पहुंच चुका हूँ या वो फाइट तक भी नहीं पहुंचा बाद में स्टैट देखे बड़ा फिट खेला है ओ भाई आर का चेक कर स्पॉन्सर रिपब्लिक्स ऑफ गेमर्स रॉग का भाई साहब स्पॉन्सर
sub 1000 damage average per game. I mean,
लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस वैसी नहीं
अरे सुनो ना मेरी बात खान भाई रात को हमारा 20000 वाला टूर्नामेंट है तो उसके 4 मैचेस हैं तो उसकी लाइव स्ट्रीम कर लो
भाई तुम जरा एक बार ग्रुप में जाके देखो
क्या चीज
I am coming with stream इंशाल्लाह अगर लाइट ना गई तो 8 बजे वाली 8-10 दोनों अगर 10 बजे ना गई तो 10 बजे वाली भी पूरी करूंगा ओ भाई ड्रोन ओ ये ड्रोन है स्क्रीन में ड्रोन आया हुआ था अभी तो मैं प्लेन आया है
over in North George. Where are they going to go? Yeah, we'll see.
अभी प्लेयर सारे दिखा रहे हैं
secondary here.
अब प्लेन पाथ आ रहा है
Maybe eastern side potentially. Very long time ago they used to do that though.
ओ भाई इसमें वो PMGO की तरह वो नहीं दिखाते कि लास्ट टॉप 4 टीम्स की रोटेशंस
know they can do more. They know.
ये बंदे यार वो टॉप 4 टीम्स की रोटेशन हर मैच के बाद दिखाते होते हैं बड़े मजे की.
See a bit more energy. They might need a bit of a pep talk between match 3 and match 4. One of the teams jumping out nice and early here, dropping in towards Sosnovka. Hard to get towards the north side of the map. There might actually be some, not hot drops, but some contested locations for vehicles, etc.
I feel like there's a little grouping of players there around where the Wolves are. GK are underneath that. The northern point of RRQ could potentially be a danger zone, and everybody out just northwest of Milta over towards the mansion shelter prison sort of area. There is a lot of players dropping out there, and I don't think there's that many vehicles. It's going to be tight.
नहीं इतना टफ नहीं है.
Going back to Lipovka. Lipovka split actually for Alpha 7.
मैं पता है कहाँ करता प्रेडिक्ट.
So they are going east side.
जो पोल वाली साइड. मैं जोन प्रेडिक्ट करता.
Milta Power and Mini Milta. Lovely circle for everyone. Honestly, this is probably one of the kinder circles they could come for.
लेकिन मेन पे ये रहेगा. अगर हार्डशिप नीचे की तरफ का आया फिर बहुत मुश्किल होगा, लेकिन ये मेन आइलैंड पे ही रहेगा.
So yeah, fine, just fine stuff. For Ulf, I'm going to say now, if they want to be in the top 6, we need like a second place or a high elim game, top 3, or a chicken dinner. If not, it's going to be a very hard end of the day. They're currently 14th place. You know it's bad when Kiwoom DRX is actually catching up to you. That's a problem. They've had a really rough time of it.
Yeah, they are currently 17 points behind that bubble in 6th place. So there is a real gap for them to close.
They definitely could.
They definitely could.
किसने?
Top 6 से बाहर नहीं आए. In the center of this circle, they've got a lot of time to play around
Geek.
with. Hopefully they can find
इतना दूर फिर भी नहीं है यार. AGL परफॉर्म कर रही है भाई. AGL परफॉर्म कर रही है. ब्रदर की कितनी टीम्स? सिर्फ एक टीम ही परफॉर्म नहीं कर रही, बाकी सारी कर रही हैं. KRX ब्रदर की AGL भी परफॉर्म कर रही है और ब्रदर की कौन सी थी एरिना भी परफॉर्म कर रही है. नहीं तो तीनों टीमें भाई साहब एक साथ मौजूद है. A7 गोट और एरिना. अच्छा आज का दिन का स्टार्ट त्याम्बा ने कितने पॉइंट से किया था? 72 से ना शायद. 74 भाई साहब 7 पॉइंट अभी तक निकाले हैं और तीसरा मैच चल रहा है. सही है.
ये त्याम्बा, ये गोट, ये रीना, ये गीक नहीं कर क्यों ये सब कुछ टीम है.
मतलब वो लंबी रेस वाले घोड़े नहीं है, बस 1-2 परफॉर्म किए और गए. वैसे तो उन्होंने पूरे दिन पहले परफॉर्म किया है. या ये भी कह देंगे वो उसकी तरह, क्या नाम है, विटालिटी की तरह के दूसरे दिन जो है हम चीजें ट्राई कर रहे थे.
भाई उन्होंने ट्राई करते करते भी 55 पॉइंट निकाल लिया था.
वो तो है भाई. उन्होंने तो वही करके दिखाया है.
उनको भी जरा देखते हैं ना, जरा फन.
So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt there. Yeah,
it's a huge event. It's a huge
event. ट्रॉफी जीतने के लिए 3 दिन सारा मैच एक मैच अच्छा परफॉर्म किया.
ट्रॉफी कितने दिन का फाइनल है? 3 मजा आएगा. 14, 15, 16 मतलब 14 अगस्त को भी. मतलब मैं कहीं नहीं जा सकता.
14 अगस्त आसानी कोई 14 अगस्त भाई. असली 14 अगस्त की MGC है.
व्लॉग बड़ा सा. मैंने वैसे किट मंगाई है, व्लॉगिंग किट मंगाई है और साथ एक दो और चीज़ें थी, क्या कहते हैं ये फेस कैम के लिए. कैमरा पड़ा हुआ है, लीड शीट पड़ी है, कुछ एक कार्ड चाहिए था, वीडियो कार्ड, वो लगाना था. ये हो सकता है 14 अगस्त या 15 अगस्त तक आ जाए. 15 से 18 तक की गारंटी है. अब जल्दी से आ जाए ना भाई साहब, मज़ा आ जाए. फिर भाई साहब ये यहाँ नीचे कॉर्नर पे मेरे साथ फेस भी आ रहा होगा. और लाइट के लिए जो है मैंने वो व्लॉगिंग किट मंगवाई है, उसके अंदर वो LED लाइट भी होती है, तो मेरे व्लॉगिंग का काम भी हो जाएगा और वो LED लाइट जो है वो भी हो जाएगी. क्या
721 GS, realistically the only team that is in
देखेंगे
front of
भाई
them at the moment. Nongshim Red Force down
पैसे
towards
आ
the
रहे हैं
south
पैसों
side.
का
It is very
मैं
tight on
सोच
that
रहा हूँ कि
grouping.
पीसी की जगह
49
कुछ और लूँ
points in 9. I mean, honestly, even all the way down
भाई
to
सारा
12th
काम
place,
पीसी
Yangon
का है।
Galacticos on
बस ये तो है
45.
मज़ा आता है कि नहीं भाई सब स्ट्रीम करने में जो स्ट्रीम में कर रहा होता मतलब रेजोल्यूशन हमारे जो वो दूसरा होता है जो स्क्रिम्स के रेजोल्यूशन होता है कैसा होता है भाई साहब मज़ा आता है नहीं
ठीक है मैं देखी नहीं है स्ट्रीम भैया
भाई साहब किसने कहा है तू मैसेज करता रहता है मुझे मतलब चैट
मतलब मैसेज करता रहता हूँ उस तरह तो देख रहा हूँ मैं मैच में होता हूँ स्ट्रीम में मैं कैसे देख भाई आप दिखाती नहीं है
क्या भाई साहब तुम लोग फाइट में आओ ना भाई साहब वहाँ पे टीमें शुरू में 5-5 7-7 किल 10-10 किल 12-12 किल कर चुकी होती हैं मतलब उनके टोटल 10-10 12-12 किल होते हैं फाइट्स में आ रही होती हैं तो उन्हें ना दिखाऊं जो लूट कर रहे हैं उन्हें दिखाऊं
चलती है भाई इधर भी जब फाइट होती है बंदा टीम रोटेशन करते हैं वो भी बंदा दिखाते हैं
हाँ टीम रोटेशन करते हैं भाई साहब जहाँ फाइटें हो रही हैं उसे छोड़ दो रोटेशन को पकड़ो जब फाइटें नहीं होती तब मैं लगा हुआ होता हूँ कुछ ढूंढने में कहीं कोई मिल जाए
आपने एक बार दिखाया
किसने कहा
हमारे भी हैं सिग्मा और मैं जब तब भी आपने
उस वक्त भाई साहब मैं बाहर गया हुआ था तो मैं सिर्फ क्या कहते हैं वो वाई के प्लेयर जो है उन पे लगा के चला गया था
पूरा मैच भाई आपने वाई वाला दिखाया
वो आखिर में भाई साहब आखिर में जब वो ये जहाँ पे अभी
पूरा मैच वाई वाला दिखाया
ऑलमोस्ट सही हो गया
रूम में फाइट के अलावा सर नहीं कह रहा हूँ लोग और
पॉप का हाँ
पूरे फ्रैंक कितने बंदे ले गए थे
सारे उधर ही उतर गए थे भाई साहब मुझे अब फिर वो दिखाना था
अबे बकवास हो अनलेस क्या होगा लो यार खेल लो ना
You're in the middle of the trick and you're like, wait a minute, I forgot all of my cards. Oh, well, I mean, that's a really bad start to any kind of card. Oh, wait.
भाई अल्फा 7 एक दो मैच तरह खेलेगी टॉप 1 करके आएंगे
यार भाई मेरा गेम खेलने का दिल करता है स्क्रिम खेलने का दिल करता है लेकिन भाई साहब क्या करूं स्ट्रीम के हाथों मजबूर और लाइट के हाथों में देख इतने दिनों से खेली कोई नहीं है स्प्रे नहीं हो रहे 4x से ना 3x से
4x
भाई 3x से भी नहीं हुए भाई
Getting everyone across the map, but
it does
mean that we pack a lot of teams in very early towards the center because they were so close to rotate. E-Arena was one of the few teams that actually sent very wide earlier on.
Oh, भाई
what are the apartment
they could even go further over towards the eastern side if they like.
भाई साहब अब क्लस्टर जो आएगा ना स्कूल की तरफ तकरीबन ओपन एरिया है अगर इसके बाद दोबारा क्लोज किया तो स्कूल और कुछ जगहों के अलावा बाकी कोई कवर शवर नहीं है रिजेस ही हैं बस
जगह बढ़िया जोन है
मिलो चेक कर भाई साहब 23 किल कर चुका है चीफ के 16
नेशनल मिलो को दे रहे थे फाइनल में कितने किल करता है
किसने
आप देखना ना
कौन
मिलो कितने किल कर ले
मिलू
फाइनल में देख सके 1-4 मार लेता है
वैसे उसने 1v4 मारा है ना कल देखा था मजा आ गया था
अभी भी मिस किया 1v4 पिछले मैच
ओ भाई 721 AGL को पकड़ गया 2 नॉक भाई यो मलिक नॉक AGL के एक जो है 1 HP रह गया और एक तो भाई साहब ठीक है लेकिन एक मुकने वाला हुआ ओ भाई कैसे भाई कैसे निकलने दिया है क्या कह रहे 9 55 56 57 58 59 पूरे 10 मिनट तुम्हारा
भाई वो देखा अभी मिनट 289 मीटर दूर
पता नहीं
And they'll be aware of what they could be able to achieve.
गंदी गन ने अच्छे का
numbers going down.
ये सब की गंदी गन
AGL are starting to flag.
great news for teams like GK, for Nongshim Red Force and RRQ to look to push past.
लॉन्ग रेंज में कौन सी गन चलाते हो भैया?
Yeah, for Nongshim Red Force.
Og.
Looking a little bit better here, moving on towards that northern side of Potato Hill, looking to regroup on this one.
Available हो तो M4 वरना Og.
Quite, actually, they have one
Prefer
player
Og कोई
inside on
करता
the
हूँ.
south side, that's Aaron, and they're trying to secure a location outside. They don't want to fully commit to.
लेकिन आजकल लग नहीं रहा क्योंकि भाई साहब स्कोपें बड़ी हिल रही हैं आजकल मेरी.
ये वो
प्रैक्टिस कर रही
ये
है.
प्रैक्टिस कर रही है वो.
ओए 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 ओए.
It is better to try and get himself a top 6 at least as a two-man than
बाहर को जाए.
trying to just live out through there. I think there's been plenty of times where AGAL has made
RRQ.
this mistake, where they are so adamant on getting all 4 players back up again. I want to see more of this from AGAL. They're just playing on his 2.
भाई साहब ये स्पेक्टेटर बड़ा बेहतरीन बंदा है.
NS का स्प्लिट देखो आप.
NS किस पास है?
अब देखो पोटैटो हिल पे आ जाएंगे कि बैठ गए कल के लिए.
And I've said this
अबे
so many
NS
times. If you're able across all 12 of these
NS
matches to get
ओके
1
ओके
point
ओके.
more per match,
दो ऊपर दो
you
नीचे.
get 12 extra
दो
points.
जोन में.
और आगे जाना ही करेंगे और
It
आगे.
is such a significant difference.
और भाई साहब अब ओपन की जगह है. अब वो क्या कहते हैं रिजेस हैं और दूसरा रोजोक है. बाकी नीचे अपार्टमेंट्स आ जाते हैं. अपार्टमेंट्स आ गए.
वही अपार्टमेंट का बड़ा ही नहीं है. कैंबा बड़ी है.
ओल्फ बड़ी भी है. ओल्फ भी जा रही है या बड़ी भी है.
नॉक के अपार्टमेंट भी डेड हो.
हाँ भाई एनएस भी जा रही है अपार्टमेंट. आ गई है वो देख सरों पे. ओल्फ के सरों पे आ गई.
ओए तार दिया ने यार क्यों.
मॉर्मन.
It's a necessity, right? They have to send here and find a location that teams aren't going to be willing to sweep through because there are so many of the squads in this area and likely will be towards the
क्यूजी चेक कर कैसे घुसा हुआ है मोबाइल के अंदर. वो नीचे देख.
देखते कैसे होगा फिर.
A high placement off the back of, maybe not a high
Yeah,
elimination, maybe able to steal a couple of elims here and there. But yeah, I think that was a good maneuver from AGAL because
देखा नहीं T2 कैसे खेलता है घुस के.
to fully play over towards apartments just yet.
वो भी मोबाइल में पड़ेगा.
जॉनी थोड़ा घुस के.
जॉनी को मैंने नहीं देखा.
जॉनी फुल वर्ड की मोबाइल के अंदर ही बढ़ जाते हैं.
Keep control over the surrounding fields, the open areas. North side, you've got Alola.
डोपनेस को भी सही जगह मिल गई है. अगर वो उसको सही होल्ड करें तो और कोई टीम ना आने पाए. YG जोन से आ रही है. पुचिंकी और रोटेट करती जा रही है ऊपर की तरफ.
As well as Wolves up to the north. It's fairly packed in here, so I feel like for Yangon, they may just have to crash into a fight. Maybe they could find an outpost from Alola, and that could be a really good opener here if they're able to find R3B
YG अल्फा 7 दोनों कर की ना हो तो फाइनल हो जाएंगे ना. 2 इंडिया की एक YG एक अल्फा 7 40 और आओ. Just PUBG.
I will say this is that anytime that's happened, both Alola
KRX or Wolf. Chill. भाई finished. आखिरी प्लेयर है.
Might just send away on this one. KRX getting absolutely decimated in the face of the Wolves.
विनी भाग रहा है भाई. भाग भाई
Getting
भाग.
shredded as they try and make the cross. I think, yeah, RRQ now down to a solo over in the apartments as they try to dart across the fields to the south of school. Not going to work out.
आज ये जो 10 कीज गिरेंगी ना. ओए क्रशर में मजा तब आएगा.
3 of them taken down. In the meantime, Goat and Nongshim Red Force.
मरना.
भाई ये वाला क्रशर PUBG में क्रशर ही मजेगा. टेकन में लोग क्रशर मजेगा था.
मैंने नहीं देखा.
जिस तरह वो होता है ना उसका क्या नाम होता है यार.
किसका क्या नाम होता है.
यार चीज नीचे रखते हैं ऊपर से वो दबाते हैं उसको फिर चीज टूट जाती है. तो क्या नाम होता है यार. याद नहीं आ रहा.
बॉम्ब होता है C4. लैंड माइंस उस तरह की होती हैं या C4 वैसा होता है.
नहीं भाई वो चीज रखते हैं और इससे ऊपर से वजन डालते हैं उस पे फिर टूटती है चीज.
अच्छा हाइड्रोलिक.
नाम क्या हाइड्रोलिक प्रेस. हाँ उनका वो किट होता है. टेकन एट का. EWC नहीं देखा आपने टेकन का.
मैंने जो मैच देखे हैं जब वो अरसलान ऐश जीता था, वो आखिरी मैच देखा था मैंने, बहुत मजा आया।
अरसलान ऐश और उसका हुआ था जुबैर का सेमीफाइनल, वो रहा दिया अरसलान ऐश को, अरसलान ऐश पार हो गया था। फिर फाइनल हुआ था जुबैर का, उसका 5-0 मारा था।
किसने
फाइनल जीत गया, ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप जीत गया।
कौन? अरसलान?
जुबैर, अरसलान तो सेमीफाइनल में बाहर हो गया।
नहीं खेल सका।
Teammates to really do their best work. So again, let's see if they can get some more confidence on board
Sports
inside
World
this
Cup
game, John.
taken वाला था, जीत गया
Well,
PUBG
they
वाला।
won't be too timid in this center position, right? They sure they would love a chicken dinner, but a good Elim chicken dinner is what is necessary. It's quite easy potentially to just sit back, get a little bit shy, and not get stuck in. Sure, the apartments fights, you don't really need to be peeking out too much. You're worried a little bit about the arena, but once those fights to their south start to move forwards, I want to see them flexing
NS
something
खेल
out.
रही है भाई
Maybe
साहब
getting
कोर्ट
stuck
के
in,
साथ।
scouting those fights and trying to find
ये अरीना और उला
from school side,
चीव टर्नी के क्या डाउन हुआ। ओ भाई इनका अपार्टमेंट्स के मुंह के सामने फाइट हो रही है, बचने के चांस हैं।
on the other side.
AL तो भाई साहब फ्री के किल उठा सकती है।
They are definitely invading a little bit here over towards their location. 200
जगह पे आने की भी जरूरत नहीं है, यहीं से मिल जाएंगे। जियो देख, अच्छा रहा वो गया।
strange kits here for Ulf.
A7 भाई साहब कहाँ पे नॉक हो रही है? लो भाई साहब अल्फा 7 यार भाई साहब, अब लिखा हुआ A7 आ रहा है, मैं क्या करूं भाई साहब? अल्फा 7 नहीं लिखा हुआ आ रहा ना भाई, जिन पे जो लिखा हुआ आता है मैं वही बोल देता हूं बस।
ई अरीना का ई बोला करो, टियान बोला करो।
अच्छा भाई
वुल्फ का वुल्फ बोला करो।
इनके भाई साहब देखते
नहीं बोला करो,
इनका भाई साहब देखते ही नाम याद आ जाता है ना, A7 का नाम याद नहीं आता देखते ही। वो होता है ना वो भाई साहब वो एक होता है ना मस्कुलर मेमोरी, भाई इन बाकी सब की जो है वो मस्कुलर मेमोरी बनी हुई है, वो जैसे इनका नाम सामने आया तो उनका पूरा नाम निकलता है। A7 का A7 ही निकलता है, वो अल्फा 7 ही निकलता है।
ओ इनका अल्फा 7 निकल, इनको A7 बोलो ना, अल्फा 7 वाला कोई बुरा बनाते हैं बता।
अच्छा क्यों? अल्फा 7 कोई थी पहले
भाई? दो अल्फा गेमिंग है ना, दूसरी वाली को अल्फा गेमिंग है, उन दूसरी वाली को एपीजी ज्यादा लोग बोलते हैं। ये जो है इनको अल्फा 7 बोलते हैं। दोनों को अल्फा बोलेंगे तो फिर सेम हो जाएगा, इसलिए उनको एपीजी बोलते हैं, इनको अल्फा 7 बोलते हैं, पूरा इनको बोलते हैं। ये सीन है। अब उनका नाम है अल्फा गेमिंग तो अल्फा गेमिंग नहीं, उनको एपीजी बोलेंगे। इनका A7 तब छोटा नाम होता है, फिर इसलिए अल्फा 7 बोलते हैं।
भाई कोर्ट का बंदा बिल्कुल सामने है, बच गया।
Nobody's taking shots. How on earth the Dopeness managed to do that? And where are they going? Are they trying to third party this fight with Nongshim Red Force and Goat Team? How on earth do they rock up to this fight? And what?
ओ भाई Dopeness आ गया।
What's going to happen here? Nongshim Red Force caught unawares and rightly so, because this is absolutely mental. Lufa goes down and Nongshim Red Force trying to hold face, but
यार ये बॉटम टीम में स्ट्रांग बॉटम टीम में।
अबे तो गोट कहाँ मर रही है भाई साहब? आखिरी बंदा है एनएस का। अबे वुल भी आ गया, वुल भी आ गया। मॉक्स निकल भाई साहब यहाँ से, अभी जगह नहीं है।
और इसका नाम मॉक्स नहीं है, मॉक्सी है भाई।
Goodness me, this has all gone wrong. It's top 6
वाई है आखिर में,
देखो
हाँ है। ओ भाई साहब नेसेसरी
यार
उठा लिया, इजी भी गया।
Okay, I'll be honest, they have no information and they just try and make something work on the other side.
जाओ भाई साहब,
Of some kind of rotate. It's a
भाई साहब वुल्स परफॉर्म कर रही है भाई।
I just haven't seen it be done as
भाई अभी ये बैठे कोई 12-13 एक फर्स्ट किल देंगे परफॉर्म का फर्स्ट टीम है ये कर कुछ नहीं कर पाए। इस गेम के बारे में
भाई कम से कम मैच में तो परफॉर्म कर रही है ना। 8 किल भी तो हो गए, देख तो सही। परफॉर्म नहीं तो और क्या कर रही हैं?
चल बमा मारना
जियो केविन दोनों को पड़ा है, दूसरे को तो वो भी पड़ गई है, क्या नाम है, मोलोटॉव, मोली। यो बड़ा मजे का बच्चा है ऐसे क्लाउड। ओए रोमियो पकड़ा गया।
GK have been tenacious today, Blank. I think that they are potentially onto a win on this fight as well if they can get rid of Say Cloud.
निकल से क्लाउड।
This one down. Alpha 7 flex back out to the north. There's the nade to put it to bed. Alpha 7 back out to the
लम्मा
north.
क्यों पैर है भाई ये
Against the route out of apartments for Tiamba. Tiamba
जी के
able
बस
to
की नहीं
clear out over towards AGL earlier. Doing a really good job, honestly. Very, very pleased to see it.
उल्फ भी भाई खासा परफॉर्म नहीं कर पा रहे, लेकिन 4 बंदे तो फिलहाल रोक के रखे हुए हैं इन्होंने। 3 मैचेस ही रह गए।
क्या रिपोर्ट करें?
37 ऐसे कर तो सकते हैं भाई, लेकिन वही बात है फिर आखिरी 1-2 मैच खेल के तो क्वालिफाई करते हैं, वही बात होगी
भाई। ये वो लॉबी नहीं है 15-15 किल चिकन आ जाए,
15-15 किल चिकन ना है फिर भी भाई साहब कौन सा मार्कर कोई 100 वाला लगा हुआ है। टॉप टीम के भी तो 82 पॉइंट्स हैं, सारे ही तो परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, सारे ही परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं भाई।
ये तो बहुत मुश्किल है इनका यार। अभी भी अगर ये देखो जोन है इनके यार,
तो भाई साहब जब सब परफॉर्म कर रहे हो तब बस 1-2 मैच ही चाहिए होते हैं। अगर हाँ भाई साहब पहली लीड ही बहुत ज्यादा बनी हो फिर तो भाई साहब बहुत मुश्किल होता है।
फिर जब सब परफॉर्म कर रहे हो 2 मैच आना मुश्किल होता है बहुत।
यही तो बात है,
मोमेंटम ही नहीं है इनके।
बस वही बात है भाई साहब, तुक्के वाली है, 2 मैच तुक्के से निकाल दो किसी भी तरह।
वो किसी भी तरह वाली बात है, वो उधर होती नहीं है ना, ये मसला नहीं है।
सही वाली बात सही तो है, लेकिन मैं भी वो अंदाजा ही बता रहा हूँ ना कि कोशिश करके फिर यही किया जा सकता है, इसके अलावा और कुछ नहीं किया जा सकता। अगर हाँ क्वालिफाई कर सकते हैं।
कल आज 3 मैच कोई कोशिश की 2 मैच ही कर रहे हैं।
कौन सी टीम है जो आज नीचे से ऊपर आई है? एक तो AGL है, इसके अलावा फूरिया तो कल से है, गोट ऊपर आई है भाई साहब, फूरिया तो कल से है।
साल से नहीं AGL नहीं करेगी,
क्या लगता है गीके करेगी फिर?
गीके करनी चाहिए।
अबे मर गए, ये रीना तो गई, गीके खेल रही है भाई। सही फाइट ले ली इन्होंने ये रीना से। क्यों ओए केवन ऊपर था भाई, स्प्लिट बढ़ गया, स्प्लिट देखिए अभी केवन निकल भाई साहब वहां से, मरेगा
भाई। इधर क्यों रुका हुआ था पता है आप?
ऊपर से टीम ना आए,
उनको रोका होता है, नीचे वाले ने उनको पीछे से मार दिया। तीनों नीचे फायर थे डिप में, वो ऊपर वाले रिज आ गया ना, ये जहाँ पे केविन था इधर आके गई पूरी बात है।
वाह फिर भी बढ़ गया भाई,
बड़ी लेकिन उन्होंने वो अग्रेसिव खेले हैं।
चलो टॉप 6 में फिर भी जगह बन गया, लेकिन 6 किल भी तो है। नाइस।
GAL नहीं करनी चाहिए क्वालीफाई भाई, हम ये देंगे जाके फाइनल में, क्योंकि भाई अच्छी टीम जो होती है वो रोटेशन में कभी भी मार नहीं खाती, बहुत रेयर मार खाती है।
तो AGL रोटेशन में मरी है,
AGL रोटेशन में 2 बंदे बढ़ गए थे इनके 721 से।
हां 721 बिल्कुल याद है मेरे को। कैच मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ा जाग गया, अपनी वो क्या कहते हैं वो ओल्ड परफॉर्मेंस दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा है। अभी तक तो
कब से है?
हाँ अभी तक तो भाई साहब सरवाइव कर रहे हैं।
फ्यूरिया वाले कुछ कर परफॉर्म कर ही जाते हैं।
फ्यूरिया
बड़ी
हाँ देखिए सरफेस
मत जरा जोन निकलिया नहीं बढ़ गया। एक बंदे यार ए बम्बई यार मार देना आपको
मेरे जैसा नेट करवा रहा। ओह मिलू बाहर ही बैठा हुआ है भाई, उन्होंने भी आगे पूरा इरादा कर लिया है जोन में जाने का। मिलू पकड़ा गया।
नहीं तुम्हारी गेम हुई तो थी ना आज का टीम पीसी में।
मकाओ जीते तो हैं ना जी कह रहा हूँ एनएस ये अच्छा खेल रहे थे
एनएस की बात नहीं कर रहा ये अंबा
फुल ओके तियांबा को गेट कीप किया जा रहा है पता लगे मिलो भी ये वाला किल भी फिनिश्ड हो जाए फिनिश्ड कौन हाँ हाँ 6 किल्स एरन अभी डाउन है बस
मुश्किल है चिकन
ओए वुल्फ सरवाइव कर गई है अच्छा नहीं वो तो दूसरे गीके थी
ये वुल्फ की किल देखो आप सब
बस जियो मैंने क्या कहा था परफॉर्म कर रही है भाई
वुल्फ रिच खेल रही है
अयाला बढ़ने वाला है भाई साहब अगर सोललेस ने देख लिया तो निकल
करना उधर बड़े किल लेती वुल्फ थलों भी
Still has a further distance to go. A nade over the top.
Oh.
Do they spot it? Do they dodge it? Looks good. It splits the difference. Doesn't quite.
Okay, अयाला को देख लिया.
Damage to really worry Ulf at all.
इनके पास शायद यूटिलिटी अच्छा है ना इसके पास. सोललेस मार दे यार. नहीं अभी नहीं मार सकते. परफेक्ट लोकेशन है बेटा. यासिर मार दे क्या पता. मुंह के सामने आ गए. अयाला.
So they're ensuring both the high ground and the low ground aren't getting
उसको ये की बंदा सारा पे वो बड़ा फिट खेल रहा है ऊपर से रिच भी हल्की सी नीचे दे
नेट इसने कुक कर लिया लगा है कि नहीं ओके अयाला पे पुश हो रहा है ओए सोललेस बच गए नाइस कैच मजा आ गया चलो भाई साहब आप थोड़े आजाद हो तुम ओए वुल्फ का स्प्लिट चेक कर भाई साहब वुल्फ तो यहाँ पे बेहतरीन किस्म का स्प्लिट लेके बैठी हुई है सबसे बड़ा स्प्लिट ही इनके पास है भाई 10 किल्स और बड़ा स्प्लिट क्यों के नहीं ओ भाई नाइस यार पुश आ गया भाई एनएस पे और गाड़ी से ही
पीछा कर दे यासिर
ओके आगे से नेड आ रहे हैं ये नेड लगने वाला पक्का सरफेस शायद पकड़ा गया ना यार हाँ
भाई बब्बे लगता होता ना मैं को पैर इतना
अबे यार उसे कम से कम पता होना चाहिए यार कि वो ऊपर वाली साइड तो ना रुकेगा भाई नीचे देखना है भाई साहब अच्छा स्मोक हुए हैं अब तो पता चल ही गया होगा वैसे जोन अगला देखते हैं 25 सेकंड 23 सेकंड में आ रहा है पहले पुश कैसे करेगा भाई देखते हैं अगला जोन जिस पे जाएगा भाई साहब चिकन उसी का ही है या अगर स्मोक्स हुए तो कुछ ना कुछ निकल ही जाए फिर
वुल्फ का चिकन बड़ा मुश्किल है यहाँ से जितने मर्जी कभी सजे साइड रफ्तों पे हो जाए कुछ भी नहीं था इतने वाले नहीं सकते पर जितने मर्जी होंगे बढ़ेंगे
the smokes are starting to run thin and the nades on side for Wolves are terrifying with 11 eliminations already. They want to go up to 14. Wolf trying to scavenge whatever they can, picking the meat off the bones.
Smoke नहीं है
भाई नसरी कुछ ना कुछ करने वाला है
cheeky spot actually, very cheeky.
ये कैच की पोजीशन अच्छी है
इसने अच्छा नेट मार दिया यार
और भाई सोलस बच गए नहीं स्कारफेस अबे दोनों बच गए भाई ओके ही बचे
यार मार दे यार
एलिमेंट्रिक्स ओ भाई इनके पास गाड़ियां ही नहीं बची
कब से प्रेशर बनाओ यार
के तू
बस ठीक है उन चिकन है उन बचा
ओ नाइस तीसरा भाई साहब हाफ कर गए हैं भाई
चिकन ही ना बैठे
ओ भाई so let's
चिकन खड़े वाले
chill मजा आ गया भाई कैच ने मुझे लगता है अपनी शक्तियां जगाई हैं वो PMGO वाली सेकंड डे वाली
हरामी चिकन इसी तरह के मैच निकालने हैं अगले 2-3
But you can see it's not elation on
अगले
their
तीनों
faces. They know today this is just the first step of many if they want to get towards the top 6 right now. But it's a good game. It's a strong game. They play it out well with limited resources. With singular grenades, they pull out what felt very difficult towards the end of that game. And for Wolves, it's just sort of a confusing approach. I understood at the start, but as soon as you have information, all the players are on the top side. They have the slight
पेरिस में
plateau.
सर्दी है
Why are we smoking ourselves up on the
Winter?
south side? Why are we
नहीं
denying
वो उधर
sidelines?
की सर्दी
Why
भाई
are we
पाकिस्तान की
essentially
भाई
playing
मैं
as
क्या
two
कहूँ
separate two-man teams?
नहीं वो नौकी कह रहा था ना उन्होंने हाथ गर्म करने के लिए वो दिए में क्या कहते हैं
सर्दी है उधर लेकिन पाकिस्तानियों पे नहीं फील होती
Felt good for so much of that game, really did. And then they just stopped playing as soon as Circle 8 hit. And there was plenty of time. There was
ओ
actually
भाई
plenty of
साहब
time.
वो
If
जो
you watch this back, there's
एक
plenty of
पिक्सल
time
नजर
for
आ रहा था
Wolves
उधर
to
से
set
हमारा
up closer towards the center zone. And if you take that two-man
ये
hit,
पता दो के स्प्लिट में बहुत ही बैग गए हैं नॉक नहीं दे पाए ऊपर वाले नीचे इन्होंने आ गया भाई
strange game from Wolves. Strange game. I will say that Ulf definitely had a slight advantage there because they still had the Shaq in play and had a fairly fiercer position to continue to
GL का
reset
देखो
off the
दिखा
back
रहे हैं
foot.
इनके पास की नहीं होता आज वाह
Yeah, definitely curious. I mean, there was a lot more time in that game for Wolves to make further decisions, make further pushes.
अच्छा आपको पता है ये जो जितने भी लैन अवार्ड होते हैं PMGC वर्ल्ड कप इसमें 120 FPS पे तो नहीं खेलते लोग सारे
90 पे खेलते हैं
120 लाओ ही नहीं
क्यों
पता नहीं
Getting that knock with the nade around the tree was so big for them at the start. Absolute banger. But the conversion on
जितने
a
भी
knock
ST
down
और
the
जुड़े
hill
मीमेंट होते हैं
was
सब
what
90
clinched
पे
it for them. Because that kept those sidelines tight in. There was no chance
120
for
पता नहीं
Wolves to
कहते हैं
touch.
एक्स्ट्रा एडवांटेज हो जाता है लेकिन सबके पास ही 120 पर होते हैं
It was an
लेकिन
incredible
90
shot,
पर
and I think that honestly, if you are on the south side there, you have to play super passive, basically tiny peaks over the top, spraying over towards them, but not playing with your life. That's the problem they ran into. As soon as they could get Batter back up again, because he had time to walk over towards it, crawl over towards the tree to get rezzed again. But you're right, as soon as all the guns were laid bare, it was a very easy game for both down forwards. Being forced out by that final zone as well. The stage 9 zone has been closing quite a lot here, I feel like. Teams are really dragging it down to the wire, but we still have 3 more matches to play. We finished the first half of today. One more
इंटरव्यू ना करना नहीं वो मैच स्टार्ट करो
खेले हम वो क्या नाम है उसका रैंक करीना वैसे भी ये आखिरी मैच मैं कर रहा हूँ इसके बाद तो भाई सीधा ये नहीं ये आखिरी मैच नहीं इससे अगला यानी पहला मेरा अमर वो आखिरी होगा मेरा चलो
An update on all things week 6. Tell me what you got going on.
Yes, so we have a lot of action happening this week on the STC Arena. Starting today is day 1. Very important to highlight here. 3 French teams competing. We have Vitality as well as KC and Gentlemates. Now, every single one of these organizations fields very strong rosters in the title.
Okay.
From MENA side of things, however, we're also looking at Twisted Minds and Falcons, of course. A lot of heartbreak for Twisted Minds over the last couple of weeks.
Sure.
But hopefully, they can do it this time around. Falcons got another strong roster. But what is the kicker here is KC and Gentlemates.
Okay.
Because as much as their rosters are very strong, they need one more top 8 finish to even qualify for the championship points.
Okay, so potential big moments for those two squads, but also some of our leaderboard leaders potentially getting some more points. Of course, we're going to
यार
have to
ये
see how all
बकवास
that
जो
plays
है ये
out. When
क्यों
we
नहीं
have
उठा
the
रहा
answers, we'll check back in with Ginny.
कौन?
Our players are taking on a brand new
PHP
challenge, Drop Hunt. Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map. 5 locations are marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge area. At each location is a mystery envelope. The mission is simple. Find them, grab them, and bring them back. But there's a catch. There are only 5 envelopes, and each one is worth 20 points. The team that collects the most envelopes wins Drop Hunt. Ready, set, hunt.
Mana kita? Iya, so. Mana ya? Ini bang. Ini bang. Kita speaker di sini bujang. Kita di sini aja. Coba tengok mapnya lagi. Mereka ini. Mana tengok di daerah sini? Kayak mana cara dapat amplopnya anjing? Tengok tahu cara kita mereka. Mana sih amplopnya? Pernah diambil harusnya. Lihat mana? Di sini. Viewing di situ, viewing. Viewing ini nggak sih? Mau kita serang aja gitu. Iya, serangin aja mereka. Ayo. Pet. Sini, Pet. Kau mati juga kan jangan. Ini, Pet. Ambil, Pet. Lari, Pet. Lari, Pet. Jam. Oh, yang ini. Mana dia? Ini, Mas. Oh, tren juga, Ren. Ambil. Gini. We have 3, they have 2. We lost. Yeah. Nangis dulu jangan nangis yang. Yeah, let's go.
We've been wondering all this time where this team has been, and they finally end up showing up as Ulf is able to get the win. But for everybody currently watching, yeah, we're not back at the same place. We're actually at the fan experience, so make sure you come and check it out. You can check out the awesome collabs that we currently have with Naruto and PUBG Mobile. And most importantly, make sure you check out the Brain Rot Royale, which is available in World of Wonder. It looks pretty cool, honestly. I'm currently looking at it. Once you guys come to the screen, you'll be able to see exactly what we're talking about. Since Max is currently posting with Mr. Unknown, but Max, Ulf ends up showing up in that performance.
I gave up hope, to be honest. Before this game, we were like, Ulf is just not looking like the Ulf we saw earlier this year, and even at the end of last year with the 2nd place at PMGC. But man, oh man, what a great push out, able to clear out all of Al-Ula, and then winning out versus Wolves, which I didn't expect them to win that fight, really. I mean, me and Kalaris were talking about that game, and Wolves had a great setup, but clearly Scarface in particular stood out massively.
I'm mad.
He's mad.
Tell us why you're mad. By the way, thanks for joining us.
Hi over there. Yeah.
Hi.
No, I watched that fight go down, right? And I think the Wolves should have been able to have that. I was theorizing a 3-1 split, 3 on the kind of south side in order to be able to kind of put on more pressure. But they gave them so many 1v1s and even 1v2s, which Ulf was able to capitalize on so greatly. I'm not. I don't know what to say. I'm choking up.
Choking up right now. Oh. It's because all finally showed up. That's why he's choking up.
He's so happy.
He is, but I tell you what, the one thing I'm really happy with Ulf about off the back of that win against Wolves is they waited until the zone was actually pushing in, right? Stage 9 before making their move. They isolated a player of Wolves. They got that knock. They realized that was the weak position and then went up over the top. Because of the zone that was coming in, the guys down at the bottom of the hill couldn't really retaliate, so they were immediately put on that defense position. So Ulf actually timed that very well, but I totally agree with you, Kalaris. Wolves should have had that in the bag 110%, and they just didn't.
I gotta give some props for Wolves though, because this match was very important for this squad, and I actually want to rewind it a little bit more because the 3-1 split that they were doing earlier on, they were taking a fight with a different team, which was none other than Noncham Red Force. They kept one player behind, and he was keeping track of what was going on with GOAT. Once they finished off the fight with Noncham, they went back and finished off GOAT in such a good just synergy from the squad.
I don't know how to feel because Ulf, I'm happy to see them do well, but Nongshim Red Force get eliminated, so I'm a little bit, torn between this game. But no, really good stuff from Wolves in particular. And what I like to see is when it was shifting around school and apartment area, it kept going to the western side, and Wolves actually see, okay, got 4 teams to the east. Let's wide wrap to the west, eliminate GK, and let the fight come to us at the very end, which by doing so, they secure bare minimum a second place. So yeah, Wolves, good IGLing on their side.
It is good IGLing, but as you guys were saying, just that 2-2 split at the end. Honestly, it was a bit too much for them. Neptura, from this last match, I mean, we are going to be heading into the final 3 matches. Any team that you're in particular just going to be keeping a close eye on?
I got to see more from Nongshim Red Force. I know we keep saying it again and again and again, but they came in looking like the favorites for the entire thing to actually win PMWC this time around, and they just are falling so short, so short. I need to see more from them in the last 3 games. We need to see them go to finals. We need them to have another chance.
We need them to wake up.
Yeah.
That's what we need them to do.
Snoozing.
Galaris, we need them to see them being able to start those getting... Neptura, quit hogging the mic. We need to see them getting those eliminations.
I think I'm concerned for a lot of the teams, not just them as well, because I think the gravitas of the situation is getting to people. I think people are playing more passive than they have before, to the point where it's actually going to cost them points down the road. You're getting less eliminations. You're playing for a position, but then the circle shifts away from you, and you're not flexing out from that spot until it's too late. So I'm seeing, I mean, there's $3 million on the line, 7.
Yep.
It is going to weigh on these players, especially when they're on the verge of elimination.
It is, and that's the crazy thing, right? When we're heading into this final 3 matches, the pressure is going to be on, but it's also going to be a bit of freedom for some of these squads, because if you're outside of the top 6, you got absolutely nothing to lose. There's no second chance after this. There's not another survival day. No, this is it. You have to make sure you end up in the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be do or die for some of these teams very clearly. Now, you just got 3 more games right now around the corner, so we'll see if they can try and make it work out. But if you're at the very bottom, such as, for example, KRX, I think it's done. They just don't have that drive right now to try and make a mad dash at the top 6. I think for KRX in particular, they're the first team on my mind, Kalaris. They're just out of the race entirely.
They're especially interesting because when I interviewed them, they said, yes, they got the better end of the roster shuffle, the WrestleMania, that happened at the beginning of the year. However, it doesn't currently look like that's the case in a very high-octane situation.
They have been non-existent, to be completely honest, with that squad. And we even saw it on social media, too, using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, where the coach took full blame of what was happening with the team yesterday. Today, I mean, is it going to be the coach again, or is it going to be the players? Because ultimately, the players are the ones making that decision within the game. Max, I know you wanted to see something that happened in the last match, especially one that we were kind of laughing at. And it had to do with just Alula and a bunch of smokes.
It was me and Kalash who were just going, what the hell is happening over there? And you're looking at the replay from Alula when they decide to actually crash onto a plateau right next to Ulfin. Like, that's a great position. You can see it right now on your screens. And he's like, okay, that's a good send. IGL will say, guys, just put down a couple of smokes, maybe, bare minimum, just to deny the vision of Ulf. But Kalaris, they went way overboard.
I've told you many, many a time, having utility into the extreme late game will pay huge dividends. Having no smokes towards the end where Ulf actually did throw those nades over, there's no way you're going to be able to negate them. The lines of sight and things like that, it's just too many. You're not really negating too many lines of sight other than maybe some lines of sight from like the top of apartments or something like that. Yeah. This is too much.
You just deny your own vision too. It's too many.
How many is it actually?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hey! Hey, that's a great number right there.
Yay.
But I want to actually take a look at the overall because I want to see what the picture's currently looking like. We have seen so many shifts within that top 6, especially going into the next 3 matches, the final matches in Natura. Those squads that are currently in contention for that top 6, that are currently outside, need to make sure that they play flawlessly.
I mean, we know it's what, 2, 3, 5 points difference between so many of these teams. The gap is non-existent, and when you're looking at only 3 matches left, 1 more Erangel, even if you want to make it even more pressurized, right? We've only got 1 more Erangel before going to Miramar. That Miramars are notorious for being super difficult, and if you're looking at the overalls here, what do we have? Wolves at 64, GK at 60, Ulf at 58. Ulf making perhaps a late comeback, but it's still close enough to be able to make that top 6.
Max is so close, 2nd place all the way down to 8th. We currently can't see 9 in the rest, but they're only separated by just 10 points.
I mean, right now, my speculated entry point to the top 6 is going to be about 80 points at the end of the day, maybe 85 if we do go on the higher echelon. So right now, outside of really Tiamba, every team, if they have a really bad follow-up for the second half of today, could fall out of contention for the top 6 and reach in the grand final. So if you're not currently in 1st place, if you're not Tiamba, your spot is not locked in just yet.
And for Go Team, we've seen them being able to get those eliminations. They need to get those placement points as well. As we go here towards the 2nd page, I mean, Yangon Galacticos, they have a chance to make it once again to the finals, but Yangon, the defending champions of PMWC, are struggling.
I think it has to happen in this game. I think that if they do not gather the traction, but again, they're one of the teams that fall under that passive mark, and they even accepted it last year that they were a passive team. They were able to get the championship because of some of that passive play, because of some of those circles. They needed to ramp up the aggression. We spoke to Smile. He said, yes, we need to mix some of that in. It has not happened fully yet, and it needs to activate right now.
It's starting to look like last year's PMWC for this squad. They were able to make it into that final game as well for PMWC survival stage. Could it happen again? All we know is that we're going to be playing some Brain Rot Royale, and you should too in game. Make sure you log into PUBG Mobile and check out that map in World of Wonder. But let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti. What are they up to?
Ladies and gentlemen, just 3 maps remain in the survival stage until we'll start closing things out, and things are starting to heat up on the... Luti?
Yeah, I'm here.
Dude!
Yeah.
You made it! You survived!
Yeah, I did
Nicely
survive.
done, bro!
Hey, can I have more chicken dinner, please?
Oh.
Can I have more chicken dinner, please?
Yeah, I can get you more chicken dinners. We've got 3 more coming your way anyway. Can I get you anything else?
Oh, yeah, I miss the French cheese as well.
French cheese. Yeah, I'll see what I can do, man. I'll see what I can do.
Hey, look, I meet him. It's Chicky the chicken.
It's Chicky?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's disgusting, so it's mine now. It's my friend.
It's disgusting?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll see what I can do, buddy.
No.
I'll see you later.
No, we're losing him. Casters back to you, Chicky. Chicky!
Save him! Save him! I'll tell you what, there's a lot of teams that need to be saved here, Jackie. What's up, everybody? How's it going? I'm Hot Jukes here with the legendary Jackie Powers. Gonna be on the mic casting these last 3 matches of the survival stage. The intensity is in the air here because after these 3 matches, 10 teams are going home.
It's very true, Jukes. You're kind of setting the stage perfectly there. Luti, obviously, he's been doing a good job of surviving himself, but for some of these teams, it might not be the same. Although there is one thing that's going to be exciting for all of those fans at home, of course. It's Yangon Galacticus' really quite commemorative skin that they've got there in game, that ancient charm set off the back of their win last year. But in 12 months, a lot can change, Jukes. And that's the landscape we're looking at today.
That's exactly what we're looking at right here, man. This is getting so intense. And you can see Alpha 7, they got some smiles on their faces. They're feeling confident going in here to the rest of the day. I know they have tons of support for their teams. And just every single time I see Alpha 7, I could hear the drums of victory ringing in the background as we get into the final Aerogale of the survival stage. Let's get it going.
Yeah, let's see what they've got in store for us. And how loud those drums are going to get ringing in the ears of competition. But will it
I can still hear him now.
Success, mate. Yeah, it's tinnitus, I think it's called now.
Oh, okay, all right. Let's get it going here. Oh, we got a plane path going all the way from Novo up to Severny. Okay, we're gonna still see some teams stretch on over to Sosnovka. But look at the overall rankings here, folks. Tianba, a lock, obviously, to go into the finals of the top 6. But looking at the race, still anybody's game here. Even the arena in second place, they are not safe. Especially going all the way on down to, I'll put it even at 14th, right? We can still see Yangon Galacticos in the finals, but in my opinion, it's going to take a win right here, right now.
Yeah, they've got to come out swinging, right? It's got to the point where there's only so many times we can say all these ifs and buts of, oh, maybe they'll start to wake up, maybe this is the point. It literally is cutthroat territory of do or die now. You know, they were saying themselves it's way harder because you were a bit more of an unknown quantity before. You came out hot, played blinder. Like last year was ridiculous in how they were able to just show up and give it their all. Very different landscape this year, Jukes. Feels like
क्या हुआ?
Military zone में हो गया.
Don't worry about that. Just focused on this.
Are you kidding me?
Down south है भाई साहब. बहुत मजा आएगा.
This is the last Erangel. This is it. There's no more Erangels today, and we're going to the south side, baby. You can see there's quite a few teams already in this area. Yangon Galacticos, they are here, and this is their chance, in all honesty, because we haven't talked about it a whole bunch, but I really need to, and this is when we get into these last 2 matches. Those are going to be the ultimate desperation games, right? So you cannot count on it being a regular game of PUBG Mobile Esports here, right? If you need a 20-point game, you're going to see teams go nuts, do crazy stuff, disrupt the entire lobby. So if you want to feel even slightly solid to go into the finals, you got to get it done right here, right now. And this is Yangon Galacticos' time, a perfect zone for them.
It is. It's ideal, right? And obviously this is the go-to drop spot for them and go they hit every single time. It's been consistent throughout their runs on Erangel. Usually with a lot of the zones we've got, you're forced off massively to long north rotate, so having to push over towards the southern side of the playable space. You're already where you want to be for a finish. This is going to cut a lot of that downtime out. They can think a little bit further ahead a bit easier. But it could work out. Could be the perfect time for it. Just what the docs are ordered.
Yeah, the problem with it is just where they're standing, right? They're in the 13th place spot. It's top 6 or nothing, literally. Yep. No, not 7th is not good enough. So right now they are 19 points behind 6th place. A regular, just a chicken dinner with 2 elims is not going to cut it. They're going to need at least double-digit eliminations here. Especially if a team like the Wolves gets some points on the board, but one of their players is knocked. A nice little revenge shot though, but Boots, man, is putting in the work. This is devastation.
No.
But Elementrix driving on up with the drive-by just might have saved a squad.
Down to 2 duos then already. The Battle of the Wolves versus the GOAT. Powerhouses of the Animal Kingdom, bro, and they're starting to flush them as well.
Oh, bade knock pade hain Geek walo.
4 still knocked. Geek as well, smelling out blood in the water between these 2 sides. This is 3 points sitting right here, Jukes.
They're putting some shots on.
Yaar, Geek walo boto.
To be able to get into the circle. I actually like this play. Yeah, you want to avoid that fight. Just try to get into the zone. Maybe Ragnarok wants a piece of this. Maybe he can smell an elimination. There's one right there. He's going to get the secure onto Baton, hop off the vehicle to 1v1 and catches Elementrix. Ragnarok saying, nah, my old teammates, they can take off, but I'm staying.
This guy loves fighting. We've seen it so consistently, and once again there, the aggression pays off. Oh, mate, Wolves and GOAT out instantly on this one then in reality. You're down to a solo for either side. This is brutal, Jukes.
You know what? It makes sense. It makes sense why Geek did that, because they had to see the elimination feed. And with all those players knocked, they knew who it was. It was Wolves. It was GOAT. These are 2 teams that they need to pass up on the leaderboards. So I understand why Ragnarok says, I'll solo take the risk, because if I do end up winning that fight, this is huge for our squad, and it worked out perfectly for Geek.
Yeah, you're right on that barrier. 3 points behind now, and it's Wolves that are there gatekeeping you, so a massive upwards draft. Oh, there could be more in their timeline as well. Racing down, facing off, 721 GS, Killer Joe just on the periphery inside of the compound. Going to get themselves into a better situation to get a bit of looting done, play slightly safer off the back of what will be a big opener.
What a crazy start to this game. GK really coming out on top there. 3 eliminations, destroying both the Wolves and Goat. For a second, I thought the Wolves were going to get away with that. But no, Ragnarok risked it for the biscuit. And I mean, it's little risks and plays like that could be the difference, right? From going home or going into the finals. So a huge, huge play for GK. Cannot stay
मैच
enough.
देखो ना भाई
सबर भाई
You love to see it. They're going to be very proud of the plays from Ragnarok on that one. Clean up crew maneuvers. Go, we're starting to get a bit of that speed back
यार
as
मैं
well.
भाई मैं स्पेक्टेट करने लगा था मैंने कहा
This is going to be a head and hands moment for both of those squads. No, you just got to kind of wrap this one out now.
स्पेक्टेट ही नहीं करते भाई आपने स्पेक्टेट करना है वही रहा
भाई सबर कर जाना
क्या सबर कर जाना
वर्ड खेलने दे भाई तू मैच देख बड़ा कोई भैंस की टांग 40 खेल रही है वैसे तो नींद आ रही होती है
भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ हमें स्पेक्टेट करना है आपने कहा तो आज 20 आ गया टूर्नामेंट टीमें फाइटें ज़्यादा कम लेंगी देखना एंड तक चुगल लगेगा हमें स्पेक्टेट करना है जाइए
Another team that's going to make that boat take is going to be E Arena. They're heading on over to Primorsk, trying to hunt down one of those aquatic vehicles. And as far as, I think there's a few other teams as well that need to be making this rotated here late.
Oh, भाई ये 58 पे आ गया
Tiamba as well, still the top dogs in the lobby right now.
Kawilo.
Towards the southern side as well for Alpha 7, with potentially a late passing over the bridge, depending on where this shifts for them in E Arena. See their POV on screen now.
Here they come, man. 68 points on the board again. This is still a tight race here. Beauty's driving that serpentine left and right, trying to get away from Young Galactico. Silence is forced out of his vehicle, abandoning it on the bridge for now. And that's going to be Igor right next to him. Ayala may try to put some suppressive fire here. Playing it pretty darn silent here. He's got the buggy, so he can actually drive underneath the railings and get out of here. But instead, he's going all the way on down. All right, so he does end up getting there nice and safe. Good rotation for Furia. And they make it safely in the military base. And you can see just how fast these teams are rotating here in this last Aaron Gale. They know how important it is. They are not wasting any time.
Any indecision here could be really costly for your overall tournament lifeline. Ooh, hard crunch into the island as well, very center. Cutting out the bridge, cutting out the mainland, and forcing everyone to basically step over one another, Jukes.
That's about as military base as it get here, folks. I don't think you could get more of a military circle than this final Aaron Gale match of the survival stage. We are now at the second half of today.
ओ भाई साहब मुक्का चलो अपने मैच की तरफ चलते हैं
You can see
Yo,
Alpha
just
7
like in a
still needs to
zone.
find a way into this circle. All those boats, everything is gone by now. So they're trying to figure out what
बस
to
है ना
do
जाएंगे
here.
कैसे जड़ी कश्ती थी जड़ा कश्ता था सब ले गए सारे
Playing it patient is going to have to be
कोई बाहर है अभी मेन आइलैंड में
We saw the map feed there as well. One of these squad mates
Nice,
in the
Aaron.
arena was down in the blue. That's Mormon.
कोट भी गई वुल्फ भी गई आई
and that is the 6th place cutoff team eliminated. But now
ओ भाई उल्फ पे आ गया
getting into it with Ulf. These are two teams
Aaron
right next to
down
each other on the leaderboards. A huge fight. Maple
AGL.
gets the thirst onto Aaron. The rest of Ulf forced to avoid this fight, so they make a sacrificial play, rotating on into this circle. And
ओ भाई उल्फ को तो भाई साहब बिखेर दी है देख गैप कितना है इनमें
Not the entry they wanted. Losing one player.
किधर पे कर गया मैं तो मैसेज पढ़ रहा था
WhatsApp weaker as well, so
well
opportunities to try and climb the ladder in this game would have been big for a squad like Ulf. Feeding the points over to their direct competitor as well, like you touch on there. Gonna leave a sour taste in the mouth. A few shots were dumped into the hovercraft, but it still stays alive and in play. Scarface is closest by, but effectively left on an island.
Tiamba भी आ गया
Man, this is going to come down to the last match here, folks. I can already tell. I mean, this is getting crazy. Let's take a look here. Oh, necessary. Trying to find a cheeky play on the plane, and he gets taken out.
Timer था ना अपना.
तो मार गई वो 5 सेकंड मुझसे. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50.
A whole lot. They're going to have to make a play.
आ गई हो ना 5 सेकंड.
To survive because Geek here looking strong. AGAL have a beautiful position in the zone.
अल्फा 7 अभी निकल रही है भाई
ये
क्या कर रहे हैं
लेट है ना.
तो ब्रिज कैंप कोई लगा रहा है? कोई नहीं, दोनों तरफ से
फिलहाल तो कोई नहीं लगा रहा था. आप देखो कैसे.
They're going to waste quite a bit of utility. But you know what? It's better to stay alive a little bit longer than just make some crazy rotate on a bridge.
21 bandages, 3
Yeah, don't really have that many options.
Health
प्लेयर खेलते हैं यार ये.
4
कोई नहीं है यार. आ जाओ यानूस नोवस.
कोई भी नहीं है भाई.
ओए पैन पे शिफ्ट आ गई. जल्दी आओ ना.
ये आएंगे जी मेल्टा साइड से. जल्दी पहुंच जाएंगे.
ओला वाले निकलेंगे अब ये पीछे से. मिल्टा से आएंगे मुझे लगता है.
मेल्टा से ही आएंगे और
भाई मिल्टा लग ना जाए.
अबे ये अलग-अलग क्यों जा रहे हैं? हैं?
कौन
स्प्लिट क्यों ले रहे थे ये 2-2 का?
कौन
अल्फा 7 वाले 2 मेल्टा वाली साइड से आ रहे थे, 2 फेरी पेरी वाली साइड जा रहे थे. मजाक के अलावा थोड़ा सा पीछे करके देख ले. बेशक तू देख ले.
नोटिस नहीं किया सवाल.
AGAL. They got a little bit antsy and they want
क्या
to
प्लान बना रहे हैं?
position to zone. They get a decent one here.
हाँ रिस्की हो सकता है लेकिन अगर ये सीन अगर कामयाब होगी ना ये चीज इनकी तो
नो भाई फिर भी उन्हें कंबाइन या रीग्रुप करने में बहुत टाइम लगेगा.
which is devastating considering
जीके भी लाइक उसे जाने दे.
right now though.
अभी ये कर सकते हैं. अभी ये क्या कहते हैं फोर्ड कर सकते हैं. कोई नहीं.
They have
Alpha 7
the observatory. They have all the high ground and we've seen
observatory
elimination chicken dinner here. So this is huge on the side of
ये जोन था मिलिट्री का फोर्ट ही थी. मिड वर्टी पैड अभी
बड़े अच्छा ये कौन सा एरिया है भाई साहब? ये
व्हाट है वीडियो सही है. व्हाट है वीडियो नहीं सही था.
हां यार अब क्या कर रहा हूं. क्या रैक सामने मौजूद है.
रैक होता है. But he video saved it.
Players quite early with Mormon falling inside of the Blues. He was trying to swim round to get onto the island. The rest of the squad went for the wide rotate the whole way down. So they're up by the coast right now. It's KRX and Ulf that are ahead of them. Alpha 7 still not committing for the wrap over the bridge just yet, Jukes. Alula would still be the guard defending that entryway if they commit to this.
Let's see what plays they're going to make here. Alpha 7 need to find a way into this circle. I'm looking at the crowd right now. I see some of the young on Galacticos fans, and I see a whole bunch of nail biting right now.
Oh, है सीधे से जा रहे हैं. सही डिसीजन है.
This one, I see some smiles on their faces as well, because this is a perfect circle for them. We'll see where the next zone does go, though. If it ends up going a hard shift to the west side, that's going to be pretty rough. But we'll see for now. As Alpha 7 roaring into this next circle, trying to find a safe position. Their fans are excited. And dead silence in the arena here.
तू रिच गिनो जल्दी
Set up around non-shin towards the
मुंडी चुप ना कर करना.
Still in play from the bridge they've got here. And Alpha 7 following the roadside around with Tiamba guarding towards the top there.
Burning a whole bunch of utility. This is stage 4. The blue zone definitely starts to chunk you down here. So Alpha 7 are going to have to wrap in here pretty quickly. The north side is pretty open, so they might have a good rotation on in. They do end up holding this building for now, and it is wide open. Very, very fortunate. But now we're starting to see get put in some work. Revo ends up catching Al-Ula, though. Here we go. The fight is starting to ring out. Obscure trying to save his teammate Guizao, looking for some angles here to buy his squad some time.
Got to get him back up. Shots are coming down though, and Obscure's getting peppered, mate. He can't commit to it easily. They've got limited cover here. Throws out a smoke to see if he can actually save his mate. Quick has the nade primed and dashes that one down. If it's on target, it could be lethal.
Alpha 7 is just trying to get this reset here. They don't want any of this, any more of this.
क्या बच्चा यार बच्चा सा गया पैंस किट्टा
कंबाइन हो गया
क्या बच्चा यार
रीग्रुप कर लिया
बच्चा यार भाई रेवो नॉक हो गया था ओपन में ऑब्सक्योर और ऑब्सक्योर कैरो गुजाओ और करीलो ने गड़िया घुमा के ऑब्सक्योर रैप देने के स्मोक के ओपन में इतना जबरदस्त पिछाया
मुझे एक बात बता ये अलग-अलग ही आए हैं या एक ही तरफ से
मिलिट्री ब्रिज से साथ आए हैं मिलिट्री ब्रिज से
सही मल्टा वाली
को पता है आपको क्यों लग रहा था कि क्यों लदा रीग्रुप लदा हो रहे हैं क्योंकि तब ना जोन नहीं बना था जोन बन गया ना कि
जोन बना हुआ था हो सकता है वो कुछ लेने के
और लेट हो के आए हैं फिर
तियांबा सामने भाई अल्फा 7 तो भाई साहब पेल रही है परफॉर्म कर रही है भाई मतलब परफॉर्म कर रही है भाई साहब वो जो इनके अपने गेम स्ट्रेटजी है वो भाई साहब प्रॉपर खेल रही है
लेकिन के बाद ना एग्जीक्यूट हो चीजें जो चाह रहे हैं
चलो जो भी है लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस तो आ रही है ना भाई अल्फा 7 से
ये कहता गड्डी का मार के फुल हो गया
क्या लगता है क्यूजी जाएगा
नहीं यार नेवर किधर
ओए रेवो के पास 2 फटे हैं
ये चीज बोल रहा था रेवो इन्फो ले गाड़ी ये घुमा के इन्फो लो पहले
ईगल पीछे है चेक कर
इस तरह इजी फाइट ही रह सकते क्योंकि ईगल है
लेकिन नेट जो है बहुत क्लियर सरफेस है यार देखना
Alpha 7, they know exactly what's at stake here, right?
गलत जगह पे नेडिंग हो गई है
अब तो इन्हें लग यही रहा है ना भाई
जहाँ पे नेट
ऑब्सक्योर को देख ऑब्सक्योर को देख ऑब्सक्योर को देख वहीं से एशिंग को देख
एशिंग पे काम डल गया ना ये चीज है पैंच और पीछे से पड़ गई
ओ भाई ऑब्सक्योर
It's already messy, yeah, especially considering that Obscure gets knocked at the literal worst time.
चल ये भी तियांबा वाले भी प्रेशर में है
यंगोन आ गया ऑब्सक्योर गए यार
They are lurking though, maybe saying, all right, you know, we're here. But we haven't heard those shots in a second. We'll wait for that third party to ring out, then we'll get in the mix.
भाई सैंडविच हो गया यार तो निकल गया
ओ यार रोमियो उत्ते आ ਜਾਂਦਾ यार चल नाइस ही ना
रेवो डाउन
चल ना बेटा
ओ भाई क्या बात है
टाइम दे रहा है उसको यार कर लो इसकी टांग इनको ले लो ना मिलके बोटियो गलत खेल रही है अल्फा 7 यार कर क्या रहे हैं बोटे
ए भाई क्या चला रही है
अगली यार अल्फा 7 ने यार
Alpha 7 save for now, but Tianba looking to finish him. It's Guizhou all by himself. Gonna have to make a play.
आगे खेलने हैं इसकी टांग अल्फा 7
Crushing the dreams of some of these squads. It's gonna leave Alpha 7 with 70. Furia right behind him though. 3 points so far, and their whole
भाई साहब जो भी 7 हैशटैग पे होगी भाई साहब बहुत रोएगी भाई पॉइंट डिफरेंस ही नहीं है 58 वाला AGL भी परफॉर्म करे वो 6 में आ सकती है
तुम गंदा मैच 14 भाई देखो दोनों ब्राजीलियन टीम में #23 पे आई
cheap.
you do, and you can see right now you got RRQ on the other
Wolf
side.
भाई
They're in
साहब इस
12th
बार
place
Wolf
with
भी
just
भाई
2
साहब
players
बेकार ही
up,
कर गया आखिरी
trying to
बंदा
make
है
something
उनका
happen for their
16
squad. Meanwhile,
NS
dead
खेल रही है
center
भाई
of this circle is none other than Nongshim Red Force. Full squad, sitting pretty. When are they going to start getting active, though? They only got 1 elimination to their name with 54 points. That's 12 behind 6th place. A good win here could put them into that play style. Right now, you're going to see KRX. They're toast. There's no way. Unless they win this game and the next 2, that's the only chance they have. But we have seen crazier things happen in the past.
Yeah, so far
Dan
down
Force
the
pass
ladder,
गया
realistically, it's more what damage can they do to other teams that are trying to progress than remedy their own disaster that they've had in some of these matchups here for our survival stage. Going to be a lofty challenge. Fury though, still sitting pretty. They've had some great games. And once again, lining up to do more damage.
Ayala down है
with a backline there. The org of Yunbin hitting heavy.
कहाँ से भाई साहब दूर से पड़ रहे हैं
So far away as well.
ओ भाई पता लग गया NS का चिकन है सेंटर में बिल्कुल
That next zone does pop on
Check
up
कर
there, and you can see Nongshim, the only squad that's sitting
लेकिन जगह तक डिपेंड करता है अंदर वाली टीमों के पास थोड़ा कवर रहेगा लेकिन रोड के पार आना पड़ेगा उन्हें अगर जोन बाहर गया तो
जोन में देखो नहीं है वहाँ
Meanwhile, this fight's been going on for a minute. You got Tianba, you got Yang on
इन चीज़ों से सड़ते ना नेट ये आना
that hill, that mountainside that they so desperately
रोमियो क्या बात है QZ
popping some shots. Actually, it was Milu actually getting at that knock, and now Smile close in.
तो फिनिश नहीं देंगे इस तरह इजीली चलो एक रह गया हम जीरो ही होंगे ना
ना से क्लाउड ये बड़ी बेवकूफी ओ भाई
अन्ने शुक्र है वो
ओ भाई
फिनिश नहीं होया यूनियन
घोड़े लगा दिया था
Super unfortunate for Young on Galacticos. Nongshim Red Force
यार
holding this little hospital right here.
ओ भाई आ गया कर दिया अंदर
Against none other than Tianba. Tianba looking so
गंदा
strong. They
नेड
had the outside
मिलो
advantage.
बच गया
They start throwing all the util they have, and they have
ओ पछपछे पे आ गई
some
इन्होंने
good Molotovs here. Milu actually going to go ahead and back up with that hovercraft. And this fight is still ringing on
यूमिन
now.
तो भाई
If you're a
साहब
team like
फंसा हुआ
यूमिन का
है
छुआ
there, you got to get active here. You need to start.
उत्तर अन्ने
That's Tizzy with the pump shotgun.
मरते हैं बालियां इसकी टांग इन्होंने
Milu has been an absolute powerhouse.
वश कराने तुसी
So bringing him down could be a nice upwards draft there for
गेम है वो
Nongshim.
तो
Maintain this pace. Lots of pressure being thrown their way.
देखना शैक में बम्बा
Back-to-back team to try
यार
and
अंदर मार देना
सीसी भाई साहब
अंदर गया ही नहीं है स्नेड यार
So easy, armed with
यार टा देना जानू
बच गया
Eagle
ईगल
चल
बच
ना
गया
बाबा यूनियन का इसकी तुसी मार सो आगे ये मैं तो सनी इतनी
To QZZ.
बस
Hyunbin,
तो जीते हम बा
only 18 years old, putting in work for his squad.
खासो बम्बे
Trying
से
to keep their
ओ
dreams
यार
alive. They're in 11th place, but we've seen crazier things from Nongshim Red Force. Goes back to the PUBG Mobile.
ओए गीगल है बंदे को देखो चीर
जियो भाई साहब जियो क्या बचा भाई
ये बड़ा सरवाइव करेगा तेरे इस पे कोई भी नहीं आ सकता कि डिप भी आ गया
say goodbye
चस
to RRQ on this run.
70 वाले वो भी आ गई
There in the
जाए
depths towards 12th place.
बड़ा टैग सरवाइव कर देगा ये तो जी
Now as well to the upper
कसम से
side.
जरा ये क्लियर हो गया ना कैम्बा वाले चस आ
Slightly
गए
higher up the standings here, Jukes.
भाई साहब बैक स्टेप पूरी क्लियर है चेक कर पीछे कोई एक टीम नहीं है NS के सारी सामने है
चल ना बच्चा यूनियन ने काम डाल दी चल दोनों मार गए यूनियन एक अच्छा फिनिश किया यार पैस की टांग यार फिनिश क्यों
ओ भाई
यार नहीं ना यार यूनियन फिनिश तो गलत हो गया
But super fortunate for Nongshim
दूसरा
Red
डाउन
Force
है
to take out Tianba.
इसने हमें उंगल ली है इसने फिजूल में उंगल ली है
So many teams in the top
वो नॉक दे
आ
दी
यार
Beauty up.
ओ भाई
I believe the only squad still left there. That's a huge opportunity for Nongshim
ओ
Red
भाई
Force to catch up, and that is
से पंगा नहीं लेना था
eliminated.
हम ही लिया इस पंगा पैस
हाँ भाई तूने सरवाइव करना था जाने देता
If I can somehow get 2 elims off the back of this.
भाई फ्यूरियस
Walking away
वक्त
with
क्या लगा
something
कि
nice
ये
rather than leaving with nothing on that one.
फला कैसे बैठा हुआ चीव बड़े रामी क्या फरे रहे में तो
ओह भाई
क्या सी जगह बैठा हुआ है
गंदा
Noxian
बचा
Red
हुआ
Force are so hungry. They are looking so good in this match. This is the game to put them in the show here at the last
Chief
second.
down.
Poxy gets a knock onto Chief.
भाई KRX भी चिकन कर सकती है पूरा पूरा टेंशन
भाई साहब इसके बाद मिरामर भी अगर वो सही खेल जाती है भाई साहब वो भी टॉप 6 में टॉप 6 की रन में आ जाएगी लेकिन भाई साहब उसके बाद आखिरी मैच है KX का बहुत मुश्किल है
KRX मुश्किल है यार
बहुत मुश्किल है लेकिन भाई साहब वो मिरेकल वाली बात ही है क्या कहता है
कर सकते हैं वैसे
ओह भाई
721 में पास
मलिक डाउन
721 किल ही देने हैं थी सबको ना तो अभी
अजीब यार
KRX तो बहुत मुश्किल हो गया है इम्पॉसिबल समझो मुझे वो किसी लोग मार गए इजी दोनों किल ले गया 721 में
as though their tournament life is on the line and they are looking good. 3 players up. The zone is starting to close. They're going to have to find a way into this circle, but they are looking rock solid.
Yeah, Furia definitely releasing the beast, man. They want to go all the way to the finals.
भाई किसी को नहीं पता KRX को भी नहीं पता
plays that we've seen from them in the survival stage. Like you say, dude, it's fine margins between the squads beneath them.
रोड पार सिर्फ फ्यूरी ही रह गया और भाई साहब अब जोन अब इन्हें रोड पार करना पड़ेगा
सब बढ़ेंगे सारी दुनिया इनको मारेगी
Could have been a different story on this one, Jukes, but it's just one man left, soulless, cowering behind the monster truck.
ये जोन पे दे
Timeline where he can steal away a couple more points somehow, some way.
भाई 3 बंदे हैं कम से कम कोशिश जरूर करेंगे हाँ एक होता तो फिर या 2 होते तो फिर मैं जरूर कह सकता भाई साहब
कुछ नहीं सकते ना
सोलस हिल भी नहीं रहा भाई वो देख सोलस पे कैमरा है
Furia are outside of the zone. They have a vehicle there. Now they're going to hop into it, but this is going to be a death push.
इस मौके करा के आते हैं तो फिर अलग बात है गड्डी निकाल ली KRX वाले प्रेशर करेंगे ना
And you can see Noxian Red Force waiting for it. The whole lobby is staring at this.
अबे उससे गाड़ी नहीं निकल रही अयाला डाउन
तो तरह शादी किल ही दे वाली बात है ये
साइलेंस भी डाउन
और टीजी किल लेगी
rotate.
Pandemonium trying to get through that small gap.
Oh,
चीफ कैसे आ गया
एक बंदे को सरवाइव करवा दिया 2 बंदों ने एक बंदे के लिए दिया है इसको नजर आ रहा सोलस सब कुछ नजर आ रहा किधर लेटा है चीफ ये उंगल नहीं देगा
भाई उसे सरवाइव करना है उसको पता है भाई साहब
भाई अनलेस यू आर किल हाय चस
KRX भाई बड़ी टीमें यही 2 रह गई हैं
Oh
भाई चीफ क्या
चूहे फला चिकन ले जो ओ
भाई सोलस को किसी ने देखा भी नहीं है
भाई वो अनएक्सपेक्टेड जगह पे बहुत जोन पे चिकन है पार
जोन पे चिकन है ओ भाई क्या हो भाई यार भाई कमाल भाई
KRX का चिकन होना चाहिए यार नेड ही नहीं है इन पे टीजी लोग के पास वो नेड सी मार देंगे
It's a big final head-to-head to this team. You've looked great in the fights we've seen leading up to this point, but how strong is the finish for them?
यही तो सीन था
भाई साहब आगे
Follow up with this. They go in swift, Duke, Spinny, firing off the buckshot quick.
ठीक सीन था ठीक
As the pump action looking good to try and whittle down the numbers for Noxian.
दूर है असल केस था
टीजी बढ़ गया ओ भाई
Is he gonna have to make a play? He peeks up, he goes to the open, gets the knock, but some great support play. It's up to So Easy with the S12K.
आखिरी
चलो बेटे पूरा करके जो समय हाँ जी
Gets the thirst, perfect. Get every single point that you can. Huge flush right there for So Easy.
This could be big for him as well.
ये टाइम में ही दे रहे हैं
Great position to at least attempt to the best of his abilities to fight for this one. 1 versus 3. What have you got for us,
so easy. Can you
क्या
live up
कर
to your
रहे हैं
name
वहाँ?
and make that a reality? His tree's going to be caught slipping, trying to get the bandages out. He's got to pull back into cover.
पैर मार फिर उसे।
भाई आखिरी बंदा है यार, क्या हो गया भाई? हमें डर रहे हैं
भाई, कॉन्फिडेंस की कमी थी।
कॉन्फिडेंस ही भाई साहब खत्म हुआ पड़ा है।
हाँ ना।
End up sneaking a chicken hitter here towards the end, but Dongshim Red Force.
Oh.
Are you kidding me? This is an
मुझे आखिरी दो बराबर है, कर सकते हैं तो यही कर सकते हैं। तारो। ये नहीं रहा।
डॉनशियम ने अच्छा निकाला है, 17-18 पॉइंट्स तो निकाल लिए।
जिनने एक इस तरह का एक मैच चाहिए था।
That's what you got to do, man. It's the one chance, right? Well, we're looking at the teams above them falling to the wayside early.
ये रहा म्यूजिक खेल गया क्यों दिया?
They're playing aggressive. That's the solution. That's the answer.
हम मैं बस ये दिन है एक दो नॉक दे देते, एक नॉक दे देते ना। मान लेते हैं।
नमाज का टाइम हो रहा है।
In the air, set an all-time high right here. So many squads going home. I said it's not just 40 players. You got the substitutes, coaches, staff, everybody's here. None of them want to go home. It's all about making those plays right towards the end. Even Fudia, right? Fudia currently sitting in second place, and you can see the passion coming from Igor right now. He wants to make sure that these guys are doing everything they possibly can to win. And let's listen in to this victory from KRX.
이거 우선 기어갔다. 동현아 왼쪽으로 벌려도 돼. 왼쪽. 나 온다 동현 쪽. 왼쪽 1평 좋다.
उसी तरह कर
They know there's still a lot to be done, but that's a good start. Obviously, this is where you really need to keep this going. A huge game after game.
वो बम्बे को नहीं वो बम्बे को फा कहते होंगे।
It's only 5 margins.
उधर फा फेंक। ओह यार।
ये बड़े पॉइंट दिला गए इनको, टॉप 3 लेके तो आ गए।
कौन?
सोलस।
ना कर। हाँ वैसे टॉप 3 तो आया भाई साहब, वो जो स्टिल बैठा रहा है मुझे लगा ओवरऑल पॉइंट्स है, ओवरऑल पॉइंट में भी इंप्रूवमेंट आई होगी। उल्फ तो भाई साहब उल्फ का आखिरी बंदा तो काफी टाइम से भाई साहब वहाँ पे था, काफी टाइम से। जब
जगह इस तरह की थी ना, वो वाले भी मार मारते थे, रिज वाले नीचे आके नहीं मारते थे, वो अच्छी जगह
भाई साहब काफी टाइम से भाई उसने सरवाइव किया अकेले ही। उस तरह उसमें भाई साहब उसका सिर्फ सरवाइव करना ही बस बड़ी बात थी। उसने उछल के देखा होगा ना, वो उछल के वो जो इंफॉर्मेशन लेते होते हैं।
मुझे रास्ता नहीं बैठा था वैसे, अगर रिज से देखते थे।
रिज वालों ने पहले देखा था उसे, कॉक्स
रिज वाले नीचे आए तब नजर आया।
नहीं वो दूसरे वाले नीचे आ गए थे, लेकिन कॉक्स जो है ना शायद वो उछला हो या कुछ इस तरह हो तब उसे नजर आया होगा।
कॉक्स केड़ा?
अबे वो उसकी साइड में था ना जिसने सबसे पहले उसे स्प्रे करना शुरू किया, उसने जैसे ही फिर सीट चेंज कर ली, मतलब गाड़ी में बैठ गया था फिर भी मर गया।
हाँ वो लेफ्ट रख पे आ गया था,
लेकिन जोन था उस साइड।
To be honest, it feels like harder than the 3 days that we played before. 2 days in the group stage and 1 day here. The lobby is being very passive. Like you can reach the zone 3, zone 4 with 62, 60 players. That's so fucking.
So much Kalaris. I've got Ketch here.
We've got
to talk a little bit about map number 3, managing to secure the chicken dinner. It's put you back into the conversation. You're in that bubble, just a few.
अबे ये तो उल्फ का पिछला वाला वो है, उसके चिकन के वो दे रहे हैं।
After you managed to secure that chicken dinner, did a bit of self-belief come back into the team?
अब्दुल्ला सदाकत, वाह जी वाह। अस्सलाम वालेकुम, कैसे हो अब्दुल्ला सदाकत? चैनल को लाइक और स्ट्रीम को भी, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब और स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दें जाते हुए।
O win aldıktan sonra takımınızdaki atmosfer nasıl oldu? Size bir push verdi mi?
Yani win almamız tabii ki bizi çok mutlu etti. Daha çok motive olduk. Çünkü bu tarz maçları elimizden çok veriyorduk. Bu maçta biraz şanssızlık oldu ama gene hani puan alabildik. Yani finale çıkmak istiyoruz. Kendimizi göstermek istiyoruz orada.
Yeah, of course this gave us a push as a team because we many times we just fall short of like winning a map, so it was definitely a big motivation for our team, and now also we collected some points by becoming top 3 and we hope that we can still make it.
Well, 2 more maps before the finals 6
अच्छा, ये वो
are
वाली नहीं है।
decided.
अच्छा, अच्छा।
Now, these last 2 maps are going to be on Miramar. You've got a good track record on Miramar so far, especially in the group stage and yesterday as well. Are we thinking that this is going to be, you know, a more promising run? How do you guys feel going into this last Miramar? Because it feels like what you guys are lacking at the moment are eliminations, because you're typically, you know, quite an aggressive team. So what's going on in these next 2 games?
Top 6'nın belirlenmesine son 2 map kaldı. 2 Miramar haritası. Hem dünkü maçlarınızda da grup aşamasında da aslında Miramar'da iyi oynadığınızı görüyoruz. Sanki takımca böyle biraz elim puanla eksik kalıyor gibi. Yani öldürme skoru az kalıyor gibi geliyor. Nasıl bir stratejiyle giriyorsunuz bu oyunlara?
Yani biraz dengemiz bozuldu. Bunu düzeltmeye çalışıyoruz. Bu 3. maçta kendimizce düzelttiğimizi düşünüyorum. Bunu bir şekilde üstesinden gelip finale çıkıp bütün hatalarımızı fixleyip önümüze bakacağız.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we lost our balance somehow, but we fixed this with match 3, and we just want to focus on these last 2 games and do our best.
Time for the last 2 games to come over onto this main stage. Ketch, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't worry, he's not injured. For those of you at home freaking out, it's not an injury, okay? We're going to go back over to the studio to break down everything we've seen so far before we go into our final 2 maps of the survival stage.
Hello, bye.
Play.
Kiddia City, powered by Play.
Today. Well, at the moment, we've got Magnus Carlsen taken to the stage for Team Liquid, a team very in need of points, to say the least, at the moment in the Club Championship. So a lot is relying on Magnus Carlsen right now for them. It would get them their first place, it would get them their 2 top 8s. So a lot riding on him at the moment. We've already had a few of the big organizations when it comes to the Club Championship playing.
Okay.
Dennis Lazovic has got through to the next round for AJAL, and we've got Hikaru going through for Falcons as well. So it's big news across the board for all these teams. Nobody really making a breakaway just yet. It's as expected so far.
I love that, though. I love that we're getting some more Liquid storylines. Still AGAL in the conversation, and still lots of chess action left to play. So when we know more, we'll check back in.
Thank you, Glitter and Trap, for that Club Championship update, as AGL is looking to make a push so they can be in the top 6 to actually go to the finals. This squad just hasn't been performing like what we saw them being able to do in the group stages, but for this last game, it has to do with none other than KRX. They finally showed up and they put themselves in a way that if they get another win, Max, they could make that push to top 6.
Not just KRX, by the way. It's South Korea for the win. Yes, first and second place with the side of Nongshim Red Force securing that building. But yeah, KRX definitely desperate to get some points on board. And actually, I was going to pick their team to win. But I was like, oh, it's KRX. They're probably not going to win it. But by the way, the match MVP is QXC. Big name over there in South Korea after that big roster shuffle. And you know what? It took some time. They showed promises sometimes of being consistently, but this game in particular, I feel like they took all the right steps, Nipchura, to actually get that chicken dinner. It looked a bit shaky at the end, but you know what? That was just enough to get that win.
No, I'm really glad that KRX were able to win that. They made that push across to the north side of zone that I was hoping that they would do like a lot earlier, like 2 zones earlier, but ended up not happening, and it worked out just really well for them. As you're seeing, as we look over the highlights, you know, Nongshim we saw on the match rankings there, they also got 18 points. Furia. I feel bad for Furia. They had nowhere to go here, Max.
One team that was able to get that second place finish though, Nongshim Red Force Lays, that squad. We usually talk about how they're not really aggressive. Guess what? All the fights were just coming to them.
Look, I actually had high hopes that, well, not high hopes, but like their positioning here and especially being able to take that rooftop from KRX, I actually thought they were going to pull out the win from this position, but obviously, you know, Zone was sort of closing in on that rooftop, which made it a little bit difficult for them to be able to peek over that top, because obviously KRX had a bit of a rotate in with only the trees to cover them, so it was looking really good. I also was a little bit worried for KRX because they didn't make the push on the one player that was left. Even though they win that, they get the chicken dinner, they're still a little bit afraid, and you can see it in their play style right now, but I do hope they can take the momentum to the next game.
I mean, right now, what was it? What did you say, Lace? I can't hear you over this loud crowd from Alpha 7. They're also doing a bit right now with none other than Zatchik for the Indonesian crowd. But I know there was a clip that you wanted to see, Neptura.
There was indeed, yeah. I just really wanted to see a little bit of a replay of KRX Hoxie, right? Because he played the anchor role to a T. Really enjoying that. Yeah, here you go. Oh, no, it wasn't Hoxie. It was QZZ here.
You told me who's behind the tree. Hoxie's behind a tree.
Hoxie's not told. Oh, yeah, he's over there. So QZZ is going to be over here. That's who I was really talking about. Because look, Benny and Trey are over by that hillside, right? And eventually QZZ is actually going to take this tree spot. And as the other two at the compound move around to either side, QZZ is right there, ready to take any sort of action he might need to take. He's got that back angle. There goes Hoxie. So it's just down to those two on the front line. And QXZZ is doing his job as an anchor point really, really well, holding the fort, giving his team a defense, giving his team cover on those angles, and that is what's going to win them that game.
It's a good one. It was a good play at the end of the day. Almost gave many 1v1s back to back. I was a bit like, oh, that's a bit scary. But actually, could not win a KRX, Nongshim Red Bulls win. If Yumbin didn't go overly aggressive of the Chamba's position, that was a bit of a throw. As much as I do like Yumbin, I have to be critical when he does a misplay. That was a bit of a misplay, a bit of a throw coming out from Yumbin. But still, South Korea showing up massively here. We've still got 2 Miramars, and usually Miramar in South Korea is not a great cocktail.
Would it be safe to say, Max, that Hyunbin finally did something that just pissed you off?
That's a bit of a stretch, but I was a bit like, very bad, Hyunbin. No, I didn't like that.
All right, come down there, One Island. But let's take a look at the overall to see what it's currently looking like with the top 6 teams and how close everything currently is. We started at the beginning of the day, a lot of teams being just separated by 14 points. Right now, Tiamba, they are confirmed to go to the finals. They're not going to be stopping. Furia with that last game as well were able to do so well. But if we're looking at the other teams, I mean, 6th place right now to 8th place.
Bhai Saab, Nongshim #3.
Touch on GK Esports. I mean, they were trying
भाई तियांबा के अलावा बाकी हर टीम हमारी प्रेडिक्टेड है हैं रेहान हेलो रेहान
It was kind of just like they couldn't hold on to that spot. They had such an opportunity with
भाई साहब तियांबा के अलावा बाकी हर टीम हमारी प्रेडिक्टेड है नॉनशिम #3 आ गई है
मेरे पास आप फ्यूरी और नॉनशिम दोनों पास हैं वो 2-3 दोनों हैं मेरी
8 पॉइंट का फर्क है फ्यूरिया से नॉनशिम का लेकिन एक पॉइंट का फर्क है अल्फा 7 से नॉनशिम का और 2 पॉइंट का फर्क है ई अरीना का और फिर 1 पॉइंट का फर्क है गोट का फिर 2 पॉइंट का फर्क है बुल्स का भाई साहब 2 मैच सिर्फ 2 मैच भाई साहब टीमें रोएंगी #9 तक टीमें रोएंगी अगर ना क्वालिफाई कर सकी तो 7 से लेके 9 10 तक टीमें रोएंगी 11 वाले भी शायद रोए
Ulf,
Both,
Gamers,
both.
RRQ, Yangon, all those guys need to show up. 2 games, man, 2 games before we know which will be out 16 teams headed into the finals.
Yeah, and for KRX, I said it earlier, casters were saying it too. If they want to get a chance at even contending for the top 6, they need to make sure they get a win here in this next game. If not, they're going to be fully out. So let's send it over to Kalaris, which I believe he is with none other than Juan Allen.
All right, drag them on in here. Come on, let's talk about everything that has been going on, because we have got ourselves an interesting situation for Korea as a whole. From my perspective, I was mentioning on a desk before that it feels like the lobby is being quite passive here at the moment, but this is an interesting thing that plays into our Korean teams. I think they're very good at exploiting teams when they're overly aggressive against them, and now we've been able to see a little bit of that here from Nongshim Red Force to be able to kind of put that to bed.
Well, Nongshim have had so many good games on military circles, picking up a host of chicken dinners across it, right? So it's certainly these scenarios which is forcing this, frankly, stagnant lobby sometimes to jump into those more aggressive situations that is going to push them into a position to be able to exploit those exact weaknesses that you were highlighting there. So I think, yeah, right on the money with that one. Maybe they're going to be given more opportunities as people get more desperate.
Understandable. It bears repeating, though, that it is very understandable that these teams are all being a bit slower about it. $3 million on the line with only these last few games remaining here, John. Is there anyone that you're looking at? Obviously, KRX they get themselves that win, but they're still in last place. They still need big performances.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it would be great if KRX can make it in terms of a rags to riches story. Yeah. I don't see it happening. I'm still looking at Ulf because this is a team that needs to prove themselves, and I'm desperate for them to jump up in towards those top 6 and maybe just about squeak in around the corner for a place amongst the top 6.
The middle pack's still unbelievably thick, dense here for our last day of survival stage. And again, if this passivity continues on, I am concerned for some of the teams. It means that all of our eliminations are going to be spread out across the majority of those teams in the middle pack, and from there, we could even get a tied situation for 6th place.
Absolutely. I mean, chicken dinners will come down to it as well. That first tiebreaker, really important to be able to get those under the belt. People are starting to feel the pressure. The audience is starting to try and alleviate that, but I don't know if it's just adding to it for so many of our teams that noise has got to feel intimidating. But I see some smiles here and there around the arena, and we're hoping that they can take that pressure and convert it into diamonds.
Yeah, not only is it the Alpha 7 fans, but it's also the Furia fans on over here as well. They are loud and proud. Everybody is really coming out in full force here for their teams to try and get themselves a top 6 finish, and it is going to be very, very close. The only one that I truly in my mind can guarantee is the fact that Tiamba has looked unbelievably impressive here throughout the survival.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been far and away the best performing team, certainly on the first day. They've now gotten enough probably to see themselves safe, but there's only one way we're going to find out who's going to join them. Kalaris, let's head over to the casters to take us into Miramar.
Thank you, John. Thank you, James. And thank you, Paris. You've been amazing so far today. Keeping the energy here for the survival stage. Building and building. We've had Alpha 7 find their way into a fairly comfortable position, looking better and better with the energy that's been coming out from their side of the audience. Furia as well. A similar storyline. Everyone's screaming, pouring their hearts out for them. But there are 2 former champions fighting to stay alive in the competition. The other is a current reigning champion in Yangon Galacticos that had so much more to do. For the Yangon fans in the house, let's give them some energy!
Let's get it going. The crowd is excited. They are hyped. They know what's at stake as we get into the sandy desert of Miramar. 10 teams going home after these next 2 matches. And I've said this before, Jackie, and it's kind of wild after talking to some of these players and, just getting a little bit of their viewpoints of just how insane of a blessing it is to be here in Paris, France. Experiencing the culture, the love that these players get shown. I'm telling you, everybody out there that's watching, if you're a PUBG Mobile fan, a gaming fan in general, to be able to make it to the Esports World Cup has got to be a dream of a lifetime. I mean, the way that you get to get taken care of here, the food every game imaginable. I mean, these guys have barbers, massage therapists on stage for these players. It's insane. And I talked to some of these guys and they're just like, hey, you know what? Man, my hotel is booked up to the last day of survival stage. They said we win, we move on to the top 6, they'll extend it, right? If not, boom, pack your bags, we're going home the next day. So it's time to put every single thing on the line here. Make it happen for your squad. And there's only way to do that here, Jackie. You know what that is?
To show up and give it your damn best, Jukes. You got to bring it and get those chicken dinners. Everything is earned, nothing is granted, and when the battle rages on here with the survival stage, we get into our final 2 games. Our opener on Miramar begins here. We get our circle towards the northern side, and we'll see if there's any more surprises in store.
Oh boy, here we go. Looking at some of the drops, so far so good. No kind of crazy hot drops, no shenanigans here. We see Geeky stopping by to get some tacos in that gas station. Gonna be needed to fuel up for the road here, as these guys still have a long one to cross. I mean, yeah, 8th place to 6th, only a 2-point gap for the side of Geeky. But that is the difference in points for now. Man, gotta give some massive love to Nongshim Red Force, right? They were so down on the leaderboards. I think they were like, what, like 12th place, somewhere around there. And just like that, in one game, all the way up to 3rd. And that is how close this thing is. We can see the same thing happen now for AGAL, RRQ. I mean, even our defending champs, Young Galacticos, right? They're still within that range. And it is absolutely possible for them to make that run. But they got to make it happen now. And speaking of now, why don't you guys go hop in the game while these guys get looted and go ahead and get that Ninetales Fury AUG. The Uzumaki Naruto event is still happening, guys. One of the most phenomenal events in PUBG Mobile history. Go in the game and get that now, because woo, this thing's about to heat up in just a couple minutes.
It will indeed. You're going to want a weapon that can match the level of excitement we got going on here. Live from EWC 26 at PMWC. Remember the name? Get your friends online right now, Jigs. If they haven't sent everyone the link, even the family dog, get them sat down, get them watching, because the games have been delivering. You're doing the esport a disservice, Jigs. You've got to be here right now. You're missing out.
Missing out big time. I mean, look how close this leaderboard is. And you can see the look on these players' faces. You got the Killer Joe player cam down there. Just straight locked in. Alpha 7 are going to go ahead and get their El Pozo drop location, so they're going to be looted up to perfection here towards the end of the game. We love to be able to see that from them. They're currently sitting in 4th place, but not comfortable just yet. You know, if they go out early, 3-4 teams below them get a decent game, and they're stuck having to deal with everything on the last match of the day. And one thing that we haven't talked about, Jackie, that we got to bring up now. What's Tianba gonna do? Okay, they're safe.
Yeah.
They're making it to the finals. When you're that safe, you know what you can do?
You can get risky, Jigs.
You can get mighty risky. You can look down those leaderboards and say, hey, who stole that last croissant at lunch?
Ooh.
Saying, who do I not want to see in the finals?
Yeah, who would I prefer to avoid not being in my lobby? When I come out swinging, we were surprised they even had to be in this position, right? A team that looks absolutely terrifying when they're playing their A-game PUBG Mobile. They come out survival stage, reinvigorated and delivering. If they go into finals, they want to do it on their terms, so you're damn right. Who are they going to take the heat to? Will they get aggro and try and kneecap some teams along the way? I hope so.
I hope so too, man. It's going to be wild to see here. Yeah, Tianba finally true to form. I mean, I was shell-shocked even seeing them here in the survival stage. And that's why I worried for so many of these insane teams that are here, because I was like, man, Tianba starts going crazy, then they're for sure going to make it. That's one more slot gone, and potentially devastating for so many of these squads. Wolves, a team representing the North American side of things. They're right there on that 7th place position cutoff. Only 1 point separated. Can you imagine the pressure these guys are feeling now? Dopeness taking an eye on 721 GS. Both these teams 14th, 15th place. They're not out of the running. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. It could happen. I mean, KRX isn't done yet, but they need to win back-to-back, at least in my opinion. They got to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah, man, it feels like it's one of those where honestly you kind of need like a three-peat situation to give yourself so much gas to push up with some of these other squads still accumulating points in the midst of these games even. We need to see him going out cutthroat as well, Jukes. Got to be big Elim action for that side if this is the start of a new chapter coming into the closer of the last few games of survival stage. A lot of potential twists in the narrative on this one. We'll keep you locked in as things start to shift and we see some of the more important fights. We'll guide you through it, but sit back and enjoy the action for now.
I'll tell you one team that a whole bunch of fans are biting their nails right now because they are staring at AGAL. This is a team, folks, that is, or this is an organization, right, that's competing in the Esports World Cup overall, event over event. And their org needs them to make it to the finals. And I mean needs them to be in top 6 right here. And they're not far off at all. They're in 11th place, only 9 points separating them from that 6th place cutoff. So the fans of this organization really rooting on these PUBG Mobile superstars to make it happen at the last second. Man, it's so crazy to see here. I don't even know. Like, it's going to hurt to see some of these squads gone because there's so many big names, so many big players. Those 7th, 8th, 9th place teams, I think, are going to really sting if we see them not make it.
Soul-crushing moment for some of them, man. You grind so hard all year long. Try and bring your A game. And it's over before the real meat and potatoes of the action even truly begins to fight for that lion's share of the prize pool. It's not even that as well, Jukes. It's just having the pride of going home to your home country, being celebrated for the victory, for the achievement you found here. We saw the eruption when Alpha 7 did it back in 2024, when Yangon took that win last year. The narrative of the young guns that came out and surprised everyone. But now that's a pipeline for some of these teams. You've got to be within the top 6 to even have a chance to make that your history.
It's top 6 or nothing. Literally, that's the only thing we're staring at on the leaderboards is that line right in between the goat and the wolves, the two animals of the lobby. Those goats looking mighty dangerous, though. Next zone, where's it gonna go? Are we gonna see a crazy shift? Okay, we're going up to the north side, and Goat likes that one because they're right below Cruz del Valle, and they are big chilling right now. Dongshim Red Force, wow, well, they need to make a big rotation on up, and you got our defending champs, Young Galacticos, all the way to the west side. This is gonna be a really rough rotation for them. They're gonna have to fight their way in.
It's gonna be a long journey, potentially a tumultuous one as well with the squads that are ahead of them. So we need some no-holes-barred level gameplay from Yangon. Pull out all the stops and give the fans in the house something to be excited about. That you touch on as well for Goat, man. So damn good when it comes to the mechanical prowess of PUBG Mobile. The gun skill, it's sick. The way they split off each other and always have confidence that a single solo can do so much versus a team, that pays dividends. But when it comes to the crunch, they've been buckling in some of these really important situations. They've got to fix that right now.
They have to. They have to. No choice. No more time to waste. It's come down to this last 2 games, and finally the shots ring out. And who is it? It's Tianba. And that's on Ragnarok of all players. The superstar here of GK getting taken out. That has gotta hurt. 3 players up. Gonna have to do something here.
It feels like we felt that DBS shot go off. That's a hell of an Elim to find. A GK squad that's trying to grind as well, dude. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, how far even was he?
How did he get himself so exposed to get thirsted, too? That's gotta hurt. The one thing I did like to hear when he did that interview there with Kalaris was the fact that he said that no matter what, we do qualify or we don't qualify, I trust my team. I love to hear, right? Because we've, in the history of PUBG Mobile, have seen so many teams, you know, barely, you know, not make it into the tournament. You know, things happen, and the second it's over, boom, split. Having to swap players, do all that. They don't give themselves time to really develop together. But it just sounds like
बहुत slow ये game में वाली बहुत slow.
10 मिनट और 16 टीम्स अभी भी क्या कहते हो एक रैंक अरीना लगा लें तब तक
नहीं भाई अभी तो मैंने कुछ भी गेम नहीं खेल सकता
तुम नहीं खेल सकते मैं तो भाई साहब इसके बाद भाई साहब वैसे ही आखिरी है मेरा
वो आखिरी तो
Get
पूरा
way
देखो ना
harder
भाई
for
रह
them
नहीं
to do
लगा
that easily.
भाई मुझे अपनी गेम बुरी लग रही है यार.
Literally 2 points away from being
वो
able to
तो
get
आई.
head above water. Push past Wolves, push past Goat. One more point on top of that, suddenly you're lapping E-Arena. The stepping stones are there.
They're right there, man. I mean, only 2 points away. I mean, all they need is that 1-inch punch to get it done. KRX are going to need a baseball bat, though. And the zone, oh, that could be the bat in their corner here. They got a nice circle. See what they're able to do with it as teams playing this extremely slow, not trying to get into any silly engagements here.
आपके माइक से
Can't
शोर ही
afford to
आता
make a
रहता है.
single misstep.
मैं कह रहा हूँ NS को कुछ
That is
ज़्यादा
the
ही बड़ा
one team
धोखा
in
नहीं
this lobby
देगा
that can do
zone.
whatever the heck they want, and that's what makes
हाँ
them
NS
dangerous.
start रही है.
All that nerves,
6
all
हो
the
गया, अपने
pressure
क्या
on
चाहिए?
all these teams. Tiamba, the only ones that aren't feeling it because they know they're making it. Alpha 7 popping out the vehicle now, looking over towards RRQ, trying to steal some eliminations. Looks like RRQ is going to engage this. Carrillo forced to hit the deck. Gets a lot of damage onto him. Where's the rest of Alpha 7? He's pretty isolated here. Carrillo all by his lonesome. He's going to throw out some util, but where's the rest of his squad to help him out here? He needs that support right now.
रेवो कौन से पढ़ रहे हैं?
It's for Alpha 7, but it would be for
इसका कहाँ पे एंगल है?
willing to scrap. It's messy on the pullback as well, Jukes. No easy escape. Carrillo so low. He's got to hit the deck, instantly apply the bandages to survive through this. Nade
ओह भाई साहब उसके हलक में पक्के आए होंगे. करे होगी क्या कहता है? ओ भाई साहब किट खत्म हो गई थी तकरीबन. भाई
किट लग भी जाती था भी मार.
अबे भाई उसके पक्के हलक में आए होंगे. ओ भाई
क्या यार RRQ बकवास खुद पतों को तो क्वालीफाई करने की बात नहीं है.
It's going to be up to Guizao and Obscure to make it happen for their team.
RRQ saying in the comms, you thought you could fight this. You thought
चलो
you
ये
could
दो
bully us on
survive
this
के लिए
one, and
निकले
we're
हैं.
further down the standings. Not today. They throw the heat right back at them. Smoke through 2 players. They leave Alpha 7 with their tails
इधर
tucked
दूर
and
निकाल
bailing
ओ
out.
बढ़ गई.
Oh, I love to see this from RRQ. Yeah, you know what? They need to turn up the heat. They're a good 20, or what is it? I'm sorry, 12 points away from 6th place. They need a good game. And with this circle and how it's going to end, you don't know exactly what's going to happen. If you can get some easy eliminations, I mean, none of these eliminations are easy, but you can get some
NS
points
fight
early
में आ
on.
गई है
It's going to
RRQ
help you
से.
out big time. Nongshim Red Force, though. Right there in the corner, throwing out some of their utility. And it's a battle on the edge of the circle here on the east side.
No doubt, by the way, man. This is a new non-shin Red Force we're seeing right here off the back of that previous game. You went from feeling like you were slipping, like you couldn't quite get a grasp on the ladder to climb up. Suddenly now, the biceps have engaged, mate. And they're getting themselves up nice and high. If they take this fight onto RRQ, get a few points out of it, show they mean business early as well, start to climb a little bit further. That's that conversation of safety that could become a reality from them. They leaped up from so far down the standings off the back of that last game. They just want to lock it in, Jukes.
Oh, lock in is what these teams definitely need to do. Let's see where this next circle goes. All right, you know, a pretty typical zone here, nothing too special. KRX are in this zone. Yangnan Galacticos are right there on that top left side of the circle next to your Cruz del Valle. Now that dinner bell is starting to ring because someone's going to get a chicken here in a minute. Let's take a look at the replay, though. Jan Fox with a beautiful nade. Oh, my goodness. He didn't even move a muscle. He's like, I'm gone.
Ooh, saying I'm gone as well. That could be something that's ringing out for AGAL as they're getting hit from 2 sides. This is looking...
यार आपके माइक से शोर ही आता है. मैं कॉल बंद खा रहा हूँ.
Holding the front door if they try and push him.
अबे भाई मैं गेम खेल रहा हूँ. अच्छा बंद कर दे.
माइक बंद कर दो भाई.
Eliminated. This is devastating. With 58 points, they're going to need a monster game in the final match of all matches in order to make it into the finals. And this is what we were talking about. Tiamba can do whatever the heck they want. They're not feeling any pressure. Everybody else is. And they are tearing up the lobby and crushing dreams. Meanwhile, it's RRQ. Getting mighty close to the side of Nongshim Red Force. Tizzy is able to get a heal off so easy, up close and personal. Gonna throw some util, buy some time for his teammates. That does pepper up a little bit the side of RRQ, but not too much. Now so easy's going in with the shots. And he's applying that pressure on RRQ. He's getting the knocks. Nongshim Red Force looking strong here. Applying those shots through the smokes. The nades are ringing out and barely surviving.
He's going to try and get a quick heal off. So easy tucking in whilst Hyunbin primes the nade over the top. Oh, the air burst shuts down one. It's a good engage. RRQ got to rage quit this fight as they don't want none of this. It's gone incredibly dire for them quickly. Mini 14 for Genfost in a backline, panicking to scan over the ridge and see if he can provide some support. A bit of Overwatch to bail them out, but Nonshit back on the move.
They're out of here. They say, we got what we wanted. We got some eliminations. We hurt you good enough. Let's go ahead and get in the zone and secure this win. Nongshim with this win here, that will 100% lock them in. All they need is a good performance here. Oh, that's GOAT though, Killer Joe. Looks like he is gonna get eliminated. Nongshim Red Force are on a tear right now.
A big fight between those two. A stolen point there for RRQ, it seems, as they do flush out the Dan Mound from GOAT, leaving them on 3 players, mirroring the battle of attrition that we've got available there for Nongshim Red Force. 3 versus 3, so tight on the standings for either of them. And for GOAT, a flubbed game, one where they go down off the back end of engage like this, mate. That could be them slipping out.
Oh, man. AGAL will absolutely disrupt their org's chances on the club championship if they don't make it into the top 6. And with them being out early, it is really tough. They have 1 game left to do it. All eyes are going to be on them to clutch it up here in that last game. But we're not done yet. We got Nongshim Red Force putting some shots. You can see, look at the coach's eyes right now. Locked in. Hoping to see something from his team. 3 players are still up. They're playing on the edge. Gonna have to make a push on the GOAT here eventually, though.
Yeah, that's GOAT taking out some of the GK players in the midst of all this as well. So that's brought them down to only 1. Their direct combination beneath them struggling. But you can still see Nonshit applying the pressure. GOAT don't like it. Wobbly knees on this one.
I'm looking at the coach's face, and I guarantee you that's the biggest smile we're going to see from him all day today, because that was a super lucky shift on his circle as it heads straight on over to Nongshim. That buys them a lot more time. Now they can just sit there. On the other side, though, it's going to be a battle as Ulf trying to make it happen for their team. 7-2-1 GS really down on the leaderboards. They need a win here, but they're going to have to go through Ulf in order to get it. Ulf, desperate. Aaron on the back line trying to find some angles. Catch getting the confirmation here. That is huge. Every point counts. And now you got the Wolves on the other side. They hear these shots. They need some of these eliminations. They're coming in for the third party.
Everyone pulling up. The squad arriving with a gat at the hip, ready to make moves. Let's see if they've got a clip that can make some bodies turn cold on this one. Solus tucked in behind the car with the AUG. Sitting inside the smoke with a pump as well. Just trying to stay alive for 721 GS, the sole survivor of the squad. Ulf knows they've done a fair bit of damage, but trying to turn around in the car doesn't work as Necessary hits the shots and punishes.
And some necessary shots indeed. Looking so good right here. Necessary, before going into today, was the 4th place player as far as individual player stats on day 1, and Ulf getting torn to shreds as they're just trying to survive. It's just Aaron. He's driving. He's turning. His back wheel is gone. He's forced to jump out and hit the deck.
Brief moment of respite to get the meds in. Bandaging himself back up and throwing the smoke to at least try and provide some sort of cover, but the flames dupes come in. And Masco finally found as well amongst all this. The molly spreads from so easy, so we lose Aaron, we lose 721 GS. 2 squads fall, and Wolves are still fighting as Joker takes a bullet to the cranium.
And with that elimination on the 721 GS, I'm gonna call it. That is them done and dusted. The chances of them making it in are slim to none now. And that is gonna be pretty much for all these teams around that side of the leaderboards. They need to either make it happen here or good luck. Yagon Galacticos, I am looking at you. What are you gonna do here? You are the defending champs. You have all 4 players up. You have a good position in this circle. How are you gonna capitalize it? We're about to find out.
Ooh, KRX with a mini 14. Tony K not ready for that play, mate. Sniped from the back. Schweppes bailing out on a reposition as well, just trying to find cover to stay alive. You can take nothing for free in this lobby. All the space is fought for so aggressively from our remaining squads.
Let's see right now, man, these remaining squads are desperate. I have not heard this arena so quiet all day today. And right now, here comes Alpha 7. Maybe they're gonna start making some noises because Guizhou gets taken out. And that is Alpha 7 eliminated.
It's a quiet game from them. And with the squads close by, starting to have some big performances, opportunities to lap them could become a reality the longer this one goes on. E-Arena clearing out the ground floor of the compound on the move, but they don't clear it quickly enough. Oh, it's good from Dopeness to damage them on the stairs. Doubles up for 2. Goodbye, E-Arena.
Are you kidding me? Dopeness, 5 eliminations, trying to pull off the hero play. With E-Arena out, and who knows what's gonna happen. And now KRX are making some noise. Is it possible? Back-to-back chicken dinners? No way.
That's onto the champs too. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and right now that head's being backhanded by KRX as they come through cutthroat. Protect your neck, Romeo. He's in a horrible position with the nades bouncing over to him. Alula smelling that there's opportunities to try third party from the side as well.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, where art thou, Romeo? He needs to get up and get moving here. They are outside of that circle. Yangon Galacticos so far away from the top 6. It's literally going to be a 2-man hero play. They need to do something. 3 eliminations ain't going to be enough. There's no way they make it into this next game if they don't do more. Let's see what they can do. They're going to have to go crazy. Al-Ula on the other side, up on the north. Gonna start pressing down little by little, getting those vehicles moving. And here they go on rotation, trying to find a way, a sneaky way into this next circle.
Ooh, in the midst of all this, man, Tianba erupting.
Ow.
They get the line of sight for free onto Nonshin and punish them one by one. The final elim stolen over by Hooksy from KRX as he'll get that pot shot off. And it leaves them with 2 players.
That is our defending champs eliminated. Yangon Galacticos, 13th place, currently 20 points away. It's not mathematically impossible, but they're gonna have to win the next game if they want to stay in Paris, France. Looking out over though, there's still a lot of teams here. The Wolves are right there, 4 eliminations. This is their chance. The Wolves have to win this one right here, and they know it. If we win this one, we're going to the finals. We're gonna see a North American team at the Esports World Cup Finals. Let's see if they can make it happen here. They're looking mighty good. They are on the edge of the circle. This is where they play their best. You got KRX on the other side though. Red hot after that last chicken dinner. If KRX somehow makes it into the finals here, folks, this will be PUBG Mobile history. The biggest comeback we have ever seen.
It would have to be from the bottom to the top of the standings. And whilst Wolves set themselves up for that clash, we've had GOAT dealing damage to Tiamba and Alula, stealing elims there to rise themselves. So Wolves know they've got to apply pressure quick. Nades over, looking for the engage as Slonic pushes up, peeking over behind the shrubbery and will strike with the SMG. Quick flick, Binny. He's trying to play inside the smoke, but he gets popped and left pro. Goodbye.
The Wolves shutting them down, 0 hesitation. They get that elimination. They shut down the South Korean squad of KRX. And you can see the look on their faces. They know that is it for them. Looking at the rest of these squads though, GOAT, Wolves looking to press up even further beyond, secure their placement into the finals right here, right now. Al-Ula can make their dreams still happen though. RRQ can make it happen. Heck, even Dopeness in 14th place if they win this game can make it happen.
That's how much turbulence we have in the standings at this point. So many sides having room to breathe, but you've got to climb over the shoulders of giants. Go team did good work to get some decent damage off to steal E-limbs and weaken some of our better squads within the lobby. Getting aggressive where they're out, no force could do for Wolves. They're taking a few shots back from RRQ as Gen Foss tucks his head down and peppers the shots towards them.
Better check yourself before you wreck yourself here. Go trying to throw some of that util on the side of the last player of Tian, but it's none other than Milu, who's had a heck of a tournament here. He's on fire though. He's gonna be able to get a first aid off. And again, pretty inconsequential here. Milu is just there to just disrupt these teams. Just make them pay for any mistake they possibly make. GOAT need every elimination they could possibly get. It's gonna be a little bit tough though. Milu is not making it easy. He's not just saying, no, I'm not giving up. I'm gonna fight to the very end here. And that's the end.
Goodbye. As he's shot down, finished off in the end as the shot comes in from Quick, representing Alula. And that was just the entree. He's looking for the main course. A dish of GOAT as they're trapped behind the vehicles. Force got to keep his head down. We saw Dopeness fighting Wolves and doing good damage, but even getting the third-party shots off onto Quick.
Quick, forced to hit the deck. Gonna go for this thirst. Does end up putting a couple shots on a Moxie, but they should be able to get that res. Ulash said, no, we're pushing this. Here we go, shotguns in hand, and that's GOAT done for. Aula trying to roar to the top of the leaderboards. We got 3 teams remaining, and every single one of these teams needs this win.
Alula bringing the aggression to the lobby. They suffered a casualty, but it didn't bother them. If anything, they've rose to the occasion. Wolves, they've had to cower. The pack survives on, but after substantial damage from Dopeness, they're not as confident as they once looked in this game. 2 players there, 3 alive for Alula, and a full squad for Dopeness looking to deal damage and ruin their dreams.
And Dopeness are just trying to keep their dreams alive here at this point, and they have done a phenomenal job so far. 8 eliminations. They're pretty down on the leaderboards, but they're not too far down. They needed a win right here, and it's looking like they're gonna get it. They have the numbers, they have the plays, just cannot afford to make a single mistake. Baton using the welding gun to prepare that vehicle just a little bit further. Uh-oh, what is going on? Dopeness driving right in the mix here, almost gets the run over, but Claus pops him out with the headshot. Crazy plays happening back and forth as Dopeness risk it all. They go all in. And so far, it seems to be doing quite effective. That's the Wolves out of there. And now it's up to Quick and Yasser for Alula to shut down Dopeness.
All comes down to this then, the battle of 2 duos after the risky engagement from Dopeness. But the nade's on point, and it all falls to one man. The solo of Kenji sprinting to stay alive as Quick lives up to his name with a rapid flick and punishes him. Shuts down the rest of the team. Kenji. He gets the heal back in, Jukes, but they're so far split. His crosshair's going to be off target between either of them. It's a peek up for one, decent damage. Re-peek onto Quick.
Kenji looking for the headshots here, and that's not going to be enough. It's Alula making it happen here in the second to last match. They're playing it cool, but I'll tell you what, these guys know what they just accomplished.
Tasting the victory on the stage. Again, a tempered celebration, more just the reality of it sinking in. Proud of themselves for withstanding that. Some crazy aggression displayed from our other teams. Dopeness, they made the call, Jukes. I respect it. It's good to see.
Oh my gosh. You know, I love to see aggression. I love to see crazy, risky plays. But even I'm like, that was too much. Are you kidding me? Driving up like that. I think they just had to play it, you know, trying to true. They had the numbers. But hey, you know what? I'll give it to them, baby. I love to see that here at the end. Sometimes you gotta roll the dice.
I felt like they had plot armor as well, man. That headshot in the last second. The lunacy of that.
Oh, man, what a crazy turn of events here.
Even here, man, Kenji, like the way he's actually fighting it, it looked like he was ready to win this.
Dude, I mean, if they didn't have as much room in that circle, I think he could have hit those plays. I mean, he was hitting these crazy little peak angles up and down, moving his head. to be able to try to get an advantage and hit those shots. Alula playing that very smart, though. They weren't going to lose that game once they had that numbers advantage. But a wild play from Dopeness here. We'll see if that's going to be the one to pay off for them. They still get an excellent finish in this game, one that they so desperately needed. But it all comes down to this. One game, one play, one moment could be the difference of continuing your stage, headed to the finals, or going home.
And I'm sure we'll break that down on the desk and really give you the nitty-gritty of just how close this is for some of these teams. But that's why it really is underlined, the point you're making, the fact that it's still not safe for a lot of these squad jukes. With some of the action we saw there as well. Woo. These teams want it. They're absolutely bringing the heat. And that last game, one mistake, another rough start, you could be cooked.
Yep. Oh, man. And this is the problem. I mean, you are leaving it to the last game. You're going to have every single squad here doing their absolute craziness to try and make it happen. And the thing is this, right? They have their coaches here. They have their squads. They're going to tell them, hey, you got to understand. In order to make it to the finals, you're going to need 20 points and hope these top teams go out early, or you're going to have to hunt them down and do it yourself. It's either one or the other. So if that is what the coach is telling you, that means that you got to play aggressive, like crazy aggressive, right?
Yeah. And we've seen that adaptation from some of our squads, and it's surprising, right? The almost complete personality switch that we're getting from these teams, where they've just gone, all right, we get it. It's either we absolutely put it all on the line, or we know we're not going to finals. And for some, it paid off. It was a great point injection.
Oh, man. This is going to get wild here, folks. This is going to get wild. And the problem about this, again, is like when you get into that last game and you have, 6, 8, 10 coaches telling all these teams the same thing, you never know what you're going to see. And guess what, folks? We're going to see it, though, here in just a second. Don't go anywhere.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
ओके सो आज के लिए इतना ही। लास्ट मैच मैं स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रहा और स्क्रिम्स मैं स्ट्रीम करने वाला हूँ। सो मिलते हैं उस स्ट्रीम के अंदर छोटी सी ब्रेक के बाद। ओवरऑल पॉइंट्स देख लेते हैं, उसके बाद मिलते हैं।